A very good morning and welcome along to Cheltenham for the final day of the 2026 festival. We'll be back in less than 12 months, I'm reliably informed, with the change of calendar for next year, with everything being slightly earlier. But we are going to have to savour the final day, and it should be a cracker between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire here, with the match poised nicely, with Gloucestershire leading by 131 runs, 3 wickets down. A new ball is available immediately, but we're already in for a bit of a shock this morning. Ed Seaboard and Frank Watson with you on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Gloucestershire live stream. Welcome along wherever you're listening. It is a gorgeous day. There is not, we say this sometimes, but there genuinely is not a cloud in the sky. And the big news, to open the bowling from the chapel end, it's Jake Libby. Morning, Frank.
A deal has been struck, I would suggest. I think here, with the new ball due, I think this is well, has it been taken? Probably not. I was going to say, is it the first time Jake Libby's ever taken the new ball? He starts round the wicket with a ball which is cut away by Bracey, down to Matthew Waite in front of us. Doesn't look very red and shiny, so I don't think the new ball has been taken. But when I say a deal has been struck, they must have agreed something in terms of what Worcestershire are going to chase and how long they're going to have to chase it. And it's interesting because it suggests to me, Ed, that both teams want to actually try and win, doesn't it? Because as Libby bowls again and Price drives up to mid-off, there's no run. Well, back to the bowler. If Worcestershire were looking to save this game, that what they should be looking to do out there, Libby bowls again outside the off stump, taken by Cullen. What they would be looking to do is just slow it down and make Gloucestershire work for every run and take as long as they can to get to where they want to be to set a target. Libby again bowls. Price is defending back up the pitch. Whereas what they are doing is saying, you want to set us whatever you want to set us, but we want as long as possible to chase it. So we're going to try and win. I think, which is good news, because it means both teams will be playing positive cricket. Although we might have to endure a bit of this sort of thing until we get to the situation where the chase begins. 2 runs for Price off the inside edge down to short fine leg. So there might be some fairly comfortable runs available this morning for these two. Price is forward, pushes that out on the onside. The end of the first over of the day, and 3 runs were added. Gloucestershire, the 250 is up, 250 for 3. More importantly, the lead 133.
I think the scoreboard's a little bit sleepy this morning. It's eventually put the first over up, but it's only put 2 runs onto the score. So
251, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll get it sorted out eventually. Everything's getting a little bit stuck, but well,
now we're tapping it. But 80 overs had gone, hadn't they? So.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Whether that was, here you go. We'll see if you really want to have a go, then go on. Have a slog at Jake Libby for an over. Yeah. But now we've got what we expected to have, which is a new ball and a new ball bowler.
Which could mean that all of that I was talking about was nonsense then. But that's you can only talk about what you see.
No. Anyway, there's 2 slips. The new ball in the hands of Ben Allison from the College lawn end, and the first ball with the new ball's edged by Bracey, a thick edge down towards the boundary, where there's a fumble from Fateh Singh, which allows them to come back for a second run.
He's in on it then.
253 for 3. Yeah, they do like to keep us guessing. So Allison, wicketless this innings, after his spectacular performance in the first innings. 17.5 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 19, his career best figures. As he comes now round the wicket bowling, that's clipped in the air, but it's wide of mid-wicket. Not particularly well timed by Bracey, but he'll get back for 2, and that'll be a half-century for James Bracey, who did come into this innings on the dreaded pair, but he has come out, admittedly, with a fair amount of hard work done ahead of him. Got the opportunity to have a bit of a smash of some shorter balls yesterday from the spinner, but he's got to a 50 off 63 balls, which, as you said at one point yesterday, it's a 50 of a completely different proportion in terms of balls faced than any others that we've seen. Allison into Bracey, and that's defended into the onside, and there is no run. It was cold again last night. It got down to single figures for the second night in a row, but it is an awful lot more pleasant up here anyway, even in the shade, and I think it's going to be a lovely day to end the festival. Fairly sparse crowd, never tend to get too many for a fourth day, and also it being a Sunday, as in comes Allison and bowls, and Bracey defends firmly back to the bowler. I'm told adult tickets are £15 today, so if you fancy coming down, I'm sure Gloucestershire would be glad to have you, but the marquees are empty today. You never really sell hospitality for day 4, but at least from the, I suppose from the club's point of view, they'll be pleased that it has gone to a day 4 in terms of maximising what takings that they can get. 255 for 3, lead 138. Allison in now and bowling a length ball, which is worked into the onside for no run by Bracey, out to mid-wicket. And the other thing, I suppose, which I'm sure everybody listening knows anyway, but I'll say it regardless, 96 overs today. We don't make up time on the final day, so a minimum of 94 overs, and Gloucestershire have got 2 spinners, so there's every chance if they needed to get through a couple more overs, they might be able to manage it, but minimum of 94 overs, lunch at 1, tea fixed at 3:40 on the final day. Allison completes the over, and that's cut away by Bracey, but on the bounce out to backward point and no run. So 4 runs from the over, 255 for 3. The feeling seemed to be that Gloucestershire would take, if they could get it to a position at lunch where they had about 250, which will mean they'll need to score at about 4s this morning, see off the new ball, and then maybe accelerate towards lunch. Maybe they get more, maybe they lose a couple of wickets, and it's more about just what runs they can get. It could still be that way with the new ball, but that seemed to be a position that they were maybe happy with.
Yeah, my suggestion that a deal has been struck was obviously nonsense, because now Taylor's bowling with the new ball from the chapel end, and he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Price. But I think maybe you were right. That Libby bowls the first over, tosses it up, sees what happens. That Price and Bracey say we're playing properly, so Worcestershire say okay, we'll take the new ball. So maybe there hadn't been any communication between the captains about what was going on. I can't think of any other reason why Libby bowled that first over. Can you? I really can't. A mystery. Taylor bowls, and this is edged, bouncing just in front of Adam Hose at second slip, and they take a single as the ball runs away behind the slips and is pursued by Allison. Do you think that's our correct reading of it?
Yeah, because the first ball that was bowled quite short and Bracey had to go at it, really thought, well, okay, that if that continues, that really does show that something's afoot. But almost as soon as Price then, he gave himself a couple of balls and he thought maybe next ball, and then he still didn't go after it. Yeah, I
I
wonder
don't
if that was a
know.
little bit of a tempter.
Anyway, round the wicket comes Taylor to the left-handed Bracey, who blocks this one down on the onside. 80 overs had gone. The new ball was available. Taylor could have taken the new ball with the first over of the day. We saw Libby mark his run up out and thought, well, they're going to lob some up and they've agreed to chase whatever they're going to chase. But clearly, that's not the case. And Worcestershire now might resort to the sort of tactics that I was talking about before, where they just try and make it as hard as possible for Gloucestershire to extend their lead quickly. I mean, the best way to do that would be to get a couple of wickets, of course, wouldn't it? Get 2 new men at the crease. Taylor round the wicket, short, cut by Bracey, 4 runs. Short and wide, bit of a gimme really. Bracey not going to miss that. Slapped away behind square. Swanepoel, the fielder at third man, who missed the first couple of overs. He was off getting some strapping, I think, on his ankle. Or he was at one stage yesterday anyway, and Cashy Valley fielded for the first 2 overs. I suspect that was the reason. So the first boundary of day 4. Taylor in bright sunshine moves in from left to right as we look, and there's the second boundary, because that's no more than a push by Bracey, half volley, and he just leaned into it. He's got that big wide stance that I was talking about yesterday, and he just transfers his weight onto the front foot and makes sure he gets a bat on it through the gap. Outfield's quick. Absolutely no need to run. Stand and admire. Successive boundaries for Bracey. Flying along now. So Libby was tight and tidy. They took the new ball. They took the new ball and runs started to flow. Taylor again bowls much better, much straighter. Bracey just covers up, pushes into the covers. Latigan fields end of the over, and Gloucestershire have moved on to 264 for 3. They lead by 147, and it's just a case of how many they decide to set Worcestershire to try and win this game, and how long they give themselves to take the 10 wickets they need for victory.
That ball really did sound hard off Bracey's bat, and I don't know, I mean, you see a couple of shots like that, and the big unknown in this is Kishore and how much he might be able to extract. But the more you see, the more you feel that, particularly against the seamers, this pitch is and it's not going the way of deterioration. It's either staying similar or actually getting better. Allison into Price, a forward defence out into the covers, and might pick up a run. Yeah, it's the danger, I guess, is that I don't know, if you almost get aggressive and then you bowl a couple of overs and you see it's not doing a great deal, and you start to think, oh gosh, what have we done here? So yeah, it's going to require some careful consideration and setting up, and possibly a fair amount of discussion between dressing room and batters out there in terms of what they feel. Allison running in now, he's in and bowls, and Price leaves outside the off stump.
Batting at least a foot outside his crease, Price. Long way down. You don't do that if the pitch is not trustworthy, I don't think, generally.
The other factor, though, is maybe Allison 14th over. It's not a huge number, but he is coming back and having to bowl again today. Tom Taylor's got through 19 overs. As in comes Allison and bowls, and that's flicked away authoritatively by Ollie Price through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Stepped into that one. It's a shot he likes. Plays on the leg side quite straight. Pick the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. He's on to 70. And whatever happens, it's a good opportunity, this, for Price. He's deserved the opportunity with his work in both innings now to come out here and really capitalise on the position that he's earned himself. Allison into him. He guides that away, but doesn't get a great deal of bat on it as Libby picks up at backward point. And he has been out there for about 7 hours in total. 31 in the first innings, which arguably could be as important as his 70 in this innings. They really might have been more like 100 all out rather than 150. First innings, Price drives and doesn't quite middle it. Still goes up to mid-off at decent pace, but straight to the fielder, so no run. And at the moment, this morning, Gloucestershire is scoring at the sort of rate that they've needed to without really any acceleration. So maybe already until a wicket falls, it starts almost to feel more about maybe time than purely about runs. Just a question of how they want to set it up. Allison bowls full, and this is whipped away down to mid-on, and there's no run. But no, well, in fact, far from no alarms against the new ball. As you said, it seems to be coming on better. 268 for 3.
Ho's leaving the field for some reason. Kashifali going out to replace him. Just be a quick break, I think. Yeah, I mean, you know, as a batter, when you face a new ball, often it does go really sweetly off the bat, and that's the sort of the plus side. The downside is that it seems a bit prouder than on an old ball, and it'll do a bit more and it might swing a bit more, but you know, if it's a half volley or a short one, then you get full value. Taylor round the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, and he's edging this one. Bounces just short of slip again. Well gathered actually by Ben Allison at second slip. And there we go. Kind of in a nutshell, we have it. Two loose deliveries in the previous over from Taylor, both dispatched, but that one, the length right, and a bit of nip suggested by Bracey with his little movements of his hand, as they batters tend to do these days, and he edged it just short of slip. So encouragement for Taylor.
I think it went off his thigh pad. Looking at the replay, I thought he'd edged it.
Taylor bowls and steered out on the offside for a single.
But in a way, I mean, it actually did.
But it was the nip.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why it died, isn't it? Yeah. He was making that movement with his hand to his partner, suggesting that, and he's doing it again now, that there is just a little bit of, he's just helping us, isn't he? Amazing how often they do that.
Well, also Price standing at the non-striker's end. Do you not see it?
Yeah. Just try and help each other. He's out of his ground again, Price here, a long way down. Taylor comes in over the wicket, and he's driving nicely down the ground for 4. Looks in great touch this morning, Price. Not bothering to run for that. I think that's the most satisfying thing a batsman can do, is just drive the ball straight back past the bowler. Don't call. Don't run, just stand and watch and admire and feel that little sensation that you get in your bat when you've middled one like that. Beautiful shot from Price, absolutely beautiful. Goes to 74. Flying along this morning. Should have kept Libby on Worcestershire. He only went for 3. There's Taylor in again. Bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump, a bit wider, taken by Cullen. Lovely morning here in Cheltenham. Absolutely perfect, as Ed said a few minutes ago. Not a cloud, literally not a cloud in the sky. Bright sunshine, not too hot though, perfect temperature. And what a shame that there aren't more people here to see it. Actually, the diehards are here. No hospitality, empty marquees around the ground. Taylor is in again and bowls. Price drives again. It's another lovely shot, but a good piece of fielding at mid-on by Matthew Waite. Dive into his left means that they only get a single. Good work from Waite. Parried the ball to D'Oliveira, who was over on the other side at mid-off. 274 for 3. Price has gone to... Actually, I think that one's not gone up. 275 for 3. I think Price has gone to 76.
Oh, yeah.
Braces on 59. Anyway, the lead, 158, I think.
I'm confused because the run... The run, I think, might have been added, but Price is still on strike. Yeah. Oh, I think because there's one ball left in the over.
Bracey on strike. Plays defensively out on the offside. Thinks about a one, decides against it. And that is the end of the over anyway.
Yeah, Alex Wharf just motioned up to the scorers just to check. Yeah, no, he's acknowledging over there because the board had already gone over to the next over. But there was still
so it's 274 for 3.
Yeah, the score was right, but they put the they changed the overs.
75. He's faced 173 deliveries. There's just not one off. Anyway, the main thing is that the lead is 157, which is massive, given that they began with a deficit of 117.
Yeah, he just would not have. Well, you'd have thought Gloucestershire would have had to have played pretty well to get themselves into a position where they could set Worcestershire 150 at one stage. It has changed the feel out there, but still they have batted superbly. Allison in now to Price, and that's defended back to the bowler. The scoreboard knew that was going to be a dot before it actually happened. I suppose on balance, it's usually a good thing to guess, isn't it, in a championship match? If you had to do a guess the outcome, probably no run wins out.
But you don't like that sort of thing. You don't like predicting what's.
No, I don't. I'd be loath to do that. Allison in, and that's off pad. Just a brief inquiry from several to Peveril.
Nick on it,
I think. No, stop it. There's no run into the onside.
That's what you do when you lie awake at night.
No, just there. Oh, there's some clouds over there. That's new.
Oh yeah.
The tiniest of bits of cotton in the distance as Allison is into Price, and this is defended as it trickles away to mid-off. There's no run, so Allison keeping it tight this over, and Price, I suppose, showing that he's not really of a mind to go searching for anything. He doesn't really have to. They've already added, what, 26 this morning in 22 minutes. So it's not pressure or anything to be scoring. Two fielders back on the leg side. As Allison bowls, driven by Price out of the middle of the bat, but D'Oliveira positioned relatively wide at mid-on, able to do the fielding. I don't think anything makes... When I say anything, there aren't many things in life, I think, that make Ollie Price feel better than an on drive or an off drive straight down the ground. It's what he likes. He's somebody who's he feels has always been taught to play straight, and when he's able to play gun barrel straight for a boundary, it gives him an awful lot of confidence. This is left alone through to the wicketkeeper. Also now with his 2-year extension signed, he knows where he's going to be for the next couple of years. Imagine he may well even have signed that during the one-day cup, and in terms of when the pen was put to paper, and scored that 100 at rugby after, well, by his admissions yesterday, it's been a bit of a difficult season. He's had an injury to deal with as well, kept him out of the reverse fixture at New Road. In comes Allison, and Bowles, Price struck on the pad. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire. And they both do take their time. We've learnt that by now, these two. It's a maiden from Allison, maybe just...
Decent shout.
Yeah.
Maybe just going down. Henry Cullen really liked it, didn't he?
I think it.
Allison's only just got over it being turned down. He hasn't got his cap back yet.
It looks great because it struck him in front of middle. But I think that's cut in quite sharply off the seam.
Maybe. Good shout. Better shout than a couple that we had yesterday, I think, in succession against Price, if you remember.
And the other thing with the umpire is he doesn't know how far. It's just so hard to tell exactly how far the ball still has to go.
Yeah, it's one of those where if it had been given, you wouldn't have been surprised, but equally you can understand why it wasn't given. And I think that's good umpiring, if you're not sure. And as you say, quite a long way to go. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Bracey gets lucky with an inside edge down to short, well, fine leg, not short fine leg, down to fine leg, and Fateh Singh does the fielding.
So it's a minefield, declare now.
Exactly, exactly as we suggested. The new ball is going off the bat, but it's also nipping around, and they've both been tested in the last few minutes by Allison and Taylor, but no breakthrough yet for Worcestershire, who bizarrely began the day with that one over from Libby. If 79 had gone, I could understand it, or maybe it's one of the considerations. Taylor bowls and Price edges down to the same fielder, who's now down at third man, Fateh Singh. Doesn't pick up cleanly, but they get through for a single.
That wasn't far off backward point.
Maybe they needed to just get one through in 2 minutes to get the over rate.
That could be exactly what it is. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It has gone up on the board as level now.
Yeah, I think the umpires said, look, if you get one through really quickly here. Yeah, I reckon that must be what it was.
Yeah, well, I didn't think of that.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls. Bracey drives out on the offside. Sweeper out now, so just one. And there was me coming up with all sorts of theories about deals being done and
I mean, in our defence,
how long people had to bat and all that kind of thing.
In our defence, it's not something that. Of course, it's a concern for the players out there, and in terms of the points table, but. And you can't be thinking about over rates all the time. I mean, there's far more exciting things to think about today than what the over rate is. So you wouldn't really be thinking in those terms.
You think, yeah, it's about targets and so on. But yeah, that must be what it was, you know.
Yeah.
Taylor bowls and Price drives up to mid-off. D'Oliveira fields no run. Because if a deal had been struck, I mean, he would have kept going, wouldn't he? So the fact that they only bowled one over, I don't think it was. Our second theory was just they'd see what would happen. Well, I don't think they'd expect him to start trying to whack it over the boundary in the first over anyway.
In a way, I'd have been shocked because Gloucestershire's lead was where it was. Yeah. You'd have had to have bowled declaration bowling
for an hour. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Taylor in, bowls, Price pushes to mid wicket, and there's no run. So it was just, I'm sure, the more I think about it, that it was just to get the over rate level and then take it from there. So the mystery is solved, probably. My initial thought when I saw Libby march out there and mark his run-up out was, well, you know, they've decided they're going to chase X in however many overs. Taylor in again, bowls to Price, and he's again turning this one to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Good over from Tom Taylor. And at the end of it, Gloucestershire have extended their lead to 160. Bracey is 61, Price is 76. It's 277 for 3. 89 overs left in the day. How many overs do you need to bowl Worcestershire out?
Just
That's
having
the question, isn't it?
Having a look at the happenings from elsewhere. Middlesex are now 209 for 6 at Merchant Taylor School, needing 147 more to win to beat Kent. So it's looking pretty good for Kent. Middlesex did add quite a lot of runs with their lower order in the first innings. Here's Allison round the wicket to Bracey, who I think was looking to play that leg side. Ends up out at extra cover for no run. Northamptonshire need 8 Lancashire wickets today. It doesn't look as though Lancashire have got any chance of scoring 405, but they have as yet not lost a wicket this morning in the first half hour. Lancashire with Tom Bailey as the night watchman and Josh Bohannon. They're on 9. They lost their openers Harris and Jennings last night. Allison to Bracey, who looks to drive and doesn't time it at all. Loud scream of no from Price at the non-striker's end as Bracey briefly fancied a non-existent single. And potentially some good finishes in the First Division matches that remain today as well. Hampshire 122 for 4 at the Utilita Bowl, needing 156 more to win to beat Yorkshire. 277 for 3. In comes Allison to Bracey, who fishes for that one and misses it. I think he did play at it. He's not normally somebody, Bracey, that holds the bat inside the line, as a lot of left-handers do. He did have a play at that, and it goes on through to the keeper. Glamorgan 138 for 6 at Grace Road, with 119 more needed for victory there. Kieran Carlson's got 79 not out, and nobody else has got more than Colin Ingram's 14.
Did you see Kieran Carlson's comments yesterday about the pitch?
No.
Quite scathing.
He doesn't hold back, Kieran Carlson.
No, he doesn't.
Round the wicket he goes, does Allison. That's carved away by Bracey. Down to third man, and it's gone right underneath the fielder. Fateh Singh fumbled one down there to concede an extra run earlier on in proceedings, and that has just gone right underneath him for a bonus boundary for Bracey, who moves on to 65. 281 for 3. Trying to remember, yes, it was the injury subs, that's right. I remembered Kieran Carlson had something quite strong to say about something else earlier this season.
Yeah, well, he had something quite strong to say about finishing the T20 in the dark at New Road as well.
Allison bowls a short ball, that's pulled away firmly, strongly through backward square for another boundary. So they tried the short ball, but having had for a while 2 fielders deep on the leg side, they've only got 1 now, and Bracey was happy to oblige taking it on and hitting it for 4, so the lead on to 168.
Here's what he said about the pitch at Leicester. It's not a very good wicket, considering that every batter's been hit on the gloves, a couple on the helmet.
Oh, gosh.
Off good length balls. That would suggest it's not a very good wicket. The keeper's got one on the chin. We've done well to avoid an injury.
Gosh. Allison to Bracey. Back of a length. He's played back up the pitch. Hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. And there's no run.
He's also a player who, when he bats, sometimes you can almost feel his aggression when you're watching him.
Taut, isn't he?
Smashes it, doesn't he? And I suspect if he's in that mood now, he might take a bit of shifting.
They do batter way down.
80 now, isn't he?
Chris
Yeah, they
Cook
do.
in
Chris
at
Cook's not a
8.
bad 8, is
And
he?
you've got Crane's got 100 this season.
Yeah,
Van der
yeah.
Hugten. Yeah. Chris Cook retiring at the end of
Yes, of course,
this
just
season.
announced. Yeah, been a great player, hasn't he, for Glamorgan?
And I mean, such a underrated keeper as well. Really quality keeper.
Well, they really are looking untroubled, aren't they, this morning? One slip now. The new ball was taken. It's travelled. Runs have come at a pace. Gloucestershire have gone from a first innings deficit of 117 to a position of complete dominance now in this game. As Tom Taylor comes in over the wicket, bowls, and Price drives straight down the ground. Good fielding by Waite. Second time he's done that. Moved across from mid-on behind the bowler and tumbled down. He's not a natural athlete, Matthew Waite. I don't think he'll mind me saying that. He's improved his fielding a lot over the last couple of years.
It looked like he was practicing for the cheese rolling at Cooper's Hill.
Never mind, he did the job.
I'd be great at that. I reckon he'd win the cheese, Matthew Waite. So I don't think the Hill would win the collision actually.
He's a solid boy.
Yeah.
But it was a good shot, another run for Price, and as I say, they're batting with complete freedom at the moment. As Taylor bowls and Bracey is pushing this one out on the offside. It's flat, isn't it? It looks flat now. If you just turned up and watched the last 2 days here, perhaps missed the morning session yesterday, you'd say, God, this is flat, isn't it? Bounce has been even, hasn't done a great deal.
Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? That up and down has levelled out as it often does. Actually, more often than it really deteriorates and goes particularly up. Anyway, sometimes it goes more down. But
yeah, you'd expect that. I saw something on social media last night from somebody who obviously watches a lot of cricket here. This one down the leg side, and there's a big appeal. It's obviously flicked the pad on the way through. Might have been bat. Bracey puts his head down and remarks his guard. Umpire says no. And this suggestion was, this is a typical Cheltenham pitch. How many times have we seen it? Does a bit the first 2 days and then flattens out. Well, it's a used pitch. It was used for a 50 over though, not for a 4-day. So effectively it's day 5 of this pitch today. And we lost half a day, so maybe it is typical. Round the wicket, Taylor down the leg side again. Bracey again makes no contact with it. Cullen skips across to his right to take. And there's no addition. There's a resignation about the body language out there, and there's not a lot of noise from the Worcestershire fielders. Yeah. Just a little bit of encouragement from Waite.
Does feel as though they're kind of waiting now just to see what their position's going to be, but it's still, I mean, they don't have to think about anything much before lunch, Gloucestershire.
Taylor bowls, Bracey cuts, 4 runs. Wide, cut away, past Libby at backward point. I think we're looking at, I mean, 100 partnership between these two. Bracey's played a big part in that, 73 to him. Price has just contributed 26, but they're taking the game away from Worcestershire here. And they're then in a position where they can dictate, I think, and they've earned that right. And what I mean by that is, as Taylor comes in and bowls, Bracey drives. Sweepers on either side now, so Worcestershire are just trying to contain them. Just a single. What I mean by that they're in a position to dictate is with the lead now on 174 at the end of the over, and 87 overs left in the day. It's a case of just basically Gloucestershire can decide how many overs they're going to need to try and bowl Worcestershire out, and they can make it a tall order for Worcestershire and say to them, well, if you want to win this, you've got to score at 5 and over or whatever it might be, and you're going to have to take some risks.
Yeah, because they could, you know, they're you reckon they'd be fairly sure that Worcestershire would have to go for it. So they really could.
Yeah, I don't think it draws
that rate up.
Draw's not really any good for Worcestershire.
Allison to continue. Comes in round the wicket. Bracey is forward and playing this one along the ground up to mid-on. Again, there's a good piece of fielding from a fielder straight down the ground. It's Taylor this time who gets the throw in, but they were quick to recognise there was a single on. Bracey continues to catch up to Price, 75 to him now.
Worcestershire have got to play Durham, Lancashire, Kent. I mean, teams above them. This game, they've come here and they're playing a team below them. You would think they'd have come here and they've got a first innings lead of 117 and thought, well, you know, this is an opportunity to win a game. I think the onus is on them to try and do that.
Yeah, increasingly so, because Middlesex are now 7 down at Merchant Taylor's as well. So Worcestershire will have to win to stay roughly within a win of Kent, as Bracey with Price, apologies, with the keeper up to the stumps, tries to force this away and picks out backward point. Middlesex 210 for 7, needing 146 to win. 3 wickets for Akansh Singh down there, who certainly is a
promising
cricketer who's caught the eyes. A Durham uni boy like Ollie Price. 292 for 3. Allison bowled him! Dramatic bowled him as well. That stump has been removed from the ground as Price looked to drive, and he's found his off stump, I think it is, has been disturbed. It's leg stump. It's impossible to tell from this angle which stump it is. It absolutely bangs square on, but he's been bowled leg stump, and that has come back. I know there's an inside edge there as well, but anyway, it's a good ball, and Price deservedly will raise his bat as he's walking off. I'm sure he'd have, of course, he'd have loved to have gone on to make it 3 figures, but in the context of this match, his innings in the plural have been so vital, but he's gone for 77. Gloucestershire do lose a 4th wicket with their lead on 175, and out comes Tommy Borman, having made his first half-century in the first innings, made 60 there.
Number 71 is Tommy Borman.
Allison, having taken 5 in the first innings, has his first in the second innings.
186 balls Ollie Price faced, hit just 7 fours. It's a measure of how composed and controlled his innings was. But for me, the most significant figure on the board is the lead, 175. It's still not huge. It's not. They can't declare yet.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's not enough to win a game if Kishore bowls particularly well, but I'm still hopeful that we're in with the prospect of an afternoon of jeopardy. Both sides in with a chance of winning.
2 slips, Allison to Borman, who lets his first ball go behind the stump. So see whether Borman can continue the trend in this innings. Everybody's got in. Bancroft 37, Phillips 35, Price 77, Hammond 57, Bracey 75 not out from only 88 deliveries. Borman, naturally a more positive attacking player anyway, so scoreboard wouldn't wouldn't be slow if he would be out there for a period of time, but he has to respect that one and defend it. And Allison has shown twice with this new ball that there is still some sideways movement off the surface. And the old Shane Warne saying comes to mind, if it seems it spins. He got that one that, in the umpire's estimation, was possibly doing too much down the leg side. But I don't know, he might have bowled Price the same ball and it smashed leg stump out the ground. So maybe he was feeling that proved that his LBW shout was a good one. I don't know. But anyway, it was a very similar ball. And you mentioned that action beyond the vertical, and he gets it to come in. Bowls now to Bourman, looking for the same delivery, but Bourman just defends to mid-on. So Allison, I don't know how much longer he's going to go. He's bowled 5 overs this morning, but that one a wicket-taking one, so I might feel that he wants to keep going. 292 for 4, 175 in front.
Just looking round the ground through my binoculars, see that Gareth Roderick's just gone and got a coffee from Chris Dent's coffee truck. I wonder if he charged him. His old skipper, 2 former captains of Gloucestershire. Chris Dent's coffee hut that he shares with his dad. I went and had a coffee there this morning, prepared by former Gloucestershire captain himself. Very nice it was too. Taylor round the wicket to Bracey, who drives back up the pitch. And there's no run. Done a roaring trade as Jack's. Well, I'm not allowed to say, am I? Other coffee outlets are available in Cheltenham, not on the ground, as far as I'm aware.
Well, I think you can say you went. I mean, just as I can say I
went to Tesco's.
I picked up a takeaway from Indian Brasserie down there, but obviously I'm not allowed to say much more than that.
Taylor around the wicket, bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by to Adavalath, and there's no run.
I think all I'm allowed to say is that I'm a frequent visitor of Indian Brasserie just at the bottom of Bath Road, but I won't say any more than that.
You've given it a reference, really, because you wouldn't be a frequent visitor if you didn't think it was anything.
Well, that's for the listener to decide.
Oh,
perhaps I'm just a fan of very average curry. But I'm not, by the way.
Taylor turns with the chapel buildings behind him, moves in to bowl to Bracey, who's hardly put a foot wrong this morning, and he plays this one back up the pitch. It's been really good stuff from James Bracey, both last night and this morning. He's made batting look easier than anybody else. You could argue, if the pitch has flattened out, as it was suggested by various players yesterday that it has, he's also come in at exactly the right time, because he came in when it was at its flattest. But whatever, that partnership, which just exceeded 100 between Price and Dent, has put Gloucestershire into a position of real authority. This one's down the leg side, and Bracey misses out, really, tries to swing it away, and is taken on the thigh pad, and they go through for a leg bye, which brings Bourman on to strike against Taylor for the first time. But I concur with your view, Ed Seaborn, that Price's 2 innings in this game, faced 186 balls in the second innings, but also having made just 31 in the first inning, it was a crucial partnership as well with Bourman. I think his 2 innings have done as much as anything to put Gloucestershire into the position that they're in now. I really do. Bourman's innings in the first innings was good. Kishore's bowling has been influential. Off the back foot, Bourman here defends. But I think if you would stop in the game now and you said who's done the most to get Gloucestershire to where they are, I think I'd say Ollie Price has been the most influential player. Not that it matters. But
so I'm not sure if they even do their online vote for your player
MVP
of the match type thing anymore. I'm not sure if they bother with that anymore. I don't know. Maybe they do.
Especially not at lunch on the last day.
That's true.
but I think listeners probably know what I mean. Taylor over the wicket into Bourman 4, I think. Short and wide, cut away. Is it going to go all the way? No. In fact, Libby slides and flicks it back in. So just 2 as Latigan completes the fielding. End of the over. Not too much problem in that over for the Gloucestershire batsman. Bourman has 2. Bracey has 75. It's 295 for 4, and the lead is 178.
So Bourman underway in fairly characteristic fashion. He does like a back cut. Bracey to face up as Allison continues his spell. We certainly know he can bowl long ones. He bowled a 9-over spell on day 1. That's a little over pitched. It bounds past extra cover, and that definitely will go for 4 runs away down the hill. It was a decent effort from Adavallath at short extra cover, but just took a particularly firm bounce on him as he got down to dive and over the top of him for 4 runs, but it was pretty much a half volley from Allison, and that's 4 more to Bracey, so 182 ahead. Bracey 79, Allison to him, and that's pushed away for no run. 83, the highest score in the match. D'Oliveira's 83. Adrian Thomas, I would never doubt his stats for a moment. He said that D'Oliveira had 7 half-centuries against Gloucestershire in his career, and that was including that one. Again, that 83 maybe worth rather more than that. Cutting is Bracey. This should be stopped down at 3rd man. Oh dear, there's another fumble down there. And that one, which it looked as if it was going straight along the ground, but I think previous occasions were still in the fielder's mind down there. 2 more to Bracey, and that's the 300 for the innings up for Gloucestershire. So the spectators warming to their work, the ones that are here. The stands are not really half full, but be an engaged audience. 301 for 4, and Bracey drives this one wide of mid-on. I don't know that's quite got enough power behind it to go for 4 runs, especially as it hits the particularly lush part of the outfield. And 2 more to Bracey, so he levels that score of D'Oliveira now on 83, 303 for 4. Still amazed they've got just enough of that longer grass for a rugby pitch. Chatting to the head of grounds here yesterday, and that still barely looks enough for 1.
Yeah.
Never mind the 4 that they should have here. Allison bowls, Bracey drives, skews it rather along the ground, but out to backward point and doesn't get a run there. So the lead pushing towards the 200 mark, and Bracey continuing to be in full flow.
Start to think now, don't you, about what the sort of target will be that they set. I mean, what would you... I suggested to 1 or 2 people last night you wouldn't want to chase more than 250, and I thought that was high end, really. But it does look a lot flatter.
Allison bowls, Bracey drives, but straight to mid-off, so 8 off the over. You almost start to wonder whether you could set 300 if it were possible.
Take some getting.
Yeah.
And as you said, the one thing you can't really factor in is the Kishore factor, isn't it? Because Fateh Singh hasn't bowled well in this innings for Worcestershire. Matthew Waite comes on to replace Tom Taylor at the Chapel end. D'Oliveira bowled tidily, but isn't a huge spinner of the ball. Shore is a top-class spinner, so probably as good as there is in this division, certainly, I would think. Albeit we say that, not having seen him play that much county cricket. But he's already shown in this game that he's got great control, to use Rayan Adavalath's words. He didn't miss much in that first innings, and what he means by that is everything was pretty much where he wanted it to be. Very little to work with for the batsman. And if he were to bowl 30 overs in this second innings, chasing 300, going to be very difficult. Waite bowls outside the off stump, left alone. And what I mean by that is, I can't see him going for more than 3 and over.
That's the thing, isn't it? Because I was saying this to Andy Stockhouse and the UCB Reporters Network reporter, but it's not as if he's a sort of, I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to pick a name out of the hat, but it's not as if he's a pure red ball spinner. I mean, this is a guy who bowls in the IPL. He's the primary spinner for one of the best teams consistently in the IPL over the last few years. He's got the skill to restrict as well as take wickets.
Yeah. Waite in again, bowls. Bowman leaves again. Yeah, and a really helpful surface to work with. He may have flattened out against seam, and there was a suggestion in Bears Swanepoel's interview last night that it didn't turn as much yesterday as they thought it might. But I've still got in my mind that ball that he bowled to get Brett D'Oliveira out, last ball of the innings, pitched leg, hit the top of off. Anyway, to go back to my original point, if he bowls 30 overs and he only goes for 3 and over, Waite again bowls. Bullman gets lucky, bottom edge, just runs down on the offside. Didn't know much about that. That's 90 off 30 overs, and say there, what have we got left in the day? We've got 83 left in the day, so they're only going to be batting for about 60, aren't they? So if they're chasing something near 300, that means off the other bowlers they've got to score at about 6 and over. It's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen, I don't think. That would be the way I'm thinking about it. As Waite bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
I think that's where my mind is going, to about 300 off 60 at this point. Because at the start I was thinking, because I wasn't perhaps quite expecting them to get off to as quick a start as they did this morning. I thought they really struggled to score at more than about 3 for the first hour or so, but they're well ahead of that schedule.
Waite again. Balls, and Bowman is caught at first slip. Pushes it one outside the off stump. Good catch by Allison, quite low down. He's a tall man, but pouched safely. So the 5th wicket goes down with the score on 303, and Bowman is out for 2.
And there's still the chance that
they might
it just
roll them out.
Just happens organically, and it is certainly the case that there's a little bit there still. We've seen that with a couple of balls that Allison's bowled, even for the seamers. Waite maybe just getting that to fade slightly away. Bowman, a crucial half-century in the first innings, but goes looking for runs this innings, and Ahmed comes out now at 7. Ahmed, Middleton bowling all-rounders now, so if Worcestershire could get Bracey, then it starts to look more like, well, how many can you get, as much as how many do you want?
Well, obviously, let's just rewind our conversation a couple of minutes. If you're looking at 60 overs, maybe 65 overs, if they can keep them to 250, 260, then it becomes different, because even if the spinner bowls his overs and only goes at 3s, they've only got to get maybe 5s or 4s off the other bowlers to make it realistic. It's a lot of ifs and buts, but as you say, they might do it, to use your word, organically. Got another hour till lunch. Why not? See if they can knock them over in that time. It's a good catch that by Allison, quite low down, I think.
Yeah, just scooped it up nicely.
Daz Ahmed. I mean, it's a fairly inexperienced tail, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Rao and Kishore.
Got three. Yeah,
He's
three.
going to come in and play some shots, judging by the first innings.
3 of the bottom 5 who've played under 10 first-class games.
So here's Waite into Ahmed, and he's forward to his first ball. Plays it back up the pitch. End of the over for Matthew Waite. Success for him. His first wicket of this innings. 303 for 5. A wicket maiden.
Well, 4 of the bottom 6, counting Borman as well. Still potentially a good situation for Ahmed still to be in terms of in your first-class career. You're going to have, I suppose, positions like this where you've got quite a lot to think about other than just your own innings. You've got calculations in terms of overs and runs as well. Allison runs in now to Bracey, who fishes at that one and misses it, and yeah, it continues to not be one-way traffic
Yeah, as
lately.
you say, if they get Bracey, then that really would change the complexion of this session, wouldn't it?
That's again, that's swung a little bit. It doesn't do an enormous amount, but it's
Enough.
It's, yeah, especially from round the wicket, that angle that everybody likes to bowl at left-handers from now and try and get the ball to angle in and move away. Allison in now on a length and stroked away out to backward point, and there's no run. Bracey will have also been just given something to think about a bit there, with the loss of both Price and Borman. Perhaps can't quite play with it exactly the same freedom as he was. Just not sure whether he's checking, whether he's taking a different guard now. Looks like he's taking leg stump for Allison coming over the wicket. Leg stump guard. Allison bowls to him, and this is a attempted force pass backward point. Pick out Libby again, so any time at least that Worcestershire can keep things quiet could mean, you know, 20 runs fewer to chase, something like that. It's all important stuff, even if it's nothing happening in terms of moving the game either way in terms of runs or wickets. Allison may not continue for too much longer as well, Bracey might think, as he'll take a single. So he tucks this one towards deep forward square leg. Swanepoel in off the boundary. Haven't seen him yet.
No, I think he'll replace Allison.
He's been the pick of the bowlers in terms of the figures, certainly. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 23.
Yeah, I asked him if he thought that was the best he'd bowled for Worcestershire yesterday, and he said, well, I've had better figures, but yeah, probably in terms of accuracy as well as he's bowled in a Worcestershire shirt.
Keepers standing up for Ahmed, who drives, and it's straight to extra cover where the man himself fields Swanepoel. Is he here on a multi-year deal, or
No,
just this year?
It was mainly for Red Bull initially. He wasn't expected to play in the one-day cup, but he did, and he enjoyed it. Obviously, there was a bit of fuss at the beginning, but I think it's worked out well. He's improved as time's gone on. He's done a good job, really, I think, overall.
Allison to Ahmed. That is a half volley, and Ahmed creams it through the covers for 4 runs to get off the mark. So a run of 1 run in 13 deliveries and a boundary to end that over. The lead is on to 191. He's an attractive stroke maker, is Ahmed. He's still, as you said, early in his first-class career, just 4 matches, a score of 40. He's made some important contributions with ball and bat, more so in the one-day cup, where he's just played more. He's played 13 games in the one-day cup, and he's got a more than handy record with ball and bat. And somebody that is certainly, the way that he plays his cricket, particularly with the bat, he bats like somebody that feels he belongs at this level.
Yeah.
And he's going to get a good opportunity to prove that at the back end of this season.
Yeah, if he plays the next 5. Matthew Waite to Bracey. Taken on the pad, ball runs out on the offside. They go through for a leg bye. In fact, it's not a leg bye. He got a bat on it.
Bracey might have said.
Yeah, because the umpire was raising his hand. You know, you always watch them, don't you? And they raise their hand.
I hit that,
ready to
Warfy.
touch
Yeah.
their leg. Hit it. I used to do that. I can remember doing that many times, especially if you're turning to go back for 2 or 3. If it's gone down to fine leg. Nicked it. Just so the umpire knows. Matthew Waite will bowl at the right-handed Daz Ahmed. Ooh, that kept down a little bit. He's jammed the bat down on it and squeezed it out. Just kept it out, Daz Ahmed.
Take a couple of wickets, the pitch just suddenly starts doing something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Lovely day, really lovely day here at Cheltenham College as we look out over the college grounds. Chapel away to our left, Marquees far side and away to our left as well, albeit relatively unoccupied today. Ahmed drives attractively, but straight back to the bowler. And a sparse crowd, as Ed was saying. It's like all the, how can you put it? These are the people that would have been here, whether there was hospitality or not, if you like. It's like all the sort of fringe people and bouncy castles and ice cream vans and everything have gone. And it's just the cricket, the real cricket people that stay. And Ahmed steers this down to 3rd man. And it's fielded by Fateh Singh. And they get a single. And probably the best indicator of that is that the coffee stand that's here is run by a former Gloucestershire captain and his dad. And that's here, regardless. Matthew Waite, a bit more chirp about the Worcestershire fielders since they got a couple of wickets this morning. Waite looking for a 3rd. How much they would like to get rid of Bracey, who's played so well, more fluently than anybody else in the game. Plays this up to mid-off. 310 for 5. An innings that began with a first innings deficit of 117. Keen mathematicians amongst you will have already worked out that the lead is 193. Worcestershire still hoping they can chase something under 250, I would think. And if they could get Bracey, that would be a realistic hope. Don't get him with this one. He clips it nicely up to D'Oliveira at mid-on. End of the over. As I mentioned, Bracey's fluency. The stats bear it out, 85 of 105 deliveries. Nobody's made 100 in the game. And he has been very, very impressive. As I predicted, Bayes Swanepoel is going to replace Ben Allison at the college lawn end.
I think Brad has announced that before he'd even taken his his sweater off.
Well, he was fielding down by him.
Yes, it was.
Are you
yeah.
coming on, Bowers? And he said, yeah, I'll be on. Could have been a great opportunity to trick him, though, couldn't it?
Yeah, Jake Libby's going to bowl the next over.
Yes,
just so that,
yes. I'm
actually, that is worth pointing out that the over rate has gone to -1 again. So they may have to. They may be thinking there's an opportunity later on.
I thought they only adjusted it at the end of a session.
Yeah, they seem to be doing it as it goes, don't they?
Yeah.
Here's Swanepoel into Ahmed, who pulls that one straight up in the air. It's gone way up. Underneath it is the keeper and takes the catch to Cullen. So first ball, Swanepoel bangs it in. He didn't, I say he bangs it in. It was, he hit a length, but it didn't seem as if it was a really short ball. It was maybe hit by upper thigh. Ahmed didn't know where it had gone at all. He was worried he might be about to get in the way, or the ball might be about to hit him, I think. Went so far up. But he's gone now, and with each passing wicket, Bracey's wicket gets ever more valuable, and thoughts of 300 looking a long way away all of a sudden, with 3 pretty quick wickets. Ahmed gone for 5. 310 for 6, the lead not quite yet at 200, and out comes Middleton.
Yeah, well, he's a deck hitter, isn't he, Swanepoel, as we used to call them when I played. He hits the deck hard, and he's a skiddy sort of bowler, and that one just got up on Ahmed a bit more than he thought, and he's not the first, and he won't be the last batter who is surprised by the sort of lift that Swanepoel gets. Never in control of the shot. It was on him before he expected it, and it went more or less straight up in the air. And I watched Henry Cullen practicing those catches this morning, and that's why they practice them, the high ones. Everybody thinks it's easy.
Yes,
with the gloves on. It went fairly easy, but Bright Sky took it well.
So the tall man, Middleton, out now. He's got down low first ball to defend back to the bowler. Yeah, well, it's an interesting dismissal, really. I mean, he really looked like he was trying to swing that into the.
It was on him, wasn't
into
it? It hit the bat rather than
stand.
the bat hitting the ball, didn't it?
Yeah. I'm not sure what. Again, what sort of length it felt. Relatively full. It was quite an ambitious attempt, as a full one. Middleton on the drive up to mid-on. So Sai Kishore due in next, who hit a couple of thumping boundaries in the first innings, so he might come out and bat in similar mode. Rao and Williams, so it is the bowlers to come. There's nobody that can't hold a bat there, as usual. Swanepoel bowls to Middleton, and that's pushed away out to cover for no run. But as always happens in any form of cricket, you start losing wickets and the run rate just dries up, and have to almost start all over again. Swanepoel picking up well from Allison, that College lawn end. He bowls now on that one. Again, just didn't seem to get up an enormous amount as Middleton defends out into the offside. Whether he could get one to lift now, whether there's that left in the surface. Middleton down to do a bit of tapping. I mean, he's a tall man anyway, so especially early in his innings, if there's any low bounce, that would be exaggerated. He hasn't gone for a run in this over, has Swanepoel, and he won't, as Middleton is forward and defending to mid-off. Wicket maiden for Swanepoel. 6 maidens in 15 overs, 3 for 23. And he continues to be the pick, and you sort of wonder if he's the. I mean, Rao is tall, and would be able to get exaggerated uneven bounce maybe, but Swanepoel just feels as if he might be onto them a little bit quicker. He might be the perfect bowler to extract that unevenness, and whether Gloucestershire would be able to do the same, I don't know.
There's Matthew Waite to James Bracey from the Chapel End. Bracey drives up to mid-off. Taylor fields and there's no run. Yeah, well, it's been a good game of cricket. It's been intriguing, and it continues to be, and keep us guessing. Still wondering whether it might all be taken out of our hands in terms of targets and everything else by Worcestershire just bowling Gloucestershire out second time round. Bracey works this one to mid-wicket. No run. In with a great chance, Bracey, of making the first 100 of the game. And having got naught in the first innings, no doubt he would be delighted if he could do that. But he has played exceptionally well. Tapping his bat now as Waite comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward, pushing it into the covers. Adevalath is the fielder. No run. Bit of traffic on the was it Sandford
Road, yeah.
Opposite us, but nowhere near as much as earlier days. Sunday's always a bit quieter on the roads, isn't it? Good
Build
game
up
of
with
cricket
his Sunday
going on.
lunches,
Some
though.
lads having a game out on the grass where the bouncy castles were yesterday. Good to see. Waite is in bowls and Bracey gets one, just tucking that one off his legs.
Lots of nice places for Sunday lunch in Cheltenham.
Yes, indeed.
Be busy in the centre today, I think, with the weather as it is. And the Montpellier area, they'll all be outside in their tables and bottles of wine on the table.
Good shot. Full toss hit away to square leg for 4 by a boy in a grey t-shirt. Must do better. There's a good little left armour over there bowling out the back of his hand. First yellow and red bus goes past double decker. As Waite comes in and bowls. Bouncer. Haven't seen many of those. Just occasionally slips one in, does Matthew Waite. Not going to trouble Middleton much. 6'5", 6'6". Alex Wolf, the umpire, again just telling Middleton, get off the pitch. When you walk down to prod it, get your feet off to the side and do your prodding instead of walking down the middle. Just because you've got a left arm spinner.
Might be thinking for himself at that end.
Exactly. Oh, Waite again is banging this one in, and this time it does trouble Middleton a bit. He just fends it away down to long leg, and there's a misfield by Swanepoel. So they get back for 2, which they shouldn't have got back for. But yeah, Alex Wolf's been hot on that, the umpire. 2 off that, end of the over. So Middleton is off the mark. It's 313 for 6. The annoying thing for Swanepoel is that he would have been bowling at Middleton if he'd have kept them to 1 there.
Yeah.
As it is, they got 2 and he's going to have to bowl at Bracey. But yeah, the umpire's keener than ever these days. And I think on a worn pitch with 2 spinners, 3 spinners in the opposition side, umpire Wolf is particularly aware that I don't think he did it on purpose, Middleton, but he just needed to be reminded to, oi, get your big size 12s off there, mate.
Yeah, there's been a few instances, particularly in a game like this, they're especially concerned by it. The umpires, as Bracey will steer this off to backward point. He rehearsed a big thrashing cut shot, which he possibly might have gone for had those 3 wickets not fallen. And another example of the fact that he's had to just check himself, and even if they're not scoring runs, just soak up a few more overs here. Swanepoel bowling and beating Bracey, who's outside his crease. And again, I think the suggestion that he was maybe trying to open the face there. He just felt for it, really, I think you'd say, rather than really trying to run it down. It doesn't look as if it's done masses, but it was bowled on a good line and length. When you're trying to field bat on ball, it's a good area to bowl. This is cut away, and it has got just past backward point. Hose half stopped it, and they'll take a single, so Swanepoel will at least get to bowl at Middleton now. 314 for 6. Lead still hasn't quite hit 200, 197 it is now. Lancashire at Old Trafford, 77 for 5. They made 137 in their first innings. Northamptonshire seem to be racing to victory there. Middleton will play this one very competently off the outer part of the bat down to deep third, and they'll take one. So as the throw overshoots Cullen, it's backed up by Latigan. They will add another single, 315 for 6. So Bracey straight back on strike. And the field really drops back. 4 on the boundary for Bracey. Swanepoel into him, and that's pulled away behind square. Libby is after it. It's going to be 2 runs, though, so he's got to run around the ball as the right-arm thrower. Bracey has, with those 2 runs, moved the lead to 200. So whilst I've lost 3 wickets this morning, 69 runs added, Bracey's still there. As long as he's still there, there'll be too much of a feeling of it getting away from Gloucestershire this morning, as this is flicked out to Libby once again, this time in front of square, and Bracey will keep the strike at the end of that over. So they've taken 5 runs from that one. 40 minutes to go until lunch. 78 overs remaining. So declare at lunch, then you don't lose the 2 overs for change of innings, but there might be if they decide they have to carry on after it. That might be taken into account.
I think they've got enough on there.
I think there's a chance not. Yeah.
201. I think they want at least 250. But if Bracey gets to 100, he might open up. Never know. Wait to continue. Chapel End. Bracey clips this one away down to long leg for a single. Takes him on to 91. 319 for 6. Swanepoel the pick of the bowlers. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 28. None of them have bowled badly. Singh perhaps be a bit disappointed with 18 overs, none for 78 on a pretty helpful pitch. Waite again is in and bowls, and Middleton is forward, pushing into the covers. And Davalath fielding. Hush around the ground. It's sort of we're waiting for the last innings, aren't we? We're waiting for the game to ignite in terms of tension. I mean, if Worcestershire lose a couple of early wickets, then the Gloucestershire tails will be up and the fans will get buzzing and they'll be sniffing victory. Equally, if Worcestershire can have a good start in a run chase, I'll fancy their chances. Waite bowls, Middleton drives through mid-wicket. Won't go all the way, but he'll get a couple. Maybe even 3, actually, as Libby has a long way to run around. No, just 2. Nice shot. just timed through the gap.
He may have an important part to play with the ball as well. Bowled tightly in the first innings, took a couple of important wickets right around the time Gloucestershire were really staring down the barrel of a massive first innings deficit.
Weight bowls outside the off stump. Characteristic little grunt as he lets the ball go. Taken by Henry Cullen. But yeah, in stark contrast to that 150 all out, 321 for 6. Bracey 91, but Worcestershire have done quite well this morning, given that Price and Bracey started so well. I've pegged them back with those wickets. Wait, again outside the off stump and again left alone. So what have they added? They were 248, weren't they, overnight? 321 now, so
73.
73 in nearly an hour and a half. I think it's been fairly decent from the Worcestershire bowlers this morning. Wickets, obviously the best way to slow a scoring rate down as weight bowls again outside the off stump. Keeps a bit low, that one skids through to Cullen, end of the over. And it's 204 the lead. Just over half an hour to go to lunch. Brett D'Oliveira comes off for a break and Kashif Ali goes out to field. An alarm going off somewhere, a siren.
Yeah, it was the hospital
Isn't
just
it?
over the way.
I had an operation in that hospital once.
Hmm?
I had an operation in that hospital. Had my Achilles tendon dealt with many years ago. I was still playing. Mr. Ainscoe was the surgeon. I remember it very well. Did a good job.
Just want to put around the wicket. Bracey! Has he nicked that and it's gone short? Or
Didn't carry it.
Yeah, it hard to tell whether he edged it and it was short or if it was just a play and miss.
See if he looks back.
Swanepoel didn't go up at all,
No.
but they make that noise. Worcestershire seem to be a sort of yelping team when they feel there's been a nick. There's not a sort of roar, it's more like a yelp. They made the yelp.
It was close.
Anyway. Swanepoel in full driven. Out to deep cover. One more to Bracey. 92 he has.
This is more like what I expected from Worcestershire this morning in terms of sweepers out on both sides, making the batsmen work for their runs. And what they're doing particularly is letting Bracey have one. And having opened up an end by getting Price out and taking 2 more since, they've won a bowl at the batter who's just come in.
Swanepoel into Middleton, who has left that one alone. On through to Cullen, who's continued to keep excellently. It was another good take on the half volley in that first ball of the over where Bracey was either beaten or not beaten. He's picked it up well, and it's especially hard because he's right on the edge of the College square as well. Swanepoel bowls to Middleton, who covers up, plays defensively back to the bowler, so 5 from 15 deliveries from Middleton, but he really did have to go out there and keep Bracey company. There were, especially whilst Price was there, there really was the feeling that Gloucestershire could get close to 300 even at lunch, but I don't feel as though that's going to happen now. Swanepoel to Middleton, who plays it out towards backward point, thinking about a single, but definitely not there. Libby away to his right. Completes the fielding. There is no run. Taunton, by the way, Essex have lost 4 wickets this morning after It seemed as though it was all doom and gloom overnight as far as the locals were concerned. No chance of affecting a win on this pitch. Swanepoel bowls for defence from Middleton. That completes the over. Jack Leach has 5. He's bowled 48.5 overs, 19 maidens, 5 for 62. Essex are only ahead by 56 runs, 7 wickets down. 48 overs from Leach, 31 overs from Vaughan, because Gregory's only bowled 2 overs. He might be crocked. Of course, they think it's happened second innings, so he can't be injury replaced.
Yeah.
The change in regulations. Yeah, remarkable figures for Leach there.
Well, there are so few spinners around who can produce that sort of performance, aren't there? Weight bowls. Bracey again given a single off the first ball of the over. Moves on to 93. And I still maintain, I've said it for a long time now, a balanced side has at least one finger spinner, if not 2. Or maybe 1 and an occasional spinner. Somerset, it's almost perfect, isn't it? Because they've got Leach, who's always tight and always tidy, and then Vaughan, who is a batter, but he's a bit like his dad, really. Maybe even a bit more of a full-time bowler than his dad. A proper batter who's worth a place as a batter, but also bowls really decent spin. Bit like you've got Ollie Price here. Middleton defends this, no run, and it just gives balance to the side. And said for quite a while now that Worcestershire haven't had that. Josh Baker coming through, promising left-arm spinner. Got Fatis in now, quite inexperienced, but just to have somebody that you can chuck the ball to. White bowls. Middleton defends again and say, bowl me 10 overs from that and then only go for 2s. You know, even if it's with a defensive field, pick up the odd wicket. Just gives a captain a certain amount of control, and there's so few around like that. Harmer's done it for years for Essex, of course. Liam Dawson has done it. But there aren't so many around. And you can see why they're not coming through, because they just get biffed in youth cricket. Weight bowl short, Middleton hooks, and hooks for 6. Worth a try from Waite. He's got Libby out on the boundary, but it just cleared his head. Tom Moody might have caught it.
No, definitely worth a try, especially after we saw Ahmed hit one straight up, and it is the longer boundary. I mean, it's still not long, but
it just cleared Libby, didn't it? It was on the boundary, down in front of us. He took it on. Waite's not quick. It sat up, but it was a genuine attempt to get a wicket, I think, rather than just a bad ball. Paid the price. Short outside the off stump, shortish this time, and left alone. So Middleton goes from 5 to 11 with that 6, and the lead has gone up to 212. But I think Worcestershire have exerted a bit of control in the last half an hour since they have taken those wickets this morning.
His second first-class 6. I was thinking he might have too many, but yeah, number 2 for Middleton.
Didn't really get hold of it enough. Gone for it again here. This time it's flatter. And Waite hands on head, because again he would have had hopes when Middleton took it on, but it bounced once in front of Libby. So the end of the over, Middleton's kept the strike. He's gone to 12, and Bracey is being made to work hard to get to 3 figures, but it remains an outstanding innings. And now we're going to see some spin.
He's sort of gone into the mode, Bracey, of having been in more boundary mode. He's now just ticking it along. So 1 over of Libby this morning, that's all we've seen spin-wise, and now we'll see Fateh Singh, who will bowl from the college lawn end where Sai Kishore bowled from, but most of Singh's bowling has been from the chapel end. So this will be our first look at, a proper look really, to see what, if anything, this pitch might do. And Singh will come round the wicket to Middleton, who is forward to defend that first one into the onside. A strange one, really. I mean, are you at the stage yet, probably with over 200 on the board, you're at the stage where if you're Gloucestershire, you actually want to see it doing a decent amount.
Yeah.
You've got those runs now. Middleton.
Short leg side boundary. He's only got to in length a bit, and he'll take him on, I reckon.
So I went forward to that last one and then played it off the back foot, off the front foot, if you see what I mean. This is a sweep shot from Middleton out to the leg side boundary. 1 run is taken, so 331 for 6. 214 is the lead. Bracey on strike, who carted Singh for 2 sixes in a row to start an over yesterday evening, and then back cut him for 4 later on. Now faces up, Singh over the wicket, loops that one up there, and it's too full to know whether it would have turned at all. Bracey will move on to 95 with a cover drive. I say 95? 94. It's already gone on the board. 332 for 6. Slip in place. Singh bowls, Middleton back foot defence up the onside of the pitch. I don't think we've seen one do very much at all in this over. Singh bowls, that's short and cutting as Middleton. He will keep strike at the end of that over as Libby gets the return in. So 3 off the over. No signs of anything ragging there. And it's 3-3-3 for 6 as Bracey and Middleton, they've had to take a bit of time, but just steadied things after some quick losses. 23 this partnership is worth, and it's a while back when we were saying a 20 partnership is maybe not 20, but yes, but certainly 30 or 40, yeah. Oh, a score of 20 definitely was.
Yeah, the game's changed massively since day 1, first half of day 2. Weight from the chapel end, bowls to Middleton, works this one away on the onside, just be a single as Libby comes into field. Again, Middleton has come down hard on 1 or 2 balls that just suggests that the pitch has still got a little bit of variation in bounce, but most of yesterday we felt that the bounce was fairly even. Bracey just checking his guard as he prepares himself to try and get these 6 runs that he requires to register the game's first century. Don't think we'd begrudge it to him, he's played so well. Wait round the wicket to him, he's in, and he turns this one away on the leg side for a single. Began the day, did James Bracey, on 45. He must have travelled to the ground this morning thinking, with a chance of getting 100, I think, and he battled. Probably you're not counting your chickens, but it's flattened out a little bit and you're in good nick, and if you can get through the first half hour this morning, you're going to be into the 60s maybe. He's played really well. Middleton is forward to this next one from Waite, playing up to Taylor at mid-on. The scoreboard is almost illegible with the sun on it. Put the binoculars on it, can read it. Bradders was saying the other day, somebody's going to make a lot of money, but the first person that invents a screen like that can be perfectly legible when the sun's shining on it will make a fortune. As in comes Waite, and this one is edged down to third man by Middleton. Sing fields. Throw comes in, single taken. Bracey now within one blow of 100. He's on 95 off 120 balls, which might not sound particularly quick by modern standards, but in this game, it's extraordinarily fluent from the left-hander, and that is with him being made to work very, very hard in the last half an hour or so for every run. Plays this next one away on the onside. No run this time. This very wide setup, Bracey. His stance is very, very wide indeed, and then he sinks down, he bends both knees as the bowler approaches, but it means that when he plays forward, he can play forward by just transferring the weight onto the front foot or vice versa to go back. Weight round the wicket, Bracey drives, diving stop by D'Oliveira at mid-on, they get a single, takes him on to 96, and he keeps the strike. End of the over. Gloucestershire 337 for 6, leading by 220.
I just had a look at the latest wicket at Old Trafford. Lancashire 82 for 7. Joe Moore's out obstructing the field. I'll have a
find some details
see,
on that.
Yeah, my suspicion is he might have touched it with his glove, as that goes down as that now, but I've yet to see from the BBC's excellent live text service what exactly has happened. I haven't done my usual plug for the live text for those watching on the Gloucestershire stream. Singh is in over the wicket and cutting his Bracey. It's spinning away behind square. There's a dive on the boundary which keeps the ball in. Bracey sprinting back for a second run, which he will get. And his score up to 98. The lead is 2-2-2. Particularly on a day like this when there are a lot of exciting finishes and narratives around the country as Bracey works this one to mid-wicket for no run. Now, if you are watching us on the live stream, then I would definitely recommend the live text service. Just get yourself to the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Singh bowls, driving into the ground. And back to Fateh Singh is James Bracey. 98 to his name. The field's tightened a bit, but there's still sweepers out on either side. He drives here. Should only get the one. Long barrier out there at deep cover, so 99 for Bracey. 340 for 6. Bracey scored his first Cheltenham 100 in that tie 2 years ago, and it was a double 100 as well. First of back-to-back unbeaten double 100s for him 2 years ago. So that comes off pad from Middleton down to short fine leg. So no run there. Still no sign of anything misbehaving. This is more back of a length from Singh, turn behind square on the leg side. Quick work round the boundary. Out at deep mid wicket. Latigan out there. Far distance and one run to Middleton. So he'll keep the strike on 17, 341 for 6. The lead is 224, so no big shots for a while, other than that short ball that Middleton picked up over deep square. It's mostly just been strike rotation.
It's by Swanepoel at the Chapel End, replacing Matthew Waite. It's going to be about 250 at lunch, isn't it? So it's interesting. Just what you fancy they can feel comfortable with as in terms of a lead, Gloucestershire. Now, it'll be interesting to see if Middleton takes on Swanepoel if he bangs it in short, because he's that bit quicker than Waite. Comes in now and bowls. In fact, Middleton drives a fullish delivery up to Waite at mid-on. I mean, you've got to leave yourself time to take 10 wickets, haven't you? How long do you need? I reckon, what have we got? We've got overs left in the day. 71. 60?
Mm-hmm.
Does it take 10 wickets? Swanepoel over the wicket bowls. Middleton steers this down into the gully. Artigan fields. And there's no run. 50, 55.
I mean, again, it's as you say, it's almost more about run rate as well, in that you'd think Worcestershire have to go for it, whatever wickets down they are. But I don't know, I mean, you know, I suppose if it gets down to unrealistic proportions, then they pretty much have to take the draw if they could get it anyway.
Swanepoel in bowls. Middleton pushes up to mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, I do think they will. They surely will bat on after lunch.
Got to try and win, though, haven't they? Both teams got to try and win. Goodness me, look at the colour of that van that's just come in.
Oh, glad I got my sunglasses on.
It's, I think it's
Shocking pink.
Swanepoel bowls. Middleton drives up to mid-on, no run. It's to do with the caterer that was looking after one of the marquees, I think, yesterday. They'd come to probably take their stuff home, take their stuff away. Clear up day. Bradders was telling me that in the tent down where he's doing the public address today, that the team were telling him that when it comes to clear up at the end of the game, Swanepoel bowls and Middleton drives in the air past the diving Latigan at backward point, deep gully, and they get a single. That when the clear up begins, it's all hands to the pump.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody is involved. Everybody. Doesn't matter what your status. So here we go, Bracey on 99. I'll let you take over, Ed, in time-honoured fashion.
Okay.
Not something I've had to do very often this year. Talk him through to the first 100 of the game.
He's only got one ball this over to get it, and everybody's up, apart from third man and fine leg. Swanepoel bowls and Bracey defends. Back to the bowler. There's no run. So 342 for 6, end of the over. That Joe Moore's obstructing the field. It is, I think, the Graham Gooch style one, where he, by the looks of the text service, he's played it into the ground and then just instinctively reached back and caught it, and then and Goochmore punched his, didn't he? But
yeah,
it's that, and it goes down as obstructing the field, but would have gone down as handled the ball back a few years ago. No idea why they changed that. Seemed very weird. Singh in round the wicket, that just pops up a little bit as Middleton plays it into the onside, but nobody in that close.
I appealed once in a league game. I was captain, I was fielding at mid-off, and somebody did that. He played it down into the ground and it popped up from a leg spinner.
Singh, flighted delivery, Middleton forward defends.
Popped up and he caught it, and I appealed, and the umpire upheld my appeal, and they went absolutely mad at me, the other team, even as I walked off for tea.
Middleton again on the front foot, blocking.
Accusing me of all sorts. And I just explain, you know, we did not know where that ball was going. It could have bounced and spun back onto the stumps. Can't do it. I maintain to this day it was the right decision.
Singh bowls. Middleton advances, slightly yorks himself and flicks it to deep mid-wicket. Takes a single, 19 to him, so that moves Bracey back on strike. One shy of a third championship 100 of the summer. Singh to Bracey's forward, running it into the covers, and he gets there off his 128th delivery. It's a Cheltenham ton for James Bracey, the first 100 of the match. He's played positively. He's allowed Gloucestershire the opportunity to set this game up. There was still plenty of work to do when he got to the crease. His innings has ensured Gloucestershire's lead is up past 200 and continues on its way. 227 is that lead as Middleton goes back and tries to help it into the onside, but I don't think that one turned at all. Despite the appeal, no, says Ben Peverell. So first class 100, number 19 for James Bracey. Coming off back-to-back 1,000-run seasons, which is just increasingly hard to do with 14 games.
Absolutely.
3 tons last year, with an unbeaten 150 previous year, 400s with those back-to-back unbeaten doubles. And he's got his third 100 of this campaign.
And he's on strike now against Bias Swanepoel around the wicket and taken on the pad. Ball skids through to the keeper, appeals all round. It bounced in front of the keeper, appealing for LBW. Looks half decent shout.
Just outside the line.
Outside the line. Just outside the line. That's what saved him. Possible tiny little lapse in concentration having reached the figures. Very understandable.
Has just come back as well.
That'll be enough to just make him pinch himself and say, concentrate, don't give it away now. Just want to pull in bowls and he's back on it, driving up to mid-on. Need one of those little elastic bands around your wrist to just flick and just say, come on, don't give it away now. Played so well.
We'd have eyes on another unbeaten one. It's quite a lot of his hundreds of late have been unbeaten ones. In fact, he had 3 consecutive unbeaten scores of 150 plus in terms of when he reached 3 figures, he went on.
Taken on the pad again now, and again an appeal as he tries to work this one away on the leg side, but that one was going down, I think.
So yeah, but going back to that Cheltenham tie, it's 4 of his last 7, I think, hundreds wise have been unbeaten ones.
Oh right, okay. Good chance of that again today, actually, as he drives up to mid-off. Been a fine innings from Bracey. The best innings of the game, I would argue. Although, actually, you've got to, when you make a call like that, you've got to take into account the conditions, and you could probably say that D'Oliveira's innings against the bowling that he was facing and the way the pitch was playing at that time was also highly skillful. Bracey drives this one up to mid-on. But it's not been easy. I don't think, you know, we can say it's flattened out all we like, but it's not been easy at all for Bracey. And the Worcestershire seam attack has been superior to the Gloucestershire seam attack. However, Psyche Shaw has asked more questions of the batters probably than any other individual bowler in the game. Swanepoel is in round the wicket. Bowls to Bracey, who drives up to mid-on again, D'Oliveira fields. And that's the end of the over. I think Worcestershire have been quite tidy this morning in their cricket. And they've picked up the 3 wickets to fall this morning. The men out Price for 77, Bournemouth for 2 and Ahmed for 5. Bracey is the constant. 100 not out. That was a maiden from Swanepoel. And we've got just about time for another 2 or 3 overs before lunch. The lead is 227.
Yeah, I mean, really through the first 45 minutes or so, maybe even longer than that, it looked as though it really was going to be Gloucestershire having it all their own way. Sing to Middleton. It's a strong shot along the ground. Down to long on. The bottom hand into play and picks up a single. 345 for 6. Still, nothing's really gone for Singh. Bracey, reverse sweep. It's gone to first slip. Bracey isn't going anywhere, and the umpire says not out. And, well, Alex Wharf is staring at slip and keeper from square leg as if to say, what do you expect me to do about it? But, I don't know, first glance, it looked as if it had come off his boot. But anyway, down the pitch comes Bracey, drives to mid-on. It is stopped by Tom Taylor up there, who just has to get down and hope for the best, really. Take a single. 346 for 6.
Bracey said he hit it into the ground, I think.
Middleton forward, tapping away into the offside. Quick single is well taken to Adavalatha. Cover. I can't tell.
Singh's in the way, isn't he?
It does look as if it goes down, but whether he hit it into his boot or the ground, it does. I don't know whether I'm seeing things. A little puff of dust there, maybe, and that could have been what happened. Singh round the wicket, drops it short. Bracey pulls it fiercely in front of square for 4 runs. He had to get into quite a low position to hit that one. Whilst it was a drag down, it did skid a bit. He picked his spot well, long way in front of square, and has a boundary that brings up the 350 for the innings. 234 runs is the lead. Singh to Bracey, goes back, runs it away to backward point. There won't be a run there. And that is the end of the over. So 4 minutes left until lunch. They may not be able to get 2 more in. In a way, Worcestershire don't want to get the overs in, but at the same time, I suppose they're going to lose a point as it stands, with the over rate being at -1. So if they go any slower about it, well, is it, in a way, you've got to play for the 16 rather than the 1, but in an ideal world, you wouldn't have to be thinking about that.
Swanepoel to Middleton. That one kept a bit low and he jammed down on it, although it's hard to say for certain because he's such a big man that he has to come down quite a long way to a ball that might not be really keeping low. Maybe a tiny bit. Just prods it out on the onside. Yeah, maybe. Chin height, knee height. Not a good sign for Worcestershire. Swanepoel again is in, bowls, and Middleton is forward, pushing out on the offside. Again, tidy from Swanepoel. He's been pretty accurate throughout this innings. 19.2 overs, 3 for 30 with 7 maidens. Good figures, isn't it? 351 for 6 though.
Those figures really stand out even more so than Allison's in the first innings.
Yeah, they do. When you look at alongside them, Oliveira is called into action at mid-off here. He's gone for 1.5 and over, and everybody else has gone for more than 3, apart from D'Oliveira, who bowled those 6 overs last night. Singh's gone for 4.27, which is, I think, it'll be disappointing for him on a pitch that has really offered assistance to the spinners. Swanepoel on the mark again as this one's played up to mid-on. Yeah, I mean, go back to the first over of the day. Libby came on and we all immediately thought, goodness me, maybe they've already come to some sort of agreement about what they're going to chase. And I still think, you know, that there is a world in which that could have happened, where a longer chase was set up by an agreement of that kind, left alone this one outside the off stump. But it doesn't happen often these days, does it? That sort of thing. Not at all.
It's almost never.
It used to. Just doesn't seem to be part of the game anymore. There were captains that were well known for their willingness to enter into such agreements to try and set up an interesting game, especially if there'd been rain interruptions. Another maiden from Swanepoel, and we're going to have one more over before lunch. It's 12:59 on the board. They used to say when the umpire gets in, didn't they, to the stumps? But these days, I think they make that decision sooner. Although Alex Wolff is dawdling, they're going to have one more.
I think they'll get it by
another
20 seconds or so. Yeah. 8 out of 20, 3 for 30. So one more over of Singh. Round the wicket he comes to Bracey, drives and is frustrated that he's not found the gap through the covers. He lets you know if he's irritated by something, James Bracey, whether he's batting or keeping. Wears his heart on his sleeve. Sweeping, and that's been whacked away. That's 4 runs. A powerful sweep. Again, well in front of square, knowing where the sweeper was positioned. And 4 to him. 12 fours and 2 sixes in this innings of 109. Lead 238. Another sweeper back on the leg side. Singh bowls paddle sweep from Bracey. That may well go away for 4 runs. It just skips away on the first bounce and down to the boundary for 4 more. I don't know if it's just a case that Bracey's feeling that Singh can be got after anyway, but I don't know if they could get 250 at lunch. That was what seemed to be suggested this morning. Well, they would be there with another couple of boundaries. 359 for 6. They lead 242. Field changing every ball at the moment. Singh bowls to Bracey, goes back and turns it back to the bowler. Again, he's there's an irritated waft of the hand to say that should have gone for 1. There's only fielder on the 45 saving the single on the leg side. He goes back and cuts, but that'll be stopped at backward point. So there's no run there. So they won't get to 250 at lunch unless there are some extras. So this will be the last ball of the morning session. Bracey on 113, and he'll finish the session on 114 as he dabs into the covers. The last ball of the morning brings up a 50 partnership as well between Middleton and Bracey. Not an insignificant partnership, as it was still under 200, that lead, when it came together, and they'd lost Price for 77, Borman for 2 and Ahmed for 5. 3 wickets falling for 18 runs. And there was just a moment when you thought, well, Gloucestershire are just going to have to be a little bit careful here, and they were. They took their time. Middleton hasn't raced along for his 21 off 50, but he's done an important job, and applauds Bracey, who will lead everybody off. don't know that there's really the sense that that is the last time Bracey will leave the field, but they will, I'm sure, have their discussions at lunch. The day started with Gloucestershire at 248 for 3. They've moved on to 360 for 6. With that lead of 243, we'll see what happens in the afternoon session. Umpires making their way off as well.
I had a message about 45 minutes ago that I've only just seen from Graham Waldron. He said, can I just turn up after lunch and pay on the gate? The website isn't very helpful. Yes, you can, as far as I'm aware. £15, I think I've been told it is. But yeah, I think you can. And who knows, Graham, you might have an interesting finish to see. Anyway, we'll be back in around about 35 minutes' time to see what happens. Until then, thanks for being with us.
Number 55, Ed Middleton. Number 25, sponsored by Clifton Coffee Roasters, James Bracey.
Still bright sunshine here at Cheltenham College for the second session of play on the last day of the 2026 festival proceedings. Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire in the County Championship, and Gloucestershire, as you will have heard, I don't think it was any great surprise given what happened in the few overs before the lunch break. Gloucestershire are batting on, so we've had the lunch break here. We haven't had any lunch up here, but of course we'll soldier on bravely.
Oh dear, no.
And of course it is. Never mind, we've got a 10-minute change of innings at least in the not too distant future, I suspect. So anyway, we'll get a chance to eat. We've just gone 2-ish. So Swanepoel will bowl the first over after lunch. 360 for 6. Round the wicket he comes to Bracey, who gets this one away fine, and that will go for 4 runs. Just a little outside edge, which went wide of first slip and sped away for 4 runs. So 247 is the lead. There are 65 overs minimum remaining after this one. We will lose 2 for the change of innings. Now that's pretty cut and dried. So 248 from 63 would be the marker if they're declared now, as Bracey whacks this one way up in the air. That's going to clear the mid-wicket boundary. They're ducking for cover in the stand out at deep mid-wicket. That was a powerful swing of the bat. Towering 6 for James Bracey, who moves to 124, and that's the lead, not just past 250 but up to 253. And Frank, that's I suppose an indication. I don't think this is going to last for long.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
4 overs, maybe 3-4 overs. Yeah. Swanepoel bowls to Bracey, who has got nothing on that at all. Or was it? I don't know. It sounded like it was a bottom edge. Yeah.
Bounced in front of the keeper.
I'm afraid I couldn't pick up the ball as it went through, but it sounded like there was a noise. So bottom edge, as he tried to cut it. And it either way was stopped by kind of an outside edge even.
Bounced in front of the keeper, didn't it?
I don't know if he really took pace off. Yeah, he did. It was a off-cutting, slower delivery from Swanepoel, who bowls now, and Bracey cracks it away to deep backward point. Ben Allison is fielding, sent in the one bounce throw, which threatens to go over the top of Cullen, such as the firmness of the ground.
He's kept well, hasn't he?
Really well. It's still only those 4 byes, isn't it, when the ball just went sideways on him off Swanepoel. 371 for 6. Middleton on strike. He's got 21. Bracey to 125. 2 balls remaining in the 111th over of this innings. Swanepoel to Middleton, who turns it into the onside. Finds the hands of Adam Hose at mid-wicket. I still got to day 4 for me to say this. I still can't see Adam Hose without thinking of Adam Jose. And they convinced the PA announcer at the Oval that was how it's pronounced. No, I didn't, but you can probably imagine which of our colleagues managed to do this. On to bat, Adam Jose. Short pulling. This one is Middleton out to deep square, and they'll take 1 run. 372 for 6.
When he was at Warwickshire, presumably.
Yes, I think it was a quarter final in the T20 between, there were probably Birmingham in those days and Surrey, and I think it was the public address announcing of Johnny Barron, Churchy, and somebody managed to convince him that there's an accent there. They just haven't put it put it on. Introduced in a T20 quarter-final. Adam Jose.
Well, Brett D'Oliveira's going to have a bowl at the College lawn end. Taking one for the team, because he knows there's going to be a bit of stick flying around, or you could say he might just pick a wicket up. They've obviously got something in mind in terms of a target. 255 the lead. D'Oliveira bowls, and a cut from Middleton and a misfield from Taylor. 2 men behind square on the offside. Quite close together, and it was cut towards the 2 of them. Spun on Taylor, and he stuck a left hand out and misfielded it. It's kind of like, it doesn't matter, doesn't it? You know, if you know what I mean. Because Worcestershire think, well, it doesn't matter who bowls, it doesn't matter what we bowl. In the sense that as D'Oliveira bowls and Bracey drives out on the offside for a single, they've got a figure in mind of what they're going to get before they declare. And, you know, that might happen in the next 5 overs, or it might happen in the next 3 or 10, I suppose. So we're just waiting as D'Oliveira bowls and Middleton cuts. Straight to the fielder out on the cover boundary. Just one.
Oops.
Oh my goodness, Jake Libby has tumbled over. It's not.
D'Oliveira's in stitches now.
Jake Libby takes the applause of the crowd. He went to throw the ball in and he slipped, and he just did a complete gamble. And they nearly came back for another, but they didn't. Second time we've seen something like that. Bracey goes for the reverse and hits it straight to the fielder. A high risk element to that shot with 2 fielders there. Didn't get under it, got a single. It doesn't appear to be the most natural reverse sweeper. He's played so well, Bracey. Not just the first 100 of the game, but the most fluent innings of the game. 127 now, off 150 balls, as Middleton whacks D'Oliveira through. Extra cover for 4. And as I say, we're just waiting now. I don't know what the target's going to be. It could be, the lead's 263.
Is it runs or is it overs now?
275 maybe. 64 left in the day. Or will it be, as we suggested all along, D'Oliveira bowls again. Middleton goes for a big swing and misses, taken on the pad. 300 off 60 has just got something about it, hasn't it? And it could happen in the next 4 or 5 overs. But anyway, that's the end of that over. Total has gone up to 380 for 6. The lead is 263. 64 overs left in the day.
Well, there might be some who would blame Gloucestershire for batting on, but I'm not sure there'd be many who would blame them for batting on a little bit longer. From if you've actually watched what we've seen this morning, Swanepoel round the wicket, bowled him. So Bracey's innings is at an end on 127. He was clearly in the mood to try and clear some boundaries after lunch. Maybe a little, bottom edge, I think, onto his leg stump, which is uprooted. But another wonderful Cheltenham innings for James Bracey. 127, 14 fours, 3 sixes. And those that can are on their feet for him. .380 for 7 with the fall of that wicket, so there won't be another unbeaten 100 for Bracey, but it was a case that he was just after quick runs. Another wicket for Swanepoel, though, yeah.
Could get a 5 for you, couldn't he?
4 for 42. Yeah, It was, I suppose actually we've seen it twice now, haven't we? Ahmed hit one straight up and Bracey swung over the top of that one and got a thick bottom edge onto the stumps. It's not the easiest to pick the length up off this, especially with Swanepoel bowling. So another left-hander comes to the middle. It's Sai Kishore, who ended up unbeaten in the first innings. Faces up to Swanepoel. That's dabbed away to where a second slip would be. Quick pick up and throw from Cullen, the keeper, but Middleton home anyway, even if the throw had hit. So Kishore off the mark to his first delivery. Made 13 not out in the first innings. Clubbed a couple of boundaries straight down the ground off Swanepoel. So Middleton becomes, I suppose, the senior batter out there, as Swanepoel bowls to him and he gets bat on that. And again, Cullen will do the fielding himself from the keeper position, but there's no slips in place. So again, scrambling through for one. The lead moves on to 265. Again, were they to declare at the end of this over, there would be 61 overs to score those runs in. Again, that wicket of Bracey will just check a bit of that momentum as Kishore comes walking at Swanepoel, and there's an extraordinary amount of leverage in that cut shot. There's a long swing of the bat. He cuts it out to deep cover for one more run. So he's made his way of operating, I think, fairly clear with that advance down. Swanepoel to Middleton, who drives aerially, but I think he's going to get four. Down the hill, short boundary, deep point can't track across. So four more to Middleton. It's, well, as I said, this could be so interesting, this chase, because it's felt as though the ground's been playing rather smaller today. The first couple of days, fast outfield and short boundaries, but we didn't see many boundaries. But today it started to look more like the small ground that it is. Swanepoel bowls into the pitch down the leg side. It's come off maybe some part of Middleton's body. He wants two, which is well run down to fine leg. It will be leg byes, but back for another couple. So 272 in front at the end of that over. So do they like round numbers? Will it be 60?
300 of 60.
Well, they've less the change of innings, so it would have to be, unless they can score. Unless they can score. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's something like that anyway.
Yeah, those sorts of proportions.
D'Oliveira will bowl to Kishore. And believe it or not, we're chilly again, aren't we, up here on the balcony? The sun's bathing the ground, but we don't get any sun at all on this balcony. And the wind's blowing a bit. D'Oliveira is in and bowls. Kishore actually defends this away on the onside. Taylor fields at mid-wicket. Who'd have thought when they began this innings that Gloucestershire would be setting a target near 300 down the leg side from D'Oliveira.
Which, of course, it's okay for him to do, but not
exactly.
for Kishore.
Yeah. Mad, isn't it? Bowls again. Kishore is down the pitch, driving, not entirely convincingly, up to long on. Wakefields, they get a single. Middleton, I fancy, will go for something on the leg side here. Does that sort of bottom-handed, it's a sweep, but it's not particularly elegant the way that he plays it. Played it before lunch quite well. Might go for that. And goes for a pull instead as the ball hurries onto him and he misses it, taken on the pad. Big appeal from D'Oliveira, but not upheld by umpire Peveril. Leg by signalled.
He did go way across and then step back again, but yeah, probably just going down still.
D'Oliveira bowls and Kishore has a swing down the leg side and doesn't make contact. Cullen takes.
There is still the negative bowling aspect.
It's mad, isn't it? Although it is over the wicket, I suppose, and he is right-handed. This time, Kishore does get the bat on the sweep, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. End of the over. Middleton having a look, and there is the declaration, I think. So there we are. And it is going to be 60 overs is the key, isn't it? Because they're going to lose 2 between the innings. Worcestershire will need 279 from 60 overs.
That's the number, or numbers. So it was 60. We always like round numbers. So we'll very briefly run through the card because hopefully you'll excuse us, but we'd quite like to have some lunch. So 127 for Bracey, contributions from elsewhere are plenty. 77 from Price, another vital innings from him, especially as they were still well behind when he came to the crease. Half century from Hammond as well, likewise very important. They just lost the openers in quick succession, were still best part of 40, in fact just over 40 runs behind when they came together. And then that 100 from Bracey and a very useful contribution from Middleton at the end there. Bowling figures wise, Swanepoel very much the standout. 4 for 51 from his 22 overs, a wicket apiece for Taylor, Allison and Waite, all of them going for just over 3 and over. Singh 23 overs, none for 103, and D'Oliveira got through 8 overs. Jake Libby just bowled the 1 this morning, which Frank understood.
Yeah, well, because Tom Taylor, apparently, we had all sorts of reasons for this. And they agreed on, was it going to be declaration bowling, etc. Tom Taylor was going to take the new ball, which was due, but he wanted to change ends. He'd bowled the last one from the other end before, so he had to. We had to get an over in from somebody, and Libby bowled it, and then they took the new ball, and then Allison bowled, and Taylor came on at the college chapel end. So that's what it was. That was the reason for it. We found out eventually, and it wasn't really that important at all.
Right, we're going to have half a sandwich maybe, and we'll be back in just under 10 minutes time. The target 279 to win for Worcestershire from a minimum of 60 overs. Well, the stage is set with 279 required by Worcestershire to win from 60 overs. Again, Gloucestershire could bowl a few more than that if they so required. And we thought that Sai Kishore would come into the attack quite early. I wasn't quite sure that he would open the bowling, but he's going to. So it'll be Kishore from the College lawn end, where he's bowled the vast majority of his overs in this match. Gloucestershire declaring on 395 for 7. And it is Ed Seaborn and Frank Watson with you on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Gloucestershire live stream. Take you through to what could be a thrilling conclusion to this match. We've got an hour and a half's play before tea. Latigan and Libby, the openers for Worcestershire, with Latigan to face with a short leg and a slip. Kishore round the wicket, and oh, I think he's been dropped first ball. It was off the face of the bat to Borman at short leg, and that has just carried. It was a ball on leg stump. It wasn't really a ball that you'd have said was a really venomous wicket-taking delivery, and he's just flicked at it, and it's just carried to Borman. Kishore just angles another one into the pads of Latigan. He's happy to kick that one away. Well, didn't take long. There's just only a tiny bit of turn. It's just run almost off his wrists up his arm, and he almost had a chance to clutch it to his body. Kishore in, Latigan, oh, skews a mighty yahoo away out to deep backward point, and they'll take a single. He only just got bat on that and saved himself, and of course still could have gone anywhere, but there's no field at backward point. Goodness me, they only need 4.7 and over. Extraordinary start. It's one without loss, and now it's Libby on strike. Kishore between the umpire and the stumps into Libby, who drives and misses. It was a confident shot first ball. It was really quite wide. It did turn, but it was from very wide that it started. Only 4 balls into the first over. There comes Kishore, bowls to Libby, who allows that one to go through to James Bracey. So tall. Kishore, he's a proud stance, very upright in his height as well. Bowls now to Libby, who steers that away towards backward point. Shout of no as Middleton stops it. Well, Worcestershire have just about got through that opening over. One without loss, requiring a further 278.
Yeah, well, as you said quite rightly, we thought he'd bowl fairly early and didn't necessarily think it would be the first over, but it was, and he asked some questions, as he will continue to do. Will Williams will bowl from the College Chapel end. Latigan hadn't faced Kishore in the first innings, and having not faced him, was dropped off the first ball that he received from him at short leg, and off the third one he decided he was going to try and smash him out of the attack, and he edged it down to third man. So it was eventful stuff. And then Libby played an un-Libby-like shot to his first ball. So it was not the first over necessarily that we expected. Will Williams will bowl from the Chapel end to Latigan with 2 slips and a man on the drive at short mid-wicket, which both teams have used frequently in the game, and yet there haven't been any catches taken in that position yet. Latigan gets a single off the first ball of the second over, pushing it into the covers Miles Hammond fields at mid-off. Game on. Worcestershire set 279 to win in a minimum 60 overs. By one-day standards, it sounds like a fairly straightforward chase, I think. With Syker Shaw liable to bowl a high proportion of those overs, it's going to be a very, very tough ask for the visitors. Williams to Libby. Punches it down into the ground. It bounces up into the gully area and is fielded by Phillips, I think, is it?
Yep.
And there's no run. Bright sunshine, blue skies, beautiful setting, not a huge crowd. And Gloucestershire on top after conceding a first innings lead of 117. With Williams bowling and Libby turning it on the leg side for one. In fact, for two, as Aman Rao has quite a long way to come round from long leg. Returns to Bracey, who played quite beautifully for his 127 in that Gloucestershire second innings. Second top scorer was Price with 77. There's also 50 from Miles Hammond and 30s from Phillips, Bancroft and Middleton. Big score, 391 for 7, which allowed them to set Worcestershire this target. Libby defends the next one from Williams out on the offside. And the score remains 4 without loss. A further 275 runs needed for victory. An unlikely target, in my opinion. Williams again is in, strides in, bowls to Libby, and on the back foot Libby defends, back up the pitch. Four without loss it remains. Bear Swanepoel deserves mention for his efforts in the Gloucestershire second innings. 22 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 49. Excellent effort from Swanepoel, and that includes being whacked for 6 just before the end of the innings. Williams again bowls outside the off stump. End of the second over. Less eventful than the first. Worcestershire are 4 without loss.
I guess the good news for Jake Libby is he can pretty much go into 50 over mode here, which sort of target and rate that you'd well, I mean, you'd certainly fancy your chances. As you say, the 50 over matches that we had here both went down to the last over, with the Nottinghamshire match being slightly lower scoring. I think there was the feeling that Nottinghamshire were quite a long way short with their 2-7-9. They were bowled out with 9 balls to spare. And Gloucestershire got there after 100 from Bracey with 5 balls to spare. And I think there was the feeling that both sides possibly could have, well, Nottinghamshire could have scored more and Gloucestershire could have chased it more easily. But second game, just over 300 apiece again. Northants bowled out. Here's Kishore to Latigan, and that's worked into the onside to Hammond at mid-wicket. So I suppose accounting for a red ball, no fielding restrictions, all that sort of thing, it's about right for what we've seen in terms of keeping both sides very much interested. Kishore bowls paddle sweep from Latigan. He's got that away. It's spinning down towards the fine leg boundary. Phillips will come across well from deep backward square and stop it from going for 4. Latigan will take 2 runs.
Yeah, and you mentioned 50 over mode, and that's Libby's forte, really, isn't it? 4 consecutive hundreds, as you know, in the 50 over competition. So he will be comfortable in that respect. But
Kishore round the wicket, bowls Latigan forward, smothering it to short leg.
red ball, not white ball. Duke, not Kookaburra. And all that involves in terms of the seam and everything else. And Sai Kishore on a worn pitch. I think it makes it slightly more difficult.
Kishore to Latigan, that's a quicker delivery, which he goes back to and defends back to the bowler.
And yeah, it's just different, isn't it? It's just a whole different scenario, really. As you say, if it were a white ball game with fielding restrictions, this target would look very gettable.
6 without loss. Bancroft at slip, Borman at short leg. And there's a slower delivery, which is driven hard up to Williams at mid-off. And there's no run. Probably, by the looks of things, may not get as much turn as he did in the first innings, Kishore, so he's going to have to rely on his variations, which he's already cycled through within his first couple of overs. Get a bit quicker. Latigan happy to go back and play it from the stumps. It's a good over, but a much more secure one as far as Worcestershire were concerned. It's 6 without loss after 3 overs. It's also not the sort of target where you feel you've got to go hard early. You know, it's not going to build up to a rate that's unmanageable for a while. You know, you could face 7 maidens and it would still be closer just about to 5 than 6 and over.
It's it goes against everything I've ever really understood about cricket pitches, that a dry pitch, I'll just break off as Williams comes in again and bowls outside the off stump, left alone, that a dry pitch that's offered extensive turn in the first innings offers less turn later on. I don't think I've ever come across that, as far as I'm aware, before. Just like, I've known pitches flatten out, but in terms of actual turn on a worn pitch, it goes against all logic. Williams again bowls and Libby again defends up to mid-off.
There was a match at Hove. I think it might have been the end of the 2023 season, I think, where this happened, where they left. And there it was different, because it was visibly the case that there was a lot of loose stuff around the landing area for the spinners. Definitely turned more on day one than any other day.
Here's Williams again in, bowls. Libby again is just in behind this and pushing it into the covers. Middleton Fields under his sun hat. May well have a bowl soon, the leg spinner. But you can understand exactly why Gloucestershire have done with Kishore at one end and Williams at the other. 2 men who, between them, took 7 of the Worcestershire wickets in the first innings. Libby off the back foot, forcing square on the offside, but Phillips tumbles down to his left at backward point, deep gully, does the fielding. Remains 6 without loss. Worcestershire needing 273 more runs to win. And there's 4 of them, because that one is the first bad ball that Williams has bowled over, pitched on Libby's leg stump, and he just tucks it away. Meat and drink to any professional batsman, a half volley on leg stump. All he had to do was make sure he missed the fielder at mid-wicket, and he did. And it's his first boundary, and it takes Worcestershire into double figures in this second innings. 10 without loss.
Williams bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28 when it was Gloucestershire in a far more positive position than they were here, but earlier in the season at Wantage Road, where they fought back, they managed to set Northamptonshire 191 to win in about 40 overs.
That's the end of the over. Williams' last ball is full outside the off stump, left alone by Libby, taken by Bracey. 10 without loss off 4 overs.
But it showed actually he has played plenty of 50 over cricket. In fact, he's even played T20 cricket for Gloucestershire this season, Will Williams, when they suffered a raft of injuries for the second half of the competition. And of course, they had Duan Janssen for the first half. So the bowling attack looked completely different. Played his first T20 matches for 4 years, Will Williams, but he did also bowl a fair amount in the one-day cup, but it did show that game how tricky Williams can be to get away with a red ball in this sort of mode. Kishore in down the pitch, Latigan, and just defending into the onside. Quick on his feet, and nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you go down, it doesn't mean you have to smash it just because you use your feet, and he worked out that he couldn't go through with the shot that time. Kishore into Latigan, it goes back, appeal for LBW, imploring the umpire is Sai Kishore to raise his finger, but he won't do so. I think it's just outside off stump, actually. It has straightened a bit, or more than a bit, but that needed to turn back more than that to strike Latigan in line, and it may have been going past off stump anyway. But that has done enough, certainly from Kishore's point of view. They're going to take cover out now, and we'll get a leg slip with nobody between a deepish mid-off and backward point.
I like that from the bowler. I think that's very good.
Tempting.
It's
Latigan
saying
through
to
the offside.
Latigan, I think it's turning, even if it really isn't. It's saying, you can hit through there if you want to.
2 sweepers on the leg side. Kishore to Latigan, who goes back and carves it away through that enormous gap for 4 runs. So first ball,
good cricket,
that didn't work.
Around. Yeah, but it's good, isn't it? I love to. We talk about red ball cricket and why it's so much more interesting than white ball, where you just set your fields and try and bowl dots. It's just Kishore saying, I want you to hit it through there, and Latigan doing so, but not how he's expected to, because he's gone on the back foot.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It was the length more so than the width. Kishore fuller this time, flicked hard up to mid-on. Ahmed knows he's pretty much just going to have to wear that one, even though it was hit along the ground. He's ensured there was no ricochet off him, so a dot delivery, but certainly came out of the meat of the bat from Dan Latigan. Kishore, slower delivery, bat and pad close together. Just squashed off into where a silly point would be, but they've got 3 close catches. That's not one of them. Would have been short of a silly point anyway, but more than enough here in his first few overs. Kishore to have him up and about and excited. In now and bowling, Latigan kicks it away. And again, pitching way outside leg stump. It was a similar delivery actually to the one that he had a flick at and was put down first ball at short leg off. So 3 overs for 7 for Sai Kishore. Worcestershire 14 without loss after 5 overs. So predictably have not really been able to get off to a flyer, but they're seeing off these first few overs, and if they can conserve wickets, then at least it's in their hands as far as how much they want to have a go. And Gloucestershire, if they can't take take wickets before tea, it's then in Worcestershire's hands, and you're almost taking wickets only to restrict.
Yeah, it's great. It's really good, isn't it? Now this next hour is going to be fascinating. Really good, hard cricket, top class spin bowler, young left-handed opener, very inexperienced. Williams bowls. Libby gets 4 down to backward point. Steered it. All he had to do was make sure it missed Joe Phillips at deep gully, and it did. Rolled away down the hill to one of the almost empty marquees for a boundary. Yeah, fascinating. I mean, Kishore, experienced, talented, tall, long fingers, wrapping them around the ball, exerting quite a bit of spin on it on a helpful surface. Williams bowls again. Libby steers down to Phillips this time. And Latigan, young left-hander, very inexperienced, very raw really. First season of red ball cricket. Still an overseas player. Worcestershire have put a lot of faith in him as a young man. And very, very excited by his potential.
What's the time frame now in terms of
1 more year?
Qualification? 1 more, right.
I think 1 more year as an overseas. But yeah, very excited by his potential. He likes playing with Libby, feels he's learning a great deal from opening with Libby. Hasn't got 100 yet, got 80 odd at Derby in the first game of the season. But, you know, what great experience. I know he'll say it himself, playing against Kishore in these circumstances. It's all part of becoming a seasoned professional, isn't it? Learning and great experience. And, you know, I suspect coming into the game, you're not missing anything, by the way. Williams has adjusted his field quite significantly for Libby. Comes in and bowls, and Libby whips this one away on the leg side to Ahmed, who's gone out onto the leg side boundary as though he was going to bang one in short. Takes a single. Just coming into the game, you hear that the opposition have signed Kishore for the last 6 games, and if you Dan Latigan or Henry Cullen, I suppose, or someone like that in the Worcestershire side, and do you think, oh, what a pity they've signed this guy and it's going to be more difficult, or do you think, oh, actually, what an opportunity to play against a bowler like that? Williams bowls, Libby, beg your pardon, Latigan steers this square on the offside, and there's no run. I think generally players tend to say, you know, you want to play against the best. You want to test yourself. That's what really makes it exciting. 19 without loss then, Worcestershire. The target is 260 runs away now. As Williams comes in and bowls to Latigan, and he edges it past the diving second slip down to third man for 4. Didn't know much about that, could easily have gone to hand. Well bowled, Will Williams, 23 without loss, Worcestershire. But it's not been a straightforward 23 without loss. We watched Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips open the Gloucestershire second innings yesterday, and we commented on how they made their first 30 or 40 without any real alarms. Well, that's not been the case here. There's been plenty of alarms, and almost another one as Latigan gets another boundary down to third man off the edge through the hands of the diving Bancroft at second slip. 8 runs from 2 balls, but no real credit to the batsman because they were both edges. Soft hands, maybe you could say he played them with, but Worcestershire have gone to 27 without loss. But unlike that Gloucestershire innings that I was talking about, there have been quite a few alarms.
It's already been 12 runs through third man.
Yeah. Stop
This
it.
innings. Yeah, I mean,
I can't stand it when people get obsessed with third man.
Yeah, well, it's infuriating, those last two balls for Williams, because I guess there is that knowledge that it's less likely to carry anyway. But yeah, as you say, they were genuine edges, both a long way short. Second one just bursting through the hands of second slip. Kishore to continue into Libby on the back foot, blocked away to cover. Raises that bat above his head after most deliveries. Jake Libby. Even James Bracey towers over him. In comes Kishore and bowls, and again, they're feeling as though they're happier to play Kishore off the pitch this time. It felt you had to get a long way forward, big stride, and try and cover the turn in the first innings, whereas now they're happier to go back against him. Much happier to play spin off the pitch, English players generally, as this is run out to backward point by Libby, just riding whatever turn and bounce there might have been wide of the off stump. So 3 dots to start this over, 53 left after this one, and 252 more needed. Kishore in on the back foot, cutting as Jake Libby out to the boundary for a single. Some results that I should mention: Kent have beaten Middlesex by 46 runs at Merchant Taylor's School. The last 2 wickets falling in 2 balls for Matt Parkinson, after it looked as though Tom Helm and Joe Cracknell might well threaten that substantial target that Kent set Middlesex. Full ball, whipped hard down to mid-on. Diving save from Ahmed, who has already had to field 1 ball smacked at him, but that one he only had to make up ground quickly as it was hit blisteringly hard, but get down and judge. That was that was coming. Kishore tried to bluff him there. He let out a huge grunt of effort, then bowled him a slightly slower ball, which was defended back to him. So 4 overs for 8. Another over of Kishore ticks by. I wonder how many of the overs from that College lawn end he'll get through by the end of this.
Just keep
going.
going.
Bowl all the way through 30 overs. I mean, Jack Leach has bowled 50 overs or so for Somerset. I also mentioned Lancashire. Northamptonshire have beaten Lancashire by 316 runs. Lancashire all out 137 and 129 at Old Trafford. So it's been a bit of a decisive move from the top 3. Durham continuing to extend their lead to the point they'll could be mathematically up long before the end of the season. They've won 6 out of 9 now, and Kent, who've won 5 matches, only lost 1
after starting the season, so but lost to Worcestershire.
And Northamptonshire 4 points behind them in 3rd.
Libby steers the first ball from Williams' next over down to backward point for a single. Worcestershire move on to 29, I think, now, without loss. 29, and Libby goes to 13. Scoreboard almost impossible to read without binoculars, not because it's tiny, but because the sun's shining on it and the numbers are very faint to the naked eye. Latigan, left-handed, on strike, bat raised, waits for Williams and drives the ball straight back at him. Good fielding by the bowler off his own bowling. Just the one slip now, Bancroft, who is wide. I don't like it, personally. I've always said if you have one slip, he should be at first. I think too many balls go through the gap between keeper and slip, but having said that, Latigan has twice edged Williams down to third man, and both times it was quite wide. Bracey's now going up to the stumps because Latigan was batting out of his ground. Can't do that anymore. Williams is in and bowls, and Latigan is pushing it out square on the offside. Ahmed busy again at backward point, moving across to his left to do the fielding. Fascinating game developing here. Worcestershire need a further 250 runs to win, and we have remaining in the day 52 overs after this one, so it's well within the realms of possibility. It's Williams bowls, and that's a beautiful shot from Latigan, easily the best shot he's played. Slightly over pitched on leg stump and just clipped beautifully along the ground through mid wicket for 4. Fine shot. He hasn't looked particularly good in this game, Latigan, it must be said, up to now, and I don't think I'm doing him a disservice saying that, but he is a very attractive player to watch when he goes well. Just nudges this one up to mid on, and there's no runners. Kishore does the fielding, and he's attractive and quite destructive as well if given the opportunity. Still very young. Williams in again to him, bowls, and he's forward to this, pushes out on the offside. Fancied a single, but then quickly changed his mind as Middleton moved to his left in the covers. End of the over. Good over from a Worcestershire point of view, 33 without loss. Remember the target, 279.
There's only 3 matches left in play as Leicestershire have beaten Glamorgan by 42 runs at Grace Road, with Ian Holland 24 overs, 12 maidens, 5 for 19. He's a nightmare to face, I'm sure. Well, he's certainly caused many side fits, especially after moving to Leicestershire, but it'd be interesting to see the fallout from that game in terms of those comments about the pitch, and of course even if it's rated as just below average rather than poor, if it's even below average, the hosts get 0 points from that match. So anyway, we'll see in that regard. Only 2 other games. Hampshire are 216 for 7 at the Utilita Bowl, needing 62 more to win. I think you'd have to say if Hampshire don't win that, they look as though, especially as they're playing Yorkshire, it looks as though it may well be Division 2 cricket for them next season. Change of bowling at the College lawn end. Kishore is out of the attack and Daz Ahmed is on to bowl. First ball from him is guided to backward point by Jake Libby for no run. Wonder if this is a switch of ends. Yeah, see whether something more might happen from that end. I seem to prefer the College lawn end in the first innings. Maybe 1 or 2 more have really gone from that Chapel end, including the one that he bowled to D'Oliveira in the first innings. Ahmed in a shorter ball, cut away, and Libby will be frustrated there. He doesn't whack his leg very hard with his bat, but until he was cross, because that's his strong region, and he carves it straight to Hammond at cover.
Just a bit early on it, wasn't he?
The bowler of the College lawn. 77 down on there.
So I think we might be the only game going for, well, certainly after tea. What a surprise, Cheltenham, the last game to finish. That's never happened before, only every single year. No, wouldn't have any other way. Not quite sure what was going on there, but Ahmed and Williams involved in a lengthy discussion. Ahmed didn't seem best pleased with something. He runs in now, ball's driven away. Good half stop from Hammond at short extra cover, which earns a round of applause from the members down below us. That really was a lovely cover drive from Jake Libby that looked as if it was heading towards the boundary. Hammond just getting down in time. They take a single. So 34 without loss, 245 more required. No breakthrough as yet for Gloucestershire in the 9th over.
We've been talking about the cloudless sky, and there's now quite a lot of clouds in it. This perfect sort of blue sky with cumulus cloud dotted around it. I've just looked at the cloud. I'll break off for one ball.
Ahmed's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, who stands tall and punches it into the onside. Hammond fields once again at mid-wicket.
If you saw this sky in a painting, you'd think it was just too perfect. You'd think the artist got it wrong. It's like wallpaper. It's almost like very even cloud distribution on a perfect blue sky. It is almost like wallpaper if it was designed to be sort of perfectly symmetrical. It's just amazing, absolutely amazing.
Ahmed, keeper up, bowls. Latigan again, back foot, strong front elbow comes out. Doesn't get a run up to Williams at mid-on, who's noticed something else. As Williams, in fact, he seems to have noticed that the ball is not to his liking. It's clearly enough of an issue that umpire Peverell is going to go and consult with umpire Wharf. He's
got the handcuffs out.
Yeah.
It's
going through that one. He's tossed it to his colleague.
Well, get on with it.
I'm not sure what that was about. William's still trying to make his case.
So, talking to my mate Ben Sanderson, and he said, if I keep asking you...
You need to start earlier rather than later as well, don't you? It's no good doing what both these sides have done in this match and get to the 70th. Yeah. Not that this match is going to get to the 70th over anyway, but wait until there's only a few overs before it be changed. Start talking about it. Ahmed bowls. Latigan slightly uncertainly comes forward to that one and plays it to extra cover. So just a single off Ahmed's first over. Kind of expect Kishore to march along to that chapel end and resume the bowling. Got his arm round his skipper Bancroft, and yeah, that is certainly what's going to happen as Borman is going to put the helmet back on. Kishore's going to see if he can, he's going to bowl over the wicket as well. So he's very much looking for the repeat dose from the end of the first innings where he bowled a bit of a gap ball to end that innings. But of course he knows if he bowls it down the leg side at all, it's going to be a wide, which again I think is probably what umpire Wharf is reminding him of here.
Anyway, he comes in over the wicket to Libby, and he has to play that one out on the offside, off the back foot. But as you said, he's playing it off the pitch, and that is probably preferable from his point of view to having to reach forward to a ball that might turn and take the edge. Provided he reads the length right, of course, he lets that one go outside the off stump.
almost at the 50 over chase.
Yeah, 34 without loss. Worcestershire needing 279, remember, to win. Oh, and that one does turn past the outside edge and is taken by Bracer, who whips off the bails, but really good.
It's done too much, that's really gone.
Quite scary from a Worcestershire point of view, that one. That's absolutely unplayable. And again, Gishore bowls. Libby manages to get a single off this one, just nudging it up to mid-on. That's what I was thinking of when I was looking at my sky. A Tintoretto painting. There you are.
Okay.
Just what I'm getting at. Not that I'm a particular student of fine art, but
I was in Venice over the
were you?
winter for a long weekend. Yeah, just admiring my
First time?
Tintorettos. No, I've been there on an interrail trip, but yeah, like extraordinary.
Amazing place, amazing. Kishore over the wicket to Latigan. He's gone big, Latigan. He's gone very big. He's gone way over. Long on for 6. He's hit the ball into the bouncy castles, or where they were yesterday. Great shot from Latigan. Statement of intent. Hitting it with the spin, of course, the left-hander, with Kishore going over the wicket. But that's given the spinner something to think about. It might have encouraged him, actually. He might quite fancy that. Think, well, if you're going to have a go at me, I'll just vary my pace a little bit. 45 without loss, he bowls. Latigan turns a quicker ball away on the leg side for a single. So good from Latigan. Keeps the strike. End of the over, 46 without loss. Worcestershire need 279 to win. Yeah, I've only been to Venice once, and I've always said, of all the places that I've visited, it probably lived up to expectations more than anywhere else. You're going down the Grand Canal on a gondola or on a boat or whatever, and you look around you, and it's like being in a movie, because it is exactly the same as every time you've ever seen it.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't change.
When I got the ferry across from Marco Polo Airport, and it arrived late. And it really was like, this is not real. There's nobody else here as well. It was like there's just absolutely nobody around. I went in mid-December. Extraordinary.
Fantastic place.
I was actually staying just across from Tintoretto's home, in that part of Venice, the old ghetto. Anyway, here's Ahmed round the wicket, bowling to Latigan, who stays down on that one and pushes into the covers. There was a random set of 3 wides that had appeared on the board in the previous over, which confused things a bit. It's 42 without loss. I don't know where those came from, but they've been.
Didn't it?
Well, yeah, they've got rid of them now.
42.
At 237 from 50 overs, they've got it down to. Gloucestershire needing a wicket. Ahmed to Latigan, who leaves alone. Ahmed from round the wicket. Don't know that was particularly tight a leave.
So Ahmed under a Tintoretto sky, we can say, can't we? People will think, what on earth are they talking about?
It was around about that time they started concerning themselves over skies and things. We weren't interested in any of that before. Ahmed bowls looking to drive his Latigan, but his toe ended it to mid-off. So what have we got? Just under 50 minutes until tea. So it'll be a fairly lengthy final session. You can, of course, get more overs in the last hour as well. But
could be interesting.
At the moment, Worcestershire will be delighted with this position. 42 without loss. Ahmed bowls, Latigan drives. He's squirted it away down fine. And Middleton, I don't think, is going to get there. He won't. He had a a bounce at the last moment anyway, but I'm not sure he'd have quite got there on line. And it's 4 more runs down fine on the offside. It's been a very productive region for Latigan. 46 without loss. 233 more required. And there's going to be a change of personnel. Middleton, many strengths as a cricketer, as we've seen in this match with wickets and important runs, but he's probably not the quickest round the boundary. So he's
good
now
in the ring, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a good
dives.
pair of hands on him, because he fields in the slips quite a lot, especially for the twos, and he was at third slip at the start of Worcestershire's first innings. Ahmed bowls, and Latigan again is playing it fine down on the offside. Phillips switching places with Middleton. Get to this one and keep it to 1, but they've got 5 off the over, which is just about what they need.
Yeah, I think they're probably looking for more than 5 off the bowlers other than Kishore. But you were saying it's a good start, and it is a good start, of course. I think where they would feel they'd really made Gloucestershire rethink is if they got 2 seamers on together. You know, if Kishore or Middleton were withdrawn from the attack completely and they went seam only.
Ahmed into Libby, a slower delivery, which is wide outside the off stump. Libby had to think about going at it and then left it, so over completed. 232 to win from 49 overs. There's often been a big partnership followed by multiple wickets falling in this festival. Gloucestershire will rely on that happening again, even in the Gloucestershire innings of 395 for 7. It started with an opening partnership of 74 and then 2 quick ones. They need something from their overseas Indian international spinner Sai Kishore,
who will be bowling to the left-handed Dan Latigan with no short leg anymore. Leg slip and ordinary slip. He's bowling over the wicket. He's not happy with his field. He's asking Bancroft to change it. He isn't changing it. He's got a man out on the cover boundary. He's got a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. He's got long on back. Is he going to bowl a bit slower? Bowls to Latigan. Cuts, but can't beat the fielder at backward point.
Wasn't an easy piece of fielding, that, with the spin and the bobble. Yeah,
fielded it well, hit it well too, didn't he? So slip, leg slip, man on the drive at short mid wicket. Only 2 others inside the circle, if there were a circle, if you know what I mean. 3 on the leg side boundary. Latigan cuts this time, despite another very neat piece of fielding by Borman. He picks up a single. 48 without loss, Worcestershire in their second innings.
It's that sort of player, Latigan. If he comes off, you know, especially in this lineup,
he'll score quickly.
Yeah.
Kishore bowls to Libby, who cuts for a single out to Phillips on the cover boundary.
Because then, you know, Libby can just
Nerdle.
bat at the pace he bats at. Yeah, he can. D'Oliveira could do the same when he comes in. Take some pressure off Adavalath as well.
Yeah, the longer Latigan can stick around, the better. Faces again as Kishore bowls, and he's cutting again down into the ground. Well fielded by Bancroft at first slip. The thing about Latigan, he's got that 80 at Derby. He actually was the most consistent of the top order in the first few games, but he hasn't gone big yet. Kishore bowls, and he's dabbing this one down on the onside. And somebody needs to. I mean, Libby's the man that they can play around, sort of anchor role, as he's done, so well in the 50 overs. And it, as you pointed out, statistically and sort of in terms of the length of the innings and so on, it's going to be like that, although conditions are different. But you need somebody to be a little bit more dominant at the other end. Latigan has gone big again, and very big, over long on for 6. Beautifully struck, last ball of the over. He's got some confidence for a young man, hasn't he? And that is a super shot, and it brings up the 50 for Worcestershire. And it's come in 50 minutes in 12 overs. That's a great start to this run chase. 279, remember the target. They've made a good start. They're not there yet, but Latigan refusing to be dominated by Sai Kishore. And Kishore has just congratulated him on the shot. Whether that's a ploy or not, I don't know, but he's actually patted him on the back and congratulated him on that shot. Nice to see.
Base of the scoreboard. I thought it might even hit the scoreboard when it was hit. It had a crash off the unit that it comes in. So again, something for Gloucestershire to be concerned about as Ahmed resumes to Libby, drives. That will beat backward point. That's 4 more. Out to the deep backward point boundary. 59 without loss. That region that Libby's so strong in off the front foot this time. And the concern as well, not just the wickets column, but the speed that these runs are coming at. They starting to move this required rate down, even from where it started. 220 to win. Ahmed to Libby, driven through cover. This could be 4 more. It's running out towards the boundary. Hammond won't get there, and if Hammond can't get there, no Gloucestershire fielder can. 63 without loss. And it is looking as though these two are starting to feel this much at home. They can really get on the front foot now, rather than just even being neutral, as it were. Haven't seen Aman Rao yet this innings. Ed Middleton, there are still options for Bancroft to turn to. Ahmed into Libby, wide of the off stump, left alone.
It really has flattened out, hasn't it?
Seemed that way.
It really has. A pitch that on day one looked almost more worn than it does now. It's just really strange.
I mean, it wasn't the case with the turn, but again, I've mentioned it many times through the 4 days. We've probably got some new listeners maybe from elsewhere. As Ahmed runs in, bowls full, driven back towards Ahmed, who will stop it in his follow through. You don't have to look too far back to that Tide affair 2 seasons ago, where Gloucestershire were 88 for 8, I think it was, at lunch, bowled out for 179. Glamorgan made 197 in reply, and then bang, 610 for 5 declared, and 592.
Amazing.
It can happen here.
Yeah, sure can.
Ahmed running in, bowls. Libby tries to power this one through the covers, and there's no run as Hammond completes the fielding at cover. Never quite got to that stage, because that pitch just became so easy paced. I mean, people like Northeast and Bracey and Bancroft, Labuschagne just touching the ball, and it was going for 4, just coming on beautifully, which probably still now it's lower bounce because of the dry conditions compared with 2 years ago. Ahmed into Libby, and that's turned away into the onside. Libby will keep the strike with a single. The end of that over, fielded at deep forward square. 9 runs off Ahmed's third over. 3 overs for 15.
Kishore runs in from his fielding position to talk to the captain, Bancroft, about the field and the strategy. He's keen, isn't he? He wants to. He wants to influence the. I mean, well, he's coming off. He's coming off. We're going to see Aman Rao. So whether he'll go at the other end or whether it'll be what I just said about a bit of a moral victory for Worcestershire if they get seamers on at both ends, with Rao having started, with Kishore having started, bowled the first over of the innings and almost got a wicket with the first ball of the innings.
Yeah.
Which Latigan played through the hands of short leg. But what I was going to say is he doesn't look like a player who's just turned up, you know, and he's here and he's going to get a nice pay packet and play the last few games. He wants to be involved. He wants to play a big part, but he has been withdrawn from the attack, and we're going with seam from both ends, unless he comes back on at the College lawn end, which he might well do. But they would have hoped to have made a breakthrough by now. But at the same time, Worcestershire won't be counting any chickens. 35 minutes till tea. As Rao bowls his first ball of the second innings, and Libby tucks it down to long leg where Kishore does the fielding, and they take a single. So Aman Rao on debut.
Yeah.
Still looking for that first wicket. Be a good time to get a first fifer. He'd settle for one at the moment anyway. Settle for Latigan's wicket. Latigan beginning to look a little bit threatening. 39 not out. Libby on 25. Just the one slip, which again is something that Worcestershire will be pleased about at this stage. Rao from the Chapel End bowls, and Latigan is turning this one on the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we will have how many overs before tea, do you reckon? If we've got seamers on at both ends, 13 gone, 46 left.
They
Just
should be
over
getting
half
through
an hour.
8,
Probably
shouldn't they?
another 8 before, which will be 38 in the last session. So another 8 if Worcestershire score at 3 or 4 and over, say 4 and over for those 8. Going to be close to 100. Rao bowls, and Latigan is pushing this one behind square on the offside. Good fielding by Phillips. Had to run 10 yards to his right, picked the ball up, tumbled over, but so quick was he, so keen, so quickly off the mark towards the ball that Latigan's call was no straight away. Middleton thinks that deserves a high five, so he jogs across from mid-wicket to give him one. Rao in, bowls, Latigan off the back foot, smashes it through the covers for 4. Bit of width, cracking shot by Latigan, not going to miss out on that. Moves to 43. And Worcestershire to 69 without loss.
He really is starting to dominate, and just the height that he draws himself up to, the force of his stroke play, the confidence of it. Be unsettling as a fielding side.
Rao round the wicket. Short, heaved away by Latigan on the leg side. One bounce. I think he might have had his heart in his mouth then for a minute and thought he picked out Phillips on the leg side boundary, but he hadn't hit it that well and it bounced in front of the fielder. Takes a single. 70 without loss, Worcestershire. 209 more runs required. Plenty of time. Pitch flattening out. Anybody's game. Libby on strike over the wicket now. Rao bowls. Libby works this one away on the leg side. Straight to Middleton at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Good over from a Worcestershire point of view. 6 runs came from it. Latigan has 44. Libby has 26. And Worcestershire are 70 without loss. They need another 209 runs to win from a minimum of 46 overs.
Ahmed has taken his sweater from Peveril. I think it is going to be Kishore again. He's going to change ends back to that College lawn end. Be further discussions as far as field placement. Latigan on strike again, so I suppose he's asking Latigan to hit him over a longer boundary from this end, even if maybe I don't know whether he'd rather bowl from the other end. We saw one turn past Libby's bat. That's really about the only one we've seen really rag. So maybe in terms of restriction, and also may feel it may take a mistake in terms of a shot from Latigan to remove him. Better to bowl from this end with the dimensions. He's still not happy, Kishore. He still wants to talk to Bancroft about something. Kishore, a reminder, is the captain of his side Tamil Nadu in India, so plenty of nous about him, and he's going up to his skipper here, Bancroft, and offering further suggestions, further changes. It's been a long time between deliveries here. He's 29 years old, Sai Kishore. His 55th first-class match. Fantastic record, 220 odd wickets as he's pushed back to the bowler to start his new spell from the College lawn end. There's no run as it's played back, 227 wickets at a bit over 24. Kishore bowls, loops that one up, and it's in the air, but there's no fielder at mid-on, so Latigan's got plenty of scope for not needing to keep it down. Take a single down to long on. 6 fours and 2 sixes in this innings from Latigan, with the 2 sixes being off Kishore, who first innings was going at 2.5. He's going at just about 4 in this second innings. Nobody could really take him down. There was too much going on, really, to think too much about trying to hit him. They've been much more comfortable to play him off the pitch second time round, and even have a bit of a dart as well.
Look at the leg side he's left for Libby.
Yeah. Deep backward square mid-on. That's about it, really. Libby cuts, going through for a single, which they'll make with Rao fielding at backward point. So they'll have to change over again.
7-2 field.
207 required from 45.5 overs. There were thoughts of... I'm sure there've been some pessimistic Worcestershire fans out there thinking about falling like a pack of cards. Worcestershire certainly not doing that, far, far from it. Kishore in down the pitch. Latigan, he's hit this one a long way up and a long way back. He's happy to take on the longer boundary over wide long on, and he has cleared it by a distance. That's his biggest 6 easily, and it's his 50 from only 48 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Exactly the innings Worcestershire would have dreamt of him scoring at the start of this run chase.
That was a great shot, wasn't it? Given the distance and the field that he set Kishore, that was a super shot from Latigan. Beautiful strike. hit with great cleanliness, confidence.
He hasn't looked in much bother against Kishore since the first over. He was dropped at short leg first ball of this innings, as this is tossed up and turned to mid-wicket for no run. And then, was it third or fourth ball, he came
Skewed
really
it off the outside edge to third man, didn't he?
went hard at Kishore, both in terms of running at him and swinging violently. Final ball of this over, Kishore tosses it up, and just a gentle roll of the wrists will pick up Latigan one more run, having pushed the field back, apart from just a slip and a leg slip. Plenty of space there working with the turn. And it is 79 without loss, which means exactly 200 required from 45 overs. And not that far before teed, you'd have thought Gloucestershire would have wanted. Don't know, I was thinking back to the last match they won on this ground in Championship cricket in 2021, where they took 6 wickets in the final session to beat Middlesex. But you'd have thought they'd have wanted at least a couple, if not maybe 3 before tea. But at this point, they'd just be happy to break this one.
Rao bowls to Latigan. Looks to turn this one down to long leg. Big shout from Bracey. Leg by signalled.
Well, maybe just
It's
height, was it?
It's that line again, isn't it? It's the fact that he's delivered it from so wide.
He's come a long way across.
Honestly, I think it's that line again. But
but then it was given in the previous
occasion.
innings.
Yeah. Strange one. Anyway, it might be height. They got a leg bite. 80 without loss. Rao into the right-handed Libby, and that is, as you keep saying, Ed, strong area for Libby, short outside the off stump. Just got a man back there now at wide third man, so he only gets 1.
If he was only told he could play that shot and a defensive shot, he'd still score hundreds.
And the clip through mid-wicket, I suppose, is the other one. But the other thing is, in white ball, he does occasionally show that he can clear the ropes as well when he needs to. It's the patience, isn't it, that is such a quality. It's Sibley-esque, really, Libby's patience. Round the wicket, Rao to Latigan, who drives to mid-wicket, no run. Has played the second longest innings in Championship history, Libby, at Chelmsford on the opening day a few years ago, the opening game. Jason Gallion holds the record, I think, for the longest. Libby close behind. Hours and hours and hours. Can't remember the exact details, but Worcestershire fans have seen him bat long on many, many occasions. Latigan turns this next one on the leg side for a single. So what have we got? 20 minutes to go before tea. 23 minutes to go. We can have a second half of our lunch then at tea. And, well, a lot seems to have happened since lunch. So that acceleration, burst of scoring from the Gloucestershire batters after lunch. Next one from Rao takes Libby on the pad. At lunch, it was 360 for 6. They had another 31 for the loss of Bracey for 127. 14 4s and 3 6s. Brilliant from him. Middleton made 33 not out. 391 for 7 declared in 114 overs, setting Worcestershire a target of 279 in a minimum of 60. Row over the wicket bowls. Libby drives off the back foot and gets a single. And Worcestershire have accepted the challenge, trying to get 279. They are 81 without loss. 83 now, in fact, without loss at the end of the 16th over. So a further 196 to win in a minimum of 44.
Further drama potential elsewhere. Hampshire are 8 wickets down at Southampton, needing 43 runs to win. Andrew Neil dismissed for 39, so Kyle Abbott on 22 has been joined by Eddie Jack, and that's a real fight for survival for Hampshire. Equally, if Yorkshire were to fall to defeat there, they'd be very much in relegation conversation as well. Here's Kishore bowling, looped up and dabbed delicately by Libby out to backward point, and there's no run. Again, he sort of rests that bat almost like D'Oliveira does. He has a habit of resting their bat almost on their shoulder and carrying it above their heads before then standing waiting, bat raised, and this is guided away off a controlled outer part of the bat from Libby. It's stopped by Rao at backward point. Encouragement for almost a couple of dot deliveries, but the required rate's still only 4.5. Kishore just wants Borman to move a couple of steps to his left at silly mid-off. Again, it's very slow through the air, and Libby defends. Sort of the neutral as well. Would like to see more of Kishore versus Latigan, probably, because you know that there's going to be plenty happening, but Libby's going to soak up some deliveries here as he defends into the ground. Borman can't find the ball. Silly mid-off.
Ollie Price is loosening up.
Yeah, I might think and turn the ball away from Latigan. Set a field maybe tempting him to hit against the turn. Kishore a bit flatter and it gets through. Libby's attempted cut shot, but nothing on it. Through to Bracey. We had a maiden in this innings? No. 5 dots this over. 196 required. Kishore round the wicket, bowls another one looped up into the ground, played safely by Libby to Borman at silly mid-off. Round of applause for that maiden over from Kishore. No real bother for Worcestershire, as I say, required rate-wise, but just trying to build something here. Rao will continue, and I think he's certainly deserved the opportunity. Did have that leg before shout in his previous over, so it would be harsh to whip him out of the attack straight away. He did have that opportunity to get his first-class wicket in the first innings as well, with the catch going down at slip, so wouldn't begrudge him a wicket on his debut.
Not going to get one with that ball though. Overpitched on leg stump, and Latigan times it well off his pads down to backward square leg, and even though two fielders converge on it, neither able to make the save. Borman diving to his right, couldn't stop it. Phillips joining him. No, it wasn't Phillips. Anyway, whoever it was.
Price might be out
Price
there.
couldn't get round. 4 more to Latigan. Timed it beautifully, didn't he? 87. Sorry, yeah, it is 87, isn't it? Without loss. Great work by Bracey down the leg side, standing up. Really top work.
And he
As
did
Latigan
just
went
lift
to
that foot,
turn
didn't
it
he?
on the leg side, could easily have overbalanced, might just have lifted it, got the foot down.
Yeah.
Cracking work though. Lovely to watch.
Just in that time that it took for him to take the
Bring
ball
it
back to the
back,
stumps, yeah. Did as quickly as humanly possible, but I think it did just come up, but
Oh,
back
the
down
joy
again.
of a leg side stumping. Row bowls. It's 4 more. Short outside the off stump. Latigan not going to miss out. Brutal on anything wide or short on the offside. Latigan. It's not. He's not a gower. It's not elegance. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get carried away. But if I'm trying to describe the style, think more Hayden than Gower.
Yeah.
And you get the idea, don't you? Or Graham Smith or someone like that.
There is something quite South African about the style, just in terms of the uncomplicated
Biff.
But yeah, the sort of thump he gives the ball.
Row again in bowls, and well, he's got lucky here. He's got 4 more. Outside edge, no slip. Keeper standing up, threw the hands at it, and it's flown away down to, well, long stop. The sight screen behind the keeper for 4. Would have gone through the slips, would have taken some catching.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say, because it would have been up and to the right of first slip, because it went that fine.
95 without loss. Great start for Worcestershire. Row, expensive in this over. Bowls, and Latigan is forward, playing that square on the offside. I personally, doesn't matter who it is, I'd love to see that, 3 consecutive boundaries. And then a block. Don't do anything silly. Don't let the adrenaline take over. You just had your bit of luck with your little nick. Just dig in now and finish the over. It wasn't 3 consecutive, 3 and 4. Good over for Worcestershire though. 12 from it. Row again bowls, and Latigan drives up to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. 95 without loss. Whether Row was going to come out of the attack or not, he might now, but that was quite an expensive over. And Cameron Bancroft just be a tad concerned now as T approaches that they've not made the breakthrough. We were talking in terms of wickets at T, how many might it be? Kishaw's bowled all the way through from one end or the other, and they haven't made the breakthrough.
Yeah, they need a wicket in the worst way here, Gloucestershire, both in terms of just getting the belief that they can take these wickets, but also to slow the rate down. Kishore to Libby. He tries to turn that one into the onside, but too close to the bowler. Price continues to loosen, so it starts to look as if it may well be next over from the Chapel end. Still nobody saving the single on the onside apart from mid-on. Kishore to Libby, and he just props forward. Doesn't have to do anything in terms of scoring himself, really, Libby. You can just anchor this. Latigan striking at 110 at the other end, but it's even greater than that in his last 30 balls or so. Kishore to Libby, dabbed into the ground. The utmost care and attention to ensure it doesn't pop up. Yorkshire have just beaten Hampshire, by the way, at the Utilita Bowl. As Kishore quicker. Full ball played square on the offside, no run. Hammond picks up. So it's just here in Taunton now, where Somerset just need 21 more to win with 8 wickets in hand. We'll be going deep into the final session, whatever happens. Kishore bowls to Libby for defence, out to silly mid-off. It does not look to be a great deal of turn out there now. Just trying to stay patient, keep it straight. He's, I suppose, tied Libby down, but you mentioned that patience shouldn't bother somebody like Libby. 95 without loss. Kishore round the wicket bowls, and he's happy to play even against what turn there might be and clip it off into the onside for a single to end the over. Libby has 30, Latigan 65. They've almost faced the same number of deliveries for those runs. But 183 required from 41 overs. 96 without loss. I mean, the required rate's only moved a small amount by a decimal point or so. It's just, especially as those runs go down, it's more about 10 wickets in hand.
Ollie Price coming on at the chapel end. I mentioned he was warming up and I thought he might come on. Bancroft decided to give Rao one more over and it went for 12. My theory on captaincy has always been, and as a coach I always said this to all my captains, and I think it's not, I'm not alone in saying it. I've heard Mark Butcher say it as well many times, but I've always said it for years and years and years. If you think of something, do it. Don't consider it and then think, well, I'll just have, you know, shall I bring a second slip in? Oh, well, I'll leave it for an over. There'll be a nick through. Shall I make a bowling change? No, I'll leave him on. You leave him on, he won't take a wicket, he'll go for 12. If you think of it, do it. Back yourself, have the courage of your convictions. It doesn't always work, of course. Anyway, here's Price, he'll get a wicket now. Bowls to Libby, and off the back foot, Libby pushes out on the offside. And there's one run. So Latigan against the off spinner for the first time. What's the field going to be? Well, he's taking the short leg out. Bancroft, just the slip, one slip, which is credit to Latigan that he's discouraged the close fielders so he can push forward if necessary. No bat pad issue. Price will be turning it away from him round the wicket. Bowls. Bit short of a length off the back foot. Latigan drives out on the offside for a single.
Well, he's opened up so many areas just to
take
a good ball, and yeah,
absolutely.
That's all he really has to do. I mean, he's got to be thinking there's the career best and more for me here.
He's earned it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Short legs in for Libby. Price bowls, but that's not where he intended it, and that's 4 runs because he's got a heavily leg side bias field and he's dropped it short outside off. And Libby, as we've repeatedly said, he loves a cut. The 100 is up, 100 partnership, 100 without loss. Worcestershire, they need another 179 to win, and 177 to win because they're 102 now without loss, and another change in the field as that gap has to be plugged behind square on the offside. As Price comes in and bowls, and Libby on the back foot takes advantage of the gap that's been created and pushes this through a pretty vacant offside in front of square at least, and picks up a single. And it's just the ease with which the runs are coming now that will be a concern. Round the wicket, Price to Latigan, just short on the back foot, drives through the offside, and it's again just a comfortable single, and that's all they need. 4 or 5 of those and over. The odd boundary here and there. Worcestershire will be staying up with the required rate. We're not going to score 4 or 5 and over off Kishore. Price bowls, Libby on the back foot. And again, another easy single pushed out on the offside. And that's the end of Price's first over, which was relatively uneventful. 105 without loss, Worcestershire, and we'll probably have 2, if not 3 more overs before tea.
Yeah, they took 9 off the over without really taking a risk, and for the second time, Gloucestershire are just presenting this ball to one of the umpires. It's Hammond this time. He's going to try and have a go at convincing Alex Wharf rather than Williams with Peveril, but not going to get any joy there. Haven't even brought anything out in terms of calipers or anything, so a couple of overs left until tea. Kishore bowls flat into the pitch, forcing shot through mid-wicket. Middleton after it from mid-on, slide stops it, and in fact he's going to keep it to 1, so does well there. That was threatening to get away down the hill towards the almost unoccupied hospitality marquees on that side of the ground. Frank's sky that he's admiring, and Cleve Hill up in the distance. Very serene picture. There's almost no wind at all. Things progressing serenely for Worcestershire at 106 for no wicket. Kishore over the wicket to Latigan, looped up. That is nudged through square leg, waiting for it to come to him. Nothing impatient about that. 107 for no wicket. 68 to Latigan. 172 more runs required. Kishore into Libby to the front foot, played out to Borman at that silly mid-off position where he has taken one catch in this match. What a sharp one to remove Cullen in the first innings. Kishore bowls, false shot. One of the first that we've seen for a while, as Libby was tempted by that massive gap on the leg side, and as it squirt off towards backward point. And there is no run. Kishore to Libby, inner part of the bat, but there's really nobody there that can catch it with no short leg. Pick up a single, 108 without loss. 171 to win. So even in this over where Kishore's just had a faintest hint of something happening, they've still got 3 more runs. 4.4 and over required. It's troublingly easy for Gloucestershire at this point as Latigan works this last ball of the over to mid-wicket. Don't get a run. They might just, whether they really want to get through 2 more overs anyway, but might just about be 2 more overs before tea. 171 from 39, started off at 279 from 60. James Bracey's 100, building that lead up for Gloucestershire. They went on the attack initially this morning. There was a point when it looked as if they might even get a 300-run lead at lunch, and Worcestershire took some quick wickets.
Yeah, those wickets were really important.
Those do look
retrospect, weren't they?
big now, don't they?
Yeah, I think they do.
Could have been 300 at lunch, even more than that. They, you know, they really could have been chasing 330 or something.
I don't think they do want to bowl 2 overs. They've taken quite a long time to set the field and start this one, haven't they? Price over the wicket to Libby, single, pushed out on the offside. So probably will be the last over before tea, if he can possibly make it. I think Price will. He's taken his time. Although Middleton is loosening up at short extra on mid-wicket. Price round the wicket to Latigan. He's forward, plays back up the pitch to the bowler. So maybe we will get one more. The clock says 3:37. 2 gone in the over. Price to Latigan. A little bit of turn as he looks to turn that on the leg side, and it runs away off the edge in front of square on the offside. Miles Hammond does a bit of extra polishing at extra cover Ollie Price in again. Bowls, and Latigan again is reaching forward, pushing out on the offside. Applause from Bracey and Bancroft for Price. Probably might get one more over before tears. Latigan in behind this one, plays it back up the pitch to the bowler. It's been a good session for the visitors. Price to complete the over, 3:39 on the clock. Latigan blocks it, and we'll get one more, I think, and it's probably going to be Middleton with his leg spin. He's jogging in anyway, looking keen, and he's taking his floppy off to give it to the umpire, so he is going to bowl the last over before tea. Worcestershire are 109 without loss. They require exactly 170 more runs to win, and we have 38 overs minimum remaining.
Yeah, Middleton for 1 over. He bowled his best spell from the Chapel end in the first innings. Figures of 2 for 49 from 14 overs, and played a key part with the bat as well. 33 not out, just to help Gloucestershire build up to the lead that they felt was going to give them the best chance of winning this match. Middleton into Libby, waits for that to come to him and prods it to cover. And there's no run. Really, both these sides in the position where got to try and win games, really. I mean, Gloucestershire, of course, at the bottom of the table, but Worcestershire have got to win to keep pace with the likes of Kent and Northamptonshire and give themselves a chance still at promotion, as Middleton loops that one up and Libby plays this one without any force at all into the offside, just pretty much looking to see this out until tea now. There's no real concern about required rate or anything. Really can just make sure that they're still there at tea, none down. Middleton bowls, Libby plays that one late out to backward point, but plenty of bat on that. But as ever, Middleton starting off accurately. There was impressive accuracy in his first innings. 3 balls left in the session that started off with Gloucestershire just having a bit of a whack for a few overs, from 360 for 6 up to 395 for 7. Middleton into Libby, gently forward, out into the onside, no run. He doesn't have a short leg or a silly mid-off to worry about really either. But yeah, the only chance that these two have offered up to the very first ball of this innings, low chance off the full face of the bat at short leg. It wasn't an easy one, especially first ball. Went quick, it went low. It just went down. Borman goes back into short leg with 2 balls left in the afternoon session. Middleton, this shuffling approach, comes in now and bowls a little bit shorter. Libby turns this one into the onside. It'll be the easiest of singles out to the mid-wicket boundary. So 110 without loss. More vans rolling into the ground to dismantle various parts of the ground. It's going to be a incredibly quick turnaround.
It'll be a school field again tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I just wouldn't believe that the festival had even happened. It comes for 2 weeks in the year and then it's all gone in the blink of an eye. 1 ball left in the second session on day 4 as Middleton bowls. Latigan is struck on the pad, imploring appeal again, is turned down. You could tell Latigan was a bit concerned by it because he didn't run when Libby was halfway down the pitch wanting to come through for a single. So the first ball of this Worcestershire innings and the last ball before tea turn out to be possibly the time they were at their most peril, but yeah, maybe just outside the line of off stump. I don't think there's any question that was going to turn in and hit the stumps, but just Latigan maybe far enough across his crease. Very tight one. You can see why Gloucestershire were desperate to have it, but equally you can see why the umpire has not given it out. So it'll be 169 needed off the final session. 169 from 37 overs. But the crucial part is Worcestershire have got all 10 wickets in hand. And short of Gloucestershire bowling Worcestershire out in a session, it feels as though Gloucestershire are going to do incredibly well to win it from here. Worcestershire really in the driver's seat.
Or if they are going to bowl them in a session, it will be very, very close, won't it? Because it would have to be like the Warwickshire game yesterday, wouldn't it? Where they were going for it right up to the very end, I think, which it could be. You know, we could be in for the most fantastic of final sessions. But yeah, that's been a really good opening partnership for Worcestershire. Very, very good indeed.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for any more. So we will be the only county championship match of this round that will see the final session. So
don't miss it.
Yeah, one way or another. I think most likely, and there's not much chance of a draw. I suppose the only chance of a draw is if Worcestershire start losing wickets, and then it starts building up in terms of the rate. But that looks very unlikely at this stage. Just even taking umbrellas down before the final session. Everything is going to be dismantled around us. If you need my chair before we're done, then do let me know. 110 without loss, 169 more needed. We'll be back in about 20 minutes' time for the final session of play at the Cheltenham Festival.
Of the County Championship season. Jake Libby and Dan Latigan.
One final session then of the Cheltenham Festival for 2026, and the setup is thus. Worcestershire need 169 to win, and Gloucestershire, well, they need 10 wickets in the final session. There are 37 overs due to be bowled. They can, of course, bowl more, but unlikely to be many more than that anyway, even if they were really pushing in terms of taking wickets. But it looks more as though it's a case of, well, they need Gloucestershire to break this partnership within the first few overs and try and get something going. Despite the authority with which this partnership has batted, it still hasn't moved the required rate, really. They've scored at 4.8, they need 4.6, but it's just the fact that they are still there, and there are 10 wickets to play with. At some point, the acceleration figure is likely to come. Still a real picture this ground looks today. Couldn't ask for better conditions for cricket, and Ollie Price is going to bowl the first over after tea, and immediately Libby just slightly out in front of that one, turning it to mid-wicket, but it lands a long way short of Miles Hammond there, and there is no run. The only county championship match left in this round of matches as Libby works this one to mid-wicket, and Hammond does the fielding for no run. It has felt as though this match has been setting up perfectly for some time, but with this 110 run opening stand, it's now started to tilt a long way towards Worcestershire as this is clipped by Libby down to long on. The score will move to 111 without loss, with Ollie Price bowling his third over from the Chapel end. And again, welcome along wherever you're listening from. You may perhaps be looking for another dose of cricket on the radio after your match has finished this round, as Latigan goes back and dabs it into the offside, and there's no run. Ed Seaborn and Frank Watson with you on the BBC Sport website and app, and also going out on the Gloucestershire live stream. BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Hereford and Worcester providing the commentary on this one. And Ollie Price bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan, who is forward to defend into the offside. His strike rate just dipping below 100, but it's been an innings of class and power and authority. 68 from 71. Jake Libby's been the perfect foil for him, with 42 from 72 at the other end, just accumulating runs as he does. As Price bowls, and Latigan with a firm punch through the covers will take a single out to Aman Rao, the championship debutant, in the deep, wearing his brand new Gloucestershire cap. And the score at the end of the over, 112 without loss, so 167 more required. And it is not going to be Sai Kishore from either end to start after the break. And Middleton, I suppose he had that big appeal, which looked as if it was just maybe outside the line of off stump to the last ball that he bowled, so he's going to continue from that College lawn end.
And he bowled well, didn't he, Middleton, in the first innings, when he bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 49. He's, for a leg spinner, he's pretty consistent in terms of accuracy. Might not be the biggest spinner of the ball. Round the wicket to Latigan, who shovels this one back to the bowler, bottom hand, much to the fore. He's got a short leg for the left-hander and a slip. And he comes in again now, quite stiff-legged at the start of his approach. Latigan on the walk, drives him on the offside up to Kishore at mid-off. And they go through for a single. So it's been a game of fluctuating fortunes, I think that's fair to say. Here we lost a lot of cricket to the weather on day one. But Worcestershire, having established a lead on first innings of 117, Libby drives this into the covers and doesn't get a run. Miles Hammond with a diving stop. Will be disappointed that they didn't capitalise on that, and that they've ended up being set quite a stiff target, but they've responded well to the challenge. Middleton over the wicket to Libby, who drives on the onside for a fielder. Phillips coming in from, actually it's Borman coming in from mid-wicket. Sharp bit of fielding. He was looking to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, but Latigan hadn't gone anywhere. Middleton bowls again, and this time Libby avoids Borman at mid-wicket, steers the ball squarer than that, and goes through for a single. Worcestershire be happy just to tick along at about 4 and over for 10 overs or so after this interval. Take it deep, as they say, get close to the target before they perhaps start to expand their game a little bit. Middleton round the wicket to Latigan, and again he just settles for a single as he drives through the offside. And thinks about 2, but wisely, as Phillips fields on the boundary and throws in, they settle for 1. End of the over. 115 without loss. Worcestershire 279 the target.
Feels so long ago now, that first day when it I've never seen rain come off the roof like it, and many people have been coming to Cheltenham far longer than I have. I think that's been the sentiment, that they've not seen rain quite like that. The way that it just hit so suddenly, coming in sideways, gale force winds, the ground staff just couldn't get the sheeting over the College Square. Price to Latigan, and that's chopped out to deep cover for 1 more. Just extraordinary deluge that, I mean, when they called play off only a matter of minutes almost after it happened, you know how severe it was. It's just extraordinary that we started on time for day 2. Price into Libby off the back foot, stroked away, fumble at backward point. Will allow them through for a single. Not easy on this parched, bobbly outfield, but allows Libby to take another run. 117 without loss as a very swanky looking private jet makes its way into Gloucestershire Airport, as I understand it's still called. Punch back towards the bowler. Great stop from Price. Has to take quite a lot of the Cheltenham soil with him there, I think, but at least the dust anyway. Covered in it on his left-hand side now, but he prevented a run with long on back there. 117 for no wicket. Price in round the wicket, a slower delivery. Coming onto the front foot and defending square on the offside for no run. It's amazing, really. I mean, if you said when they had that 117 run lead that Gloucestershire would have set Worcestershire 162 as it is now, full stop, you'd have probably taken it, but the tone of things has changed so much as things have. We've seen now from the way both sides have batted, things have flattened out a bit. That was a bit of a leading edge from Latigan, but it didn't go in the air at all. It's trickled out to Middleton at short mid-wicket, so only 2 runs off this over from Price. Off spin round the wicket, bowling, careful forward defence from Latigan back to the bowler, so tidy stuff, but as Frank says, Worcestershire don't have to do anything much really in terms of scoring in the early part of this final session. Just tick a few runs down and then 10 wickets in hand, you can
get to within striking
They
distance.
They could send Swanepoel out at 3, as he suggested
He'd
last
love
night.
That. He'd love that, wouldn't he?
A pinch
We
hitter.
talked about it earlier, but Bears Swanepoel, the South African bowling all-rounder for Worcestershire, who's bowled really well in this game. Took 4 wickets in the Gloucestershire second innings and 2 in the first. But he also made good runs for Worcestershire first time round, as Libby gets a single off the first ball of this new over from Ed Middleton, squeezing the ball out square on the offside. And he made 42 quite quickly in the Worcestershire first innings, injected a bit of energy towards the end of the innings, and we interviewed him last night, suggested that chasing anything in excess of 250 on this pitch might be tricky. He said, nah, send me in at 3. I'll give it a go. Middleton bowls, Latigan cuts for 4. Bit short, wide outside the off stump. He's a big man, Dan Latigan, and when he hits it, it stays hit. And he cracked that one away square on the offside off the back foot. And even though there's a fielder sweeping that boundary down there on the far side of the ground as we look, it is quite a short boundary. And Joe Phillips didn't have that far to go round, but he had no chance of cutting that off. Parched outfield, and the ball raced away down the hill and cracked into the advertising boards. Tommy Boorman is removed from short leg and sent into the covers. He goes to extra, and Phillips on that boundary is moved a lot squarer to give Middleton a little bit of cover on that side. Latigan drives this next one up to long on, deep mid on, I should say, really, where Ahmed is fielding. 2/3 of the way back, a single taken. 123 without loss, Worcestershire. They require a further 156 runs. Middleton over the wicket to the right-handed Libby, and he is on the back foot cutting, but straight to Boorman in the covers. Beautiful Cheltenham afternoon. Azure blue sky dotted with fluffy cloud. Cleve Hill in the background, and the college ground laid out in front of us. Middleton bowls. Libby on the back foot, plays late enough to encourage a little bit of excitement from the bowler, but easy single taken as he squeezes this one out to mid-wicket. Earlier today, Gloucestershire resumed on their overnight score of 248 for 3. Latigan takes another single up to Ahmed at long on. That's the end of the over, 125 without loss. And they went from 248 for 3, lost 3 wickets in the morning session. Price for an excellent 77, very patient. Boorman for 2 and Ahmed for 5. But Bracey was still there. He'd reached the game's only century so far. And at lunch he was 114 not out. It was 360 for 6. They decided to go on a little bit after lunch. Bracey eventually falling for 127 before the declaration at 391 for 7, leaving Worcestershire a target of 279 to win. And they've made a very, very good start to that chase. 125 without loss.
Slip in Price round the wicket. Latigan appeal for LBW. And again, it's sustained because Alex Wharf does really take his time to consider everything. But again, Gloucestershire can't get that finger to be raised. It turned.
It did.
There are multiple questions there. It does look to have hit him on the back leg. Whether it just pitched in line, whether it turned a bit too much. Price into Latigan, powerful cut shot in front of square. Rao I'll extend that 6'5" frame of his to stop it out at deep cover and get a round of applause from those in front of us and behind him. Keeps it to a single, 126 for no wicket. Really would be a remarkable turnaround from here, but Cheltenham seems to be the place for the remarkable, as they'll take one out to Row at deep backward square, although Libby was a very long way down at the non-striker's end, in the safe knowledge that the throw wouldn't come into his end because there was nobody really backing up. 127 without loss. Price to Latigan, gives him the charge and then plays a rather ugly shot away to mid-on, which Middleton will cut off from short mid-wicket.
Least convincing shot he's played for a long time, I think.
Not quite sure what he was looking to do with that. Got himself into a bit of a tangle. Price bowls, Latigan for defence. Encouragement for Froob, as they call Ollie Price. I still haven't yet.
Froob.
Well, it's a brand of yogurt or something.
In a tube.
Yeah, I haven't quite worked out why he's called that. Price in defending, right next to him for no run. So good over from Ollie Price. Gloucestershire still, though, craving wickets in the plural. They need a run of more than a couple, you'd say. Get themselves back into this.
Libby on 47, Latigan on 79. Highest score that Latigan has made was at Derby in the first game of the season, when he was run out. Pretty unfortunate to be run out, actually, for 82, I think, from memory. But you could excuse him here for just nurdling his way through the next few overs to get close to a maiden 100 before doing anything extravagant. Slightly worrying from a Worcestershire point of view, therefore, in that last over when he went on the charge and lost all shape, actually, as well. Got away with it. Middleton bowls to Libby, who cuts. Brilliant piece of work in the field at backward point by Will Williams, because that looked as though it was going away to deep backward point for 4, but Williams dived to his left. Big man carrying an injury. Cracking bit of work. Tumbling stop. They got a single, but certainly saved 3 runs, because if it beats the infield here at Cheltenham, generally scoots away over this parched outfield. Round the wicket goes Middleton, and Latigan this time cuts behind square on the offside, the left-hander, for a single. So a run off each of the first 2 deliveries of this over. And this game, as I say, has kept us interested right from the beginning and has ebbed one way and the other. Middleton bowls. Libby tucks this one away fine on the leg side against the spin, and will pick up 2 runs. Good bit of fielding by Phillips, sliding round the boundary at long leg. But Jake Libby's 50 has arrived. 82 balls, 5 fours in it. Latigan has been the dominant partner, but Libby's not had the best of seasons in red ball cricket. Phenomenally consistent in the One Day Cup, 4 consecutive centuries for him in that competition, and has played himself into a bit of form, you would say. He picks up another single, tucking this one away on the leg side. 132 without loss now, Worcestershire. We saw Sai Kishore, the Indian left-arm spinner, open the bowling in this game, and indeed Latigan could have been out to the very first ball of the innings, which he played firmly, just into the hands of short leg, but Tommy Boorman was unable to hold on to it. The reason I'm talking about that, as Latigan gets another single off Middleton up to long on, is that Kishore had taken 4 for 76 in the first innings and opened the bowling in this innings. We expected to see him pretty much bowling throughout, but unable to make the breakthrough. And indeed, Latigan struck him for 3 sixes fairly early on in the innings. And he has been withdrawn in favour of this spin pair of Middleton and Ollie Price. Middleton it is now to Libby. And he's forward and plays back up the pitch to the bowler. To the end of the over from Middleton. His figures now 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. Latigan has 81, Libby has 51. Worcestershire need another 146 runs to win in a minimum of 31 overs. And if they pull it off, it'll be a turnaround. But having said that, it was a big turnaround yesterday and earlier today, when Gloucestershire went from a deficit on first innings of 117 to being able to set the target of 279.
I think it would put each of those turnarounds to shame if Gloucestershire could take the 10 wickets from here.
It would.
Price into Latigan, deflected down the leg side and fielded at short fine leg by Boorman, who's still got the shin pads on, and don't think he's going to be fielding at short leg for Latigan again, unless he's maybe if he were to get into the 90s or something, we might go back under there, as that's an attempted cut shot that doesn't get it past Sai Kishore at backward point, who doesn't need a cap, and as said a couple of days ago, I'm not sure that you'd find a cap that would fit him over the top of that hair. Latigan goes back and turns it to mid-wicket.
You'd have
enough
to
space there for a single.
You'd have to have one of those sunshades like golfers wear. Just have a strap around the back of your head.
I've never seen a cricketer wear those.
No, I haven't. Well, I have in club cricket, but not in county cricket.
Speaking of headgear, Cameron Bancroft was doing some bowling at lunch or tea. I can't remember which. I think it was lunch, wasn't it? Off the back foot, Libby looking for a single. There'll be a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, which hits from Boorman, but Latigan, having taken a few steps down, long way back into his ground. There's no run. Yeah, it was at lunch, wasn't it? They were doing some,
in his cap.
Warm-up in his cap, bowling some medium pace.
Well, I wonder how many listeners there are who can remember Geoffrey Boycott bowling in his cap. Bowled big in swingers, and he used to turn his cap round and bowl with his cap on backwards.
Price to Libby, waits for it, turns it leg side. Hammond with the perhaps not quite so fancy footwork to stop it at mid-wicket. Take 135 without loss. It's certainly something that exercises a lot of people in the women's game, with certain spinners, Hayley Matthews, for example, bowling in caps. Price in round the wicket off the back foot. Forcing cut shot will bring another single for Latigan to deep cover. They're approaching the halfway mark of this chase. Worcestershire 136 for no wicket, with 143 more required from 30 overs. So they're at the halfway mark in terms of overs, and only just short in terms of runs, and certainly nowhere near the halfway mark in terms of wickets lost.
Another Matthews, who used to bowl in a cap, Australian Test off-spinner Greg Matthews, who I played club cricket with in the Birmingham League, was a very good off-spinner, good enough to have got a hat-trick in Test cricket, actually, against India, but he regularly bowled in a cap. I'm just trying to see if there are any pictures of him doing so, but there aren't. But he often bowled his off spin in a cap in in Test cricket and first-class cricket. Has been done. He was a bit of an eccentric, to say the least, but a marvellous cricketer as well. Latigan is down the pitch to this next delivery from Middleton, driving it hard straight back at the bowler. And there we are, a picture of him bowling in his cap. Eccentric, gritty, canny.
The baggy green.
Yeah. Middleton bowls and Latigan is forward, beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. Might have been a googly. Can't see from where we are because we're dead square. Taken by Bracey, who whipped the bails off. No, leg spinner. Pitched up outside the off stump. Latigan fell over a bit. His head fell outside the line. Good sharp work by Bracey. A mention for Bracey, not just keeping wicket well here, but a brilliant 100 earlier in the game. Middleton bowls, Latigan on the walk. Can't do much with this. Good bowling this from Middleton. Very tight, very accurate for an off spin, for a leg spinner. Yeah, Bracey, 127, 14 fours and 3 sixes. More fluent than anybody else has been, maybe apart from Latigan in this innings. And that came after he got naught in the first innings. He's also kept wicket very well. Middleton is in again. Bowls and Latigan. Oh, again. Almost undone by this one. Just gets a bottom edge and it runs down past the stumps. James Bracey played just the 2 test matches, didn't he? And I think against New Zealand, and didn't have the best of times. And I think some critics watched him and said he wasn't ready for test cricket, etc. And he had not a good time, but believe me, he is a very fine wicketkeeper batsman. And great bit of work by Middleton off his own bowling, diving to his left. And it could be that the call up to Test cricket won't come again for Bracey, and it could have come at the wrong time, but he's worth his weight in gold to Gloucestershire with the gloves and with the bat.
Well, I've said it once, I'll say it many more times, I'm sure, but he's a miles better batter and keeper than
he
when
was
he
then. Yeah,
played for England.
Yeah, absolutely. Good over this from Middleton. He's in again now, bowls, and Latigan digs that into the ground. He does his own fielding, and that is a maiden over from Ed Middleton. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18, his figures. That was a really good over. Caused Latigan a couple of problems. And just at the point where you think Latigan might be looking to expand his game, he is tied down. Playing at the back of his mind might be the fact that he's on 82 and he's never got a first-class 100. The young man, of whom Worcestershire have great hopes, and he was tied down in that over by good, accurate stuff from the big leg spinner. Middleton is a big man. He looks more like a pace bowler. If you met him, somebody said he's a cricketer, what do you think he bowls? You'd say quick, I think. But he is a leg spinner, and on the evidence of what I've seen in the last couple of days, a pretty accurate one.
Price to Libby, floated up there, going for a single up to Williams at mid-on. Well judged from Jake Libby, so brings Latigan straight back on strike, and see whether he is just itching a little bit. Even the maiden hasn't pushed the required rate up above 5, but maybe just a little bit of pressure, and Gloucestershire have put a couple of fielders in tighter, including Kishore's taking a couple of steps in from backward point as he fields that one off the open blade of Dan Latigan. Certainly still a positive glove punch after the last over there. I'm not bothered. Price in. Oh, he's beaten him all ends up. It was a ball that he tried to flick into the onside, and it's just turned a bit too much. From Price's point of view, off stump was right there, and it has just gone past. Well, I say just gone past, it's actually gone past by a little way, but Not that Latigan was to know that. Price in, reverse sweep from Latigan. Oh, terrific stop from Sai Kishore at backward point as we welcome in listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra to a beautiful sunny Cheltenham festival with 28.2 overs left. Worcestershire require 142 runs to win at 137 without loss. Ollie Price has just beaten Latigan again. Last couple of overs. Dan Latigan's just been given fits, but again, the ball's just suddenly started to turn again in this over.
Extraordinary.
It's a really strange situation, really. You look up at the board, 137 without loss and 142 required, but suddenly Latigan just fighting things a bit.
Yeah.
Last ball of this over. Price with his off breaks in on the back foot. Latigan will get a run this time as he finds space on the offside, so he'll keep the strike on 84. Libby on 53. Earlier, Gloucestershire able to set up this match with the initial target being 279 to win from 60 overs. They declared on 395 for 7. A century for James Bracey, his third of the summer, allowing Gloucestershire to, suppose, dictate to more than a certain extent what they wanted in terms of a target. But it's a game that has really changed on the first day, first couple of days. The ball was seaming about. There was plenty of nip. There was some up and down. There was some spin for Sai Kishore, especially as he bowled wonderfully well, the Indian international, in his first game of his spell for Gloucestershire, 4 for 76. And last day and a half, maybe more than that, it's just flattened out.
Ed Middleton starts a new over of leg spin from the college lawn end here at Cheltenham. As we look out from our position with Latigan, the left-hander, on strike, we are on the balcony of the pavilion, high up at mid-wicket. We can see all the batsman's footwork very clearly. We can't see the line of the deliveries very well without looking at our monitor. Middleton bowls and Latigan just turns this one away on the leg side. He's been tied down, Latigan, in the last few overs, having played beautifully before tea. Was really fluent, hit 3 sixes off Sai Kishore and was 68 not out at tea. Drives this next one from Middleton out on the offside for a single. Substitute Johnson, 12th man, does the fielding at extra cover, having moved around from mid-off. But having moved into the 80s, Latigan has suddenly found himself struggling a little bit. Ball, as Ed Seabrook was just saying, started to turn a little bit more. And did I call you Seabrook?
You did, yes.
Pardon, Seabourn.
I was
Seabrook's
hesitating for a moment, but I think you did.
Beg your pardon. And he bowls. Oh, and that one spins past the outside edge. And as Ed Seabourn was just saying a couple of minutes ago, we sense that in the last 3 or 4 overs, both Middleton and Price, the off spinner and the leg spinner, have managed to get a little bit more turn out of this pitch, and we're not quite sure why. Some balls in the first innings turned excessively, especially for Sai Kishore. And Libby has had enough of that, and he's given it a good old-fashioned slog out onto the leg side. Most unlike Libby. Proper bottom-handed slog across the line.
I think it's
nobody out on the leg side.
The first full toss that I can remember Middleton bowling in the match.
Well, we said he hasn't bowled a bad ball, really. Certainly hasn't dragged any down. Libby just dispatched that one. 143 without loss. That one's short outside the off stump, and he drives it into the covers and gets a single that he shouldn't have got, really. Borman getting down behind it, unable to hold on to it, and the ball skids away from him. They take a single. Libby keeps the strike, and he has moved on to 54. 58 in fact now with that single. Latigan has 85. 135 to win from a minimum of 27 overs. A good finish. It's developing. We were almost saying, weren't we, Ed, that any chance of a Gloucestershire victory looked to have been ruled out almost by tea, unless it comes down to a frantic chase, and Worcestershire need 10 and over or something off the last 6, and they have to go mad.
Price to Libby. The back foot played through cover, in the air for a little bit of time, but there's nobody between backward point and extra cover, so
it sounds
comfortable
ridiculous.
single.
And I mean, these two will do everything they can to get to a point where Worcestershire can launch an assault with lots of wickets still in hand. That'll be the game plan, won't it?
Latigan might still want to break his own personal shackles. On 85, 4 shy of his career best, but he's 4 defending here.
There were 89 at Derby.
Yeah. There were actually a couple of Gloucestershire cricketers called Seabrook, a pair of brothers in the 20s and 30s.
It's still no excuse. And it's the first time I've done it as well. It's ridiculous.
Off the back foot, he thrashes this one along the ground out to deep cover for a single. Walter Seabrook played one first-class match for Gloucestershire in 1928. He batted twice. He didn't score a run, and he bowled 2 overs without taking a wicket.
Oh, well, but he played.
He did play. He's played one more first-class match than I have. 133 required by Worcestershire. Price is going to come round the wicket to Jake Libby. He does bowl a lot from round the wicket in white ball cricket, and this is just a gentle pat into the offside, and they'll sprint through for 1.
It was
47 without loss. Loss, actually, yeah. Now, his brother, Frederick Seabrook, was much more successful, played 143 first-class matches and scored over 5,000 runs in the era when it was not easy to score runs. I mean, average of 25 in those days is probably worth at least early 30s now. Latigan forward and pushing away to backward point. Be no run.
The brother who was the better of the two was particularly well known for once bringing along his brother to play when Gloucestershire only had 10 men.
Here's Price. Quicker delivery. And that's played out to cover to complete the over. So 3 runs off Price's 8th over. 8 overs for 24, which is, well, it's been a really tidy spell from Price since tea. He's bowled 6 overs for 14, which
really tidy.
Okay, he hasn't taken a wicket, but at least he's got a couple past the bat, and
he's kept Latigan very quiet, hasn't he?
He's also, and again, it's not any sort of dire proportions or anything, but he has just raised the rate up to 5.1, and maybe it does mean they've got to take 1 or 2 more risks against Kishore as he prepares to come back into the attack now.
Yeah, and with the ball having just started to turn a little bit more, it's exactly the right time to turn back to Sai Kishore, who did open the bowling in this innings and did almost get Latigan out with the very first ball of the innings. How different it might have been. 147 without loss. Just going back to the Seabrooks, I wonder seriously if the one game the other brother played was literally because they were a bit short. Who knows what happened in those days? But it seems odd that he just played that one game. Here's Kishore round the wicket from the college lawn end. Libby forward, steers it behind square on the offside. Oh, I don't want to play. Well, we'll make sure you have a little bowl. Just a couple of overs. And you can certainly bat.
It's a pretty good team in 1929 as well.
I'm being unkind. Kishore again round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, beats Libby outside the off stump with a quicker one.
He actually won the most matches in 1929, the season he played. Gloucestershire won 15 of 28, but finished in 4th.
Well, and all before they started making crisps. Kishore bowls and Libby this time wanted a single but sent back by Latigan. Tight suddenly, isn't it? Their scoring's been restricted in the last 4 or 5 overs to singles, and apart from that full toss that Libby whacked away from Middleton, and Worcestershire, the dots are just building a little bit of pressure. And as Gloucestershire still seek this first wicket, Libby's just got that one away on the leg side against the spin for a single. 148 without loss. But as I say, Worcestershire bidding to, the required rate is 5.2. The current rate is 4.3, so they're going quite nicely. But even if that required rate goes up to, say, 8 for the last 6 or 7 overs, if they've got lots of wickets in hand, they're not going to be too bothered about that. Kishore over the wicket to Latigan, who flat bats this to short mid-wicket. Miles Hammond, the fielder. 25 overs left after this one. It's going to get tight if they're not careful, and it's a good time to just tighten things up a bit from a Gloucestershire point of view. And Latigan is down the pitch trying to do something about that, drives it into the ground. Kishore reaches up above his head, does his own fielding, throws the ball back at the stumps. Bracey gathers, and it's the end of the over. There's no run from that delivery. A very good over, just 1 run from it now. Worcestershire tied down just in this last few overs. 148 without loss, but just 12 runs coming from the last 4 overs. So the run rate is mounting slightly. And if Gloucestershire could make a breakthrough, get a new man at the crease, especially if it's the youngster coming in next, a replacement batter, Adavalath, they might just be able to put a bit of pressure on. Or will Worcestershire change their batting order?
Price to continue with this off-spin from round the wicket attack with the 2 Chapels behind him. Down comes Libby and then just works the ball to Bancroft, who's positioned himself at backward square, so there's no slip or even leg slip or short leg. Bancroft often positions himself where he thinks there might be a catch, but he's not going to be in play there. It's a late cut from Libby, which just won't quite have enough on it to go for 4. Borman springs up to his feet and keeps him down to 2 runs. And the 150 is up for Worcestershire, so a 150-run opening stand, with now 129 required to win. It was a lovely little touch from Libby.
It was a great shot, wasn't it? Yeah. Proper late cut.
Almost expected it to run away, even as quick as this outfield is. So Price back over the wicket now, bowling to Libby, who's forward and pushing back to the bowler. It's not a big crowd in today, and a slightly strange feel, really, because not only are most of the marquees completely empty, but they've now taken away all the seating from inside them. Price bowls, tosses that one up under edge, was it, I think, from Libby, that just squirts through for a single around about where a leg slip would be, or did it just come off Bracey's pad? It might have done, actually.
I just get the impression that Latigan's straining at the leash a little bit here. I'm sure Libby will be talking to him and saying, you're on 86, you've got a real chance of getting a maiden 100. And if you get there, then we can play some more shots, don't worry too much. But he's not a player that likes to be tied down. He batted very fluently before tea. Just a little bit edgy at the moment, I think, or maybe it's just me that's a bit edgy.
Yeah, it was signal to buy that last one. Latigan goes big and gets plenty on it. High in the air, down the ground, out towards the beer tent, and that's away for, I think, a 1 bounce, 4 over, long on. I'll have to fetch that one out of the marquee, one of the only marquees that's got anybody in it
Beautiful strike.
Fielded by somebody in a pink bucket hat. One of the bucket hats that were produced for the Pink for Sid game in honour of the late President Sid Lawrence, and the 50 over game to raise money for the Motor Neurone Disease Association. As Latigan, who's now past his career best with that 4, adds another one to it as he again plays that firm punchy shot through the covers for a single. So he has 91, 63 to Libby, 156 for no wicket, 123 more required. They've even taken the seating out of the boundary hub over on the far side, which played host to the likes of Zahir Abbas, Mike Brearley, Roland Butcher on day 1. Mark Elaine going over there to talk about his biography, which has recently come out. But it's, well, there's somebody standing in that marquee, but I don't think there's anywhere for anybody to sit anymore. It's all going to be dismantled so quickly after this festival, which has had to be moved actually almost to around about the time it used to happen, way back in the 1870s. The games that were played here, wasn't the festival back then, but the games that were played there happened in late August.
Shaw starts a new over with a full delivery on leg stump to Latigan, which he turns on the leg side for a single. So Kishore, who bowled beautifully in the first innings, finished the Worcestershire first innings with an absolute ripper that pitched leg and hit the top of off to dismiss Brett D'Oliveira. But D'Oliveira told me that it pitched in loose dirt, really, rather than turning off a firm surface. This one is safely negotiated by Libby, pushed out on the offside, and the pitch has flattened out a lot since then. Maybe just still turning, but not that loose stuff around that was there before. Libby drives, or pushes really, into the covers, Hammond Fields, and there's no run. And Kishore bowled the first over of this Worcestershire second innings, and you did feel that he was the key, really, to Gloucestershire making early inroads, which is an unusual thing to say with the new ball. Another dot here as Libby pushes out on the offside. But as yet in this second innings, he is wicketless. He is in his 12th over. 2 balls remaining in it. And just remarks his run up. He's coming round the wicket between umpire and stumps to the right-handed Libby, and bowls, and Libby drives in the air over extra cover. So strength of Libby's that we often see in the one-day games in which he's so prolific. I haven't seen it yet, but that was a very good shot, inside out, over extra, safe, big gap out there, and a boundary for Jake Libby, which takes him on to 67, and Worcestershire to a very, very impressive 161 without loss. 118 more runs required, and 23 overs left after this one. Kishore bowls again, and that is more runs for Libby. That deft late cut that he plays so well, all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. Beautifully executed back-to-back boundaries of a very different nature for the diminutive Cornishman, Jake Libby. He has moved on to 71, and Worcestershire are in a very, very good position at 165 without loss.
It's another really lovely touch. Just recognised that it was wide enough to start with, and then worked with the turn, adjusted, and it does run away so quickly to that end towards the chapels. It hits that square, which was completely underwater on day 1. but they've thrown a load of soil over the ends there, and you wouldn't know if you'd not been here on day one quite the amount of what looked like damage had been done. It was really quite concerning in terms of getting back out there at all at one stage. I mean, we were very lucky that we didn't get another heavy shower. That was the only one. Ollie Price to Latigan, who's playing this one down to long on, along the floor. Quite effortlessly, but certainly with absolute full control over his movements. Moves on to 93. Seems to have got through that period where he was battling, maybe just getting his that career best milestone. Oh, Bancroft's almost been done by the spin there, and then Libby's come a long way down, having turned the ball to backward square. Latigan wasn't going anywhere, so that helped, but Libby thought that had beaten Bancroft, and it hadn't. Was able to shift his body weight back from left to right and stop it. 166 without loss. Price to Libby, a slow delivery, and Libby goes back and runs it out through the offside for a single. So 167 without loss. And Latigan twirling his bat, waiting, tall left-hand at Price into him and looking to drive but can't find space on the offside. Tommy Borman still has those shin pads on at cover, able to stop it. Price moves in. There now, bowls. Latigan down the pitch, sort of yorking himself, and they won't get a run as Hammond tumbles across from short extra cover. Williams tidies up behind him. There's no danger of this being a partnership record, by the way, even for Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. That record belongs to a pair from 1913 who put on 306 for the opening wicket. Ford defends this one, does Latigan, out to point. Another good over from Price, just 2 runs from it. But still, Latigan and Libby unbroken at the crease, and they do bat a long way down Worcestershire as well. Got plenty of firepower if that's needed, with the likes of Hose, Waite and Swanepoel, but plenty of experience as well. Form of D'Oliveira, who has played one of the innings of this match, 83, to help Worcestershire up to that lead of 117 on first innings.
Psyche Shaw to continue from the College lawn end over the wicket now to the right-handed Libby, who gets a run off the outside edge, squirts away on the offside. Will Williams is the fielder at backward point. He shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Well wide, Libby was in anyway, and Middleton does the backing up. Gripping game of cricket this has been. Big crowds on the first 2 days. I think 3,000 it was estimated on Friday. Really packed in. A lot of rain on the first day. Kishore bowls again and Latigan turns on the leg side, which forced an abandonment very quickly, forced us to run for cover as well and take all our equipment with us. We were seated under some temporary parasols here and they weren't up to the job. Water was running down the stairs as we fled for cover. Latigan looking to paddle this one round the corner, misses it. And then on the second day, glorious weather, excellent crowd, all sorts of activities, bouncy castles, ice creams, burger vans, etc. Chris Dent's coffee cart. Big crowd. Not so many yesterday, and fairly sparse crowd today. Another dot as Latigan works this on the onside. But those that are here, gripped by a really, really fluctuating and very interesting game of cricket. Shaw, Indian left-arm spinner, IPL experience, brought in by Gloucestershire for this block of 6 games, 4 wickets in the first innings, bowling from the college lawn end to the left-handed Dan Latigan, who works this up to long on, fielded there by Daz Ahmed, and a single is taken. So a tidy over so far, just the 2 runs from it. 1 ball left. Runs not easy to come by, but as Ed Seaborn was saying, Worcestershire, with plenty of wickets in hand, can always take a few risks later on if they need to. Libby leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. So 21 overs left, 110 more runs required. And Worcestershire in a good position, having been set 279 to win. Latigan is on 94, he's faced 125 deliveries, and Libby is on 73, having faced 109 deliveries. All this after Gloucestershire resumed this morning on their overnight 248 for 3 and went on shortly after lunch to declare on 391 for 7, with James Bracey making 127.
Whenever you point your binoculars over to that part of the ground, I never know whether you're looking
at
the scoreboard or whether you're having a scout again of
the game that
the games of cricket that are going on.
The boys are playing there. There's a group of boys. I think it's a different group now, judging by the shirts playing. They're still using that big green bin as the stumps. They've got 1 or 2 adults perhaps involved as fielders now as well.
I suppose this should be you with Latigan on 94.
Well, don't worry about that. I don't think if you were to do it in one shot, I'd back you to call it just as well as anybody.
Here is Price and to Latigan, who leaves a wide outside the off stump. Must have started wide and then turned wider. Yes, don't think there were any complaints about that one. I think that was past the return crease by the time it had got through to Bracey. 170 without loss. Price into Latigan, that's whacked out to deep cover for a single. Ben Charlesworth brought up his first ton in first-class cricket with a 6 off Louis Kimber, but yeah, in this position you would be particularly shocked, given it's a run chase and all that. I've almost got it down into double digits of Worcestershire as Price bowls to Libby, short, cracked away, and well, that would have been an absolutely blinding catch at mid-wicket. I didn't think that there was any chance for anybody to get a hand on that. Joe Phillips just about did, and the quality of the effort. I mean, he's saved 3 runs there. They do run 1, but Ollie Price, the bowler, has gone all the way over to him to congratulate him. I don't know how he even reacted in time to get a hand on it. It's not even a 1 out of 10, and that would stick type job. It's probably a 1 out of 10 get a hand on it. Libby really did knock the cover off that, hard and flat to mid-wicket. Price bowls to Latigan, who plays that one slightly tentatively into the onside, which is not a word that would have been used to describe anything else in this innings from Latigan, really. Not much else, anyway. Just looking to fiddle his way through for these 5 remaining runs for the milestone. 172 for no wicket. Price into Latigan gets a short ball, and that has been clattered away down to long on. Only really looking for the single. Not tempted to have a dart for that mid-wicket fence that he's cleared, well, twice from that end and once over the longer boundary of the bowling of Sai Kishore. Latigan to 96. Price to Libby, who plays that one on the leg side, looking for the offside as Phillips slides across from mid-wicket, being kept busy. Another run is added. 174 without loss. 96. Sure you don't fancy it now?
No, it's fine. You carry on. I'm not bothered.
Okay. Hammond's going into slip. The final ball of Price's 11th over. She bowls now to Latigan, who comes forward and plays it away towards straight mid-wicket. Middleton gets across under the floppy hat. And there's no run, so Frank's decision vindicated as we've got to the end of the over. 105 more needed and 20 overs as a minimum to get them in.
You talked about Charles bringing up his 100 with a 6. My first ever cricketing hero when I was a small boy, and I'm showing my age, was Ken Barrington, famous Surrey and England number 3. Brilliant, wonderfully gritty, reliable player. I think it was this reliability I loved, that he always seemed to get runs. Occasionally dropped for slow scoring, I think, on one occasion, and often chastised for it, but often brought up his hundreds with a 6. It was almost as though he wanted to show people that it might have taken him 4 hours to get there, but he could do it. And I just quickly searched to see what the stats were. I don't know about his entire career, but 4 of his 20 test match centuries were completed by hitting a 6, and many of those were you know, long innings. He did it at Melbourne, he did it at Adelaide, did it at Durban, and did it at Trinidad, and he would bat all day. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because there's a bowling change, and he would then suddenly break out and show that he could do it. Fantastic.
It was absolutely astonishing record that he had. So, I mean, 20 hundreds, average round up to 59.
Great player.
And yet he doesn't really get talked about.
He was a manager of England test sides, and tragically had a heart attack in the West Indies on a tour when he was manager. He was also very, very famous for remarkable, not quite spoonerisms, but similar verbal slips. Very funny, apparently funny man, and just a great player. Wally Grout, the Australian wicketkeeper, once said about Ken Barrington, and this always stuck with me when I was a youngster, that when he came out to bat, you could see the Union Jack trailing behind him. That was fantastic. Changing the bowling. Aman Rao is into the attack from the College lawn end, and his first ball to Libby keeps very low, and he is a very tall man, and it hits Libby on the shin, and there's an appeal for LBW. Whether he got a nick on it or not, I don't know, or whether it was maybe going down. What do you think, Ed? You've seen a replay.
I must say I wondered to start with about edge.
I got an edge, maybe done too much, but
it's a long way back.
Turned down by the umpire. 174 without loss it remains. So we're back to seam from the College lawn end, which is an interesting decision by Cameron Bancroft. Rao on debut, yet to get a wicket in first class cricket, and that's the worry from Bancroft's point of view, that if he does drop short as he did there, it's a pretty easy shot for Libby just to pull it away down to that short boundary on the leg side, and he helps himself, Libby, and goes to 79. Latigan is on 96, and Worcestershire are very nicely placed at the moment as Rao comes in again and bowls again. That maybe keeps a little bit low, and Libby just jams down on it, but 101 needed to win. 19 overs left after this, 10 wickets in hand. They'll be kicking themselves back to Worcester if they don't get these, but equally a couple of wickets could create a few nerves. Aman Rao again striding in, bowls, and that's another run for Libby on the leg side, clipped away past the diving fielder at mid wicket. There's Ballman, picked up, no, it's Phillips actually, and picked up by Price coming off the boundary behind him. Glorious evening, absolutely glorious evening. Last day of the festival here at Cheltenham. Continues to be a magnificent venue for county cricket. Great credit to Gloucestershire, the way that they can bring the festival here. Great credit to the college and the groundsman who joined us yesterday to talk about it, that they can put it on this late in the holidays. Pupils will be back in a week or two. Another big shout for LBW, and once again umpire Ben Peverell absolutely unmoved. Shake of the head from Ed Seaborn next to me.
High hand
Going
leg
down,
side-ish probably,
and he's delivered it from very wide as well, being round the wicket. Ammon Rao, gosh, he's got long legs. He must be
yeah.
he must be about 6'7".
Might be Henry Brooks joining Gloucestershire next year.
Yeah.
About 3/4 legs.
Rao in bowls and Latigan drives, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover. Can't get a run. End of the over, 179 without loss. Latigan marooned on 96. Libby is on 80. So 19 overs left. And Worcestershire require exactly 100. And the rate required is 5.3, which with 10 wickets in hand ought to be very, very gettable. But they're not there yet. What a partnership. 179 without loss.
Cameron Darrywall and Alfie Johnson just ran onto the field and gave a drink out to Ed Middleton, and they were shooed away by Alex Wharf, and they ran off like a pair of naughty schoolboys, just giggling away.
Why do you think he shooed them away then?
I'm not sure. We haven't really had official drinks breaks in this match, have we? I suppose it's just not been deemed hot enough. 100 to win. Price to Libby. That's turned to Bancroft at square leg. Just behind square, and there is no run. They've got him there and Kishore at quite a fine, short, fine leg, or at least it looks quite fine from this angle. Price into Libby, and he just defends that one as though it just didn't come through at all. Let the ball hit the bat and barely went anywhere at all. Price still unchanged since tee. He goes back and pulls, does Libby, out over wide long on, and that will make its way to the long boundary. Out at wide long on, just a little short. Doesn't have to be that short for Libby, I suppose, to rock onto the back foot, but he smashed one towards mid-wicket in the previous Price over that was...
His strike rate's now almost equal with Latigan.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? It's Libby's just almost imperceptibly just accelerated a fraction just to take the pressure off Latigan as he's been getting close to his milestone. Price into Libby, a cut shot, somehow gets it out to deep cover. It wasn't right out of the manual, but it brings him one more. 95 to win. Extraordinary, 184 without loss. I think there was certainly a feeling it wasn't 279 from 60. It didn't feel as if you'd have said that was going to be the target on day two, even on day three towards the start. You said, well, gosh, there's no way that's happening. Yeah. But it did feel very different at the start. Price, another short one. Latigan pulls it away. He's going to get 4 runs, and he's going to get his maiden first-class 100 in a run chase. In an unbroken opening partnership, a wonderful innings of authority, of power, of quality, and he's reached his 100 off 132 balls, 12 fours and 3 sixes, all struck off the international spinner Sai Kishore, and Kishore is going to walk up to him and give him a bit of a handshake as well. That's a really memorable innings for Latigan, even take out the fact that it's his first in first-class cricket.
Yeah, brilliant. And he's had to work for those last 20. He really has.
Price to Latigan, went forward then back and defends into the onside. So 91 required from 18 overs, 188 without loss. It's been just a superbly compiled partnership between these two.
9 off that over. And, well, if Libby gets there too and he's on 85, you can't really say that he doesn't deserve it. It is the most remarkable flattening out of a pitch I've seen for a long, long time. And you think how well Bracey played as well, and how difficult this pitch was in the first innings for both teams. Aman Rao to continue from the College lawn end. Balls to Libby on the back foot, just turns it away on the leg side for a single.
I keep saying it is shades of 2024 with the tie. It's just that we had, well, a session and a half lost, over a session and a half lost on day one. Worcestershire went a bit bigger than Glamorgan did. Otherwise, we could be in a similar position. Gloucestershire could have scored 500 and Worcestershire could have been in a position to score 500 back.
Aman Rao round the wicket to Latigan. And Latigan cuts this down to third man for 4. I say cuts it to third man, and he did. He middled it. It wasn't an edge. He just played it really late. He'll either get out or he'll get 30 very quickly here, I think, Latigan. And that would be well in the game plan for Worcestershire.
Yeah. Just remove all jeopardy now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And he will be seeing it well, and he'll be so relieved. That first 100 for any young player, so important. Steers this one down on the offside. Remember Jack Haynes, who was a player that I know pretty well when he first started at Worcester, run out backing up at the non-striker's end off the bowler's hand when he was on about 90 at Edgbaston once, and struggled to get that first one, and then when he got it was able to relax, and the next time you get into the 70s and the 80s and the 90s it seems easier. That'll be the same for Latigan, I'm sure, in the future. Rao in, bowls round the wicket, plays that really late. Latigan nicely just dabbed down on the offside for a single. Cameron Bancroft scratching his head now, not given up by any means, of course, but talk about need a wicket, talk about wondering where it's going to come from.
Yeah, he's cycled through everybody, changed ends with people and tried to set different fields within the limitations that he's got in terms of trying to save runs as well.
Rao again is in and bowls, and Libby is working this one away on the leg side for a single. They've just got so much time now. I mean, you compare this to the first innings for both sides, how the ball was nipping around and going past the bat, the keeper and the slips were involved. Ball was nipping back, people were being bowled, one or two kept a bit low. It just seems to have incredibly flattened out this pitch. 195 without loss. Latigan on the back foot defends. End of the over. Worcestershire require 84 from 17 overs. At a rate below 5 now, 4.9. The current rate is 4.5. What do you do if you're Cameron Bancroft? Do you try something? He's turning to Kishore, which is fair enough. And from this Chapel end, which is where he has occasionally got one to really rip, even in this innings.
Chapel end, returning the ball number 60, Sai Kishore.
I suppose you've got to go with your experienced bowler. I just think maybe from a completely neutral point of view that Middleton's been underbowled a little bit, but I suppose he did go for 4 and over. Kishore has gone for 3.7. But if in doubt, Go for experience.
You probably got to give him one more go while there's still some sort of a chunk of runs to try and get. Covers come up. We've got this field again, which is
Heavily offside biased.
Dominated by one side, in this case the offside. Libby goes back and he still finds space on that offside anyway. Middleton misses it with his boot from cover, but be a single out to Ahmed.
Now,
Deep
will
backward point.
Go big with the spin? He hasn't got anybody out deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Is he sending someone out? Changing things? Just going over the wicket? Sending a man out?
No, he's
Middleton
sending Long on out as well.
Yeah.
I wondered if he might leave one up and one back, but no, he's going to.
It was
back.
Towards the scoreboard that Latigan struck him for his first 2 sixes. But he doesn't need to do anything drastic at all. Doesn't mean he won't.
No, so the modern player always tries to finish it in a blaze of glory as well. Kishore over the wicket to Latigan, forcing shot down to Long on. Hit hard, but along the ground, he was just completely taking Hammond at short straight mid-wicket out of play there by ensuring he had no time to get there. 197 without loss. At the end of this over, we'll be in the final hour. Very exciting. The umpire gets to point to his watch. Kishore into Libby, who gets a thick edge down to a very backward point. There'll be no run. Over rate's level, so I don't think we'll see any rushing through from Gloucestershire as that's tossed up by Kishore. A nice flighted delivery, but Libby with 5 runs and over, and Kishore bowling doesn't have to do anything much with that, just defends. But Bancroft has brought the field right up for Libby. Kishore flatter and cut away to extra cover. Hammond does the fielding. Libby turns in irritation. Got a rare ball that he could cut off Kishore. Couldn't find the gap. 82 more required. 2 runs off this over. Kishore into Libby, edging wide of slip. And down to the boundary as well. 4 runs to end the over. Got exactly what he was after. Did Kishore. Bowled it wide. Tempted Libby into a drive off a ball that wasn't a half volley. But even though Bancroft launched himself away to his right-hand side, he couldn't get close to it. A second slip would have been required. And with a partnership that was at 197, but is now at 201 for the opening wicket. Can't really have too many close catches in. 78 more needed.
There's the umpire pointing to his wrist. 78 needed, 201 without a loss, 200 partnership. They're very close, these two. Latigan, I think, regards Libby as a bit of a mentor. Says he's learned a lot from him. Middleton is being brought into the attack at the College lawn end. I agree with you about Bancroft's captaincy. I don't think there's much more he could have done. I think he's rung the changes. You could argue that Ahmed's only bowled 3 overs. You could argue that Williams has only bowled 4, but we know he's carrying an injury and he's got a lot of work to do probably in the rest of the season. But he's rung the changes pretty regularly. Middleton's first ball is, wow, hammered back at the bowler so hard that it removes a stump. The stumps have come out of the ground very easily in this game. I think it's something the ground staff do it sometimes on purpose. I think they put water into the holes, and maybe it's how dry it is. And it's great to see. We've seen quite a few uprooted stumps when people have been bowled. I think Middleton was trying to suggest he might have got a touch on that. Bowls again, and Latigan again whacks it straight back at him, and he picks it up and threatens to throw it back at the batsman. Don't do that, you'll get some penalty runs if you do.
Is he trying to break one of Middleton's fingers?
Here, Pennington got done
Yes,
for penalty runs on this ground.
He did. Dan Worrell as well a couple of years before when he was playing for Gloucestershire.
201 without loss. He bowls again, and Latigan is whipping this one with the bottom hand up to long on for a single. 202 without loss.
He's very close to it, was Middleton. I can see they've slowed it right down on the replay, but I don't know how he got as close to it as he did, but it wasn't too far off.
It would have been a bit naughty if he hadn't touched it. He said, hang on, look, there's a bit of fingernail on the ground there, ump. Libby on strike. Middleton throws the ball from one hand to the other. In, bowls, and Libby just steers this out square on the offside. For Rao to do the fielding. At what point do we start to see a bit of negative body language from the Gloucestershire field?
I thought you were about to say negative bowling.
I don't mean deliberately either. I just think, at what point do you sense that they think, goodness me, it's not going to be our day? Or do they keep going and think, 2-3 quick wickets and it might suddenly become a bit nervy? 76 more needed. Hammered again by Latigan. Middleton fields of his own bowling, and then he glares at Latigan as if to say, you're going to have to hit it harder than that. The one he did get past him that would have gone all the way took out a stump and therefore didn't. Last ball of the over. He bowls, and Latigan does this time whack it away on the leg side, but he doesn't really time it. And he only gets one, in fact. This is a good bit of fielding by Phillips. Means he keeps the strike. It's the end of the over, just 3 from it. Well bowled. Ed Middleton. 204 without loss. Worcestershire need 75 from 15, and even I can work out the run rate.
I mean, the fact that Kishore is wicketless as well, I think he is such a consistent performer in any cricket that he plays. I never see him get absolutely carted in the IPL. He's got a fantastic first-class record as well, and he's been right up there in terms of spinners in India and probably by extension in world cricket. And for a while, it's looked as if he's just had to bowl to contain really and take absolute. I mean, they have batted so well, these two, but I think you can't say that it's that Gloucestershire haven't found something that's there out of the pitch in terms of spin, especially. If Kishore's not finding it, then it isn't there. Kishore over the wicket bowling to Latigan, and a one bounce drive into the hands of Ollie Price at short extra cover. There won't be a run there. Latigan hasn't really gone into overdrive since reaching his 100. He gets a loopy, low full toss, one bounce and 4. Just recognised that was going to reach him on the full and played a sweep shot to that very short boundary. Wasn't that far from Middleton at deep mid wicket, but no chance to get there. Even that was just taking advantage of an opportunity. I'm sure that's the first full toss that Kishore's bowled.
In the game.
Yeah.
In the country.
Yeah, might well be after.
In the county, anyway.
Yeah. I don't think he would have bowled too many in his stint for Surrey last year, looking at the numbers there. Round the wicket, Latigan, slog sweep high up in the air. That's going to clear the boundary. He's hit Kishore for his 4th 6. It's not a monster 6, but it's far enough. And running off towards the fence that separates the ground from the Sanford Road out over the turf there. And now 65 to win. Well, the charge could be on pretty soon. It's a very short boundary to defend. Hitting with what turn is there. Inspect the ball. Well, umpire Wharf and throw it back to Kishore. None for 65 in his 15th over. Over the wicket now to Latigan. Reverse sweep, 4 more. Down to a fine third position. Got it wide of slip. There's no fielder there for that shot, and he's toying with him now.
Exhibition stuff, isn't it? 122.
218 for no wicket. And yet again, we'll have listeners joining us in various outlets. 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, Gloucestershire live stream. The first ball of this innings was a tough chance, but was dropped at short leg off the bat of Latigan as he plays it to backward point, and that will be one of those footnotes that almost makes the story better of his maiden ton. Yeah, got it in an amazing run chase at the Cheltenham Festival. I was dropped first ball, but I said to myself, that's the last chance I'm going to give. Kishore in, straight slog sweep from Latigan. It's going to be 2 bounces down to long on, and Phillips, who collapses on the ball and keeps it to a single. 15 runs off the over. 60 more needed by Worcestershire as another van comes in to take apart
The festival.
the festival. They're starting to dismantle it already. Well, they started a while ago, didn't they?
We've watched it disappear before our eyes from yesterday afternoon when the bouncy castles went. The marquees are empty. And the body language is now just beginning to look a bit negative out there. Latigan enjoying himself. Libby supporting him brilliantly. As I say, they're close, these two, and Latigan, I think, regards Libby as very much a mentor, really. He said that to me before. And he will be very happy that it was Libby who was out there when he reached 3 figures for the first time. Middleton from the college lawn end to the left-handed Latigan, and he's gone big on the leg side, and it's all the way for 6 more. So Dan Latigan is a man in a hurry. That's a big hit, actually, straight down the ground. There's a man on the boundary at long on. He was interested for a while, but it's cleared him. Worcestershire supporters at that end on their feet, and Dan Latigan racing them towards their target now. 225 without loss. Latigan goes to 129. Middleton in again, bowls, and Latigan just turns this on the leg side for 1. Well, he's got a long way to go before comparisons can be made with other famous Worcestershire overseas players, and he won't be overseas for much longer. But I did once say to him, he fell into Worcestershire's lap in many ways. He went to school at Brighton College when he first came over, and it's only because his parents settled in Worcestershire that he ended up living in Worcestershire and becoming part of the setup. Middleton bowls, Libby turns on the leg side for a single. So he fell into Worcestershire's lap, and I did say to him, the last player from that part of the world that fell into Worcestershire's lap didn't do too badly, because not a lot of people know that Graham Hick was meant to go to Leicestershire, but he was known as a bit of an off-spinner, I think, as well as a batter. And I think it was Jack Birkinshaw, former Worcestershire player and Leicestershire player, who was at Leicester as a coach, who said something along the lines of, Latigan paddle sweeps, doesn't get a run. Well, you know, we don't really need an off-spinner, so why don't you try Worcestershire? I think it was something along those lines. And I certainly heard that story. And that's how Hick ended up at Worcestershire, and the rest is history. The pavilion's named after him, say no more. Latigan hammers this one for 4 through the covers. Middleton just over pitching outside the off stump, and Latigan flat bats it. It's not going to be much longer, I don't think.
Absolutely terrifying shot.
Yeah. 134 now. If you're going to get your first 100, you might as well go big. And he is now looking completely dominant, isn't he? 231 without loss. Incredible turnaround in this game. Gloucestershire in their first innings, 150 all out. Worcestershire establishing a lead of 117, but 267 all out, not massive. And then Gloucestershire 391 for 7 declared. Middleton bowls, Latigan paddles again, but straight to the man at short fine leg. And Worcestershire in response now, 231 without loss. Latigan, who was pulling pints in the club bar at the start of last season, before he was given a contract, played in the One Day Cup, and now ends up leading the way towards this victory. 3.7 is the required rate, 48 needed from 13. Latigan has raced on to 134. Libby is 94, and Worcestershire are on the brink of a victory that will at least keep them in touch with the sides above them in the Division 2 table.
Yeah, wins for Kent and Northamptonshire this round. So Worcestershire, with a win, will go up to 4th. They'll go ahead of Derbyshire and Middlesex, and so just stay in touch with the second promotion spot. Libby wants a single to backward square. Aman Rao is now the fielder there rather than Bancroft, and he'll get it quite comfortably, will Jake Libby, onto 95. And now that Latigan has started to cut loose, he's going to sort of do for Libby what Libby did for him, and take the pressure off the inevitable. You know, you've worked so hard for something, you're always going to feel some sort of nerves approaching 100.
It was interesting the way Libby did do that, though, wasn't it? He just, while Latigan was a little bit tied down, that early part of the 80s, wasn't it? Libby just played a few more shots for a few minutes.
Just what you want from an experienced batter, knowing what Latigan's going through. 47 needed. Kishore to Latigan off the back foot, forced away to long on. Comfortable single available there for Gloucestershire. Well, it will be an 8th defeat out of 9. Those are the raw numbers. They've been in so many of those defeats, and in a lot of cases have fought back. As this is played on the ground to mid-on, Libby will not go for a single this time to Williams. But I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? When you are always having to fight back in games, then you know that's inevitably going to lead to situations where you leave yourself vulnerable. Kishore into Libby. Loud scream of no as he notices that Rao has maybe crept in a couple of paces closer at backward square leg as he worked it away there. There is no run, so just 2 runs off the over as Kishore still looks for that absolute magic ball that he bowled to Brett D'Oliveira to end the first innings, but he's just not managed to get that same assistance. Sure, not for the lack of putting revs on and working the ball, but as Libby plays another one to short mid-wicket. Another dose of heavy roller before this innings as well. And again, it's just been a phenomenal partnership. Libby takes a length ball, waits for it, and guides it beautifully away to deep backward point for 1 run. So 96 to him, 234 for none. 45 more runs required. I suppose it, well, I can imagine what people would have said if Gloucestershire had just kept on batting and batting and batting. They wouldn't have given themselves any sort of overs to take 10 wickets if they, well, to be honest, even if they've got their lead up to 300. You never know whether it would have played out the same. Of course you don't, but the way that these two have batted, I mean, others could have come in and done that. They felt they had to set something up. It would be interesting to get the thoughts in terms of what they felt about that target, in terms of whether they felt that was quite generous or whether they thought it was, 50-50, we set it up to be like that, or what. It'd be interesting to get those thoughts at the end, but
Miles
I
Hammond
wondered if we might
attack.
see this.
Yeah, I think it was a good declaration. I think it was a perfectly realistic declaration. You've got to try and win the game. Gloucestershire aren't interested in drawing. They didn't sign Psyche Shaw to come and get them a draw by tying one end up. They signed him to take wickets and win games, and they prepared a pitch they thought would help him. We all thought, and I include coaches in this, that chasing 250 on this pitch would be hard work. As Hammond bowls his first ball and Libby drives it off the back foot through the covers for a single. We all thought that, and I'd stand by that. Just can't legislate for the fact that it flattened out quite as much as it has. And I mean, I've already said it goes against all logic to see a pitch that actually turns more in the first innings than it does in the second, really. Just especially as it was a used pitch to start with, but that seems to have been the case. It's tidier now, apparently. There's less loose stuff around on there than there was before, which again is not usually the case. Hammond again is in, bowls to Latigan, who paddle sweeps, and he keeps doing that, but he keeps finding the fielder, Will Williams, at short fine leg. But you couldn't really have expected this. 235 without loss. Don't think any of us expected it. Well, we didn't.
Oh.
Hammond again round the wicket, bowls nicely. Latigan just pushes back up the pitch. The trouble with the occasional spinner is that he might land the first 3 or 4, but there's always the danger that the loose one comes along. And if it does, Latigan will probably put it away. That one's a little bit wider than he would have wanted, and he does put it away, drives it through the covers, but it's really well fielded by Phillips, I think, out there, right on the far side.
Ahmed, I think.
Sliding stop. Yeah, Daz Ahmed, I beg your pardon, he's miles away. Sliding stop, jumped to his feet, got the throw back in. Just 2. Hammond completes the over. Won't stop that one. That's what I mean. Wide, just slapped. Flat bat, slap through extra cover by Latigan. So he started well, Hammond, but 6 off 2 balls and the damage is done. And Worcestershire are skating towards victory now. They're 38 more required. 11 overs left.
He's really relaxed into it after getting to his 100 as well.
Absolutely, 141 now. He's having a ball. A cut away on the offside. And Ahmed gets round again and makes another good stop, but Latigan has kept the strike, which is bad news as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. 7 off the over, 242 without loss, and Worcestershire, as I say, cruising, absolutely cruising. Be a few eyebrows raised around the country at this score because of this earlier scores in the game, but we noticed, I mean, I wasn't sure how serious Bayer Swanepoel was last night when he said it's flattened out and it isn't turning as much and will chase anything, but I thought it was a bit of bravado, maybe it was, but as it's turned out to be quite prophetic, really. I thought 279 was a tall. We all did, didn't we?
Middleton's back for another bowl, striking Latigan on the pad. There's no run. Well, I mean, any chase of 270, you figure is always going to be tough in any situation, even as much as 50 over cricket is change. You never really expect to walk to a score of 279. You expect there to be some bumps along the road, but just hasn't been. And now it's, I mean, it really is, they're just realising that Latigan might try and clear the boundary, so they're putting everybody back there, but he could just take singles if he wants, but he doesn't want a single. He's going to just about clear extra cover. So he came running at Middleton, lobs into space between three fielders, Bancroft and Williams coming out and Rao coming in.
But it's not ideal, Middleton, from the chapel end to a left-hander with that short boundary, is it? It is almost inviting him to have a go. I think he will.
Oh, he's on 144 as well. 35 to win. Middleton to Latigan. Slog sweep. It's gone high up in the air. Two fielders long on coming in, and he takes the catch. So Latigan does try for the 150 in one blow, but he'll give Ed Middleton a wicket. So he went for that shot that has brought him 5 sixes already. And a good sliding catch from Joe Phillips coming in from long on. But Latigan, well, we've seen a couple of fabulous hundreds today, but Latigan increasing the mark in terms of getting that close to 150 for your maiden first-class 100. What a stage to do it on.
Yeah, he's gutted to be out. It really is. He punched his bat in annoyance as he made his way off. Probably disappointed not to have been able to see it through to a 10-wicket win, because that would have been something else, especially with his great pal and mentor Jake Libby out there. But what a great first 100 for Dan Latigan. What a brilliant innings. 144 off 163 deliveries with 17 fours and 5 sixes. Good catch, actually, as he came in. Phillips had to keep his eye on it, and it went up a long way, and it probably knew that it wasn't the most crucial catch in terms of, I mean, I'd be very surprised if Worcestershire don't see it home from here, but he still had to keep his eye on it and take it, and he did so very nicely.
Not sure if you heard that announcement, but
yeah, Bears Swanepoel
yes,
at 3.
It's Bears Swanepoel. He is coming out at 3.
He said he might.
Well, not sure he quite felt it was going to be in this position, but can have a bit of fun at the end of what's been an excellent game for him. Middleton into Swanepoel, and he won't get a run to start off with too. Short mid-wicket. His wicket's vital in ensuring, I suppose, Gloucestershire didn't put on a score that, I mean, you know, again, in hindsight, it may not have mattered if they'd set 320, but I mean, different psychology going into it. Might have been a higher run rate as well. Middleton to Swanepoel, who larrups this one through extra cover for 4. Oh, goodness me. One South African was out there trying to hit it fearsomely hard for his 144, but out comes another one who's trying to hit it even harder. Goodness me, that got away from extra cover in an absolute flash. 248 for 1, 31 required. 1 ball left in this over for Middleton, who might be able to take wickets with Swanepoel going after him, but he also knows that there's a short leg side boundary there, but Swanepoel's looking offside. He bottom edges it into the ground and it loops up for Bracey behind the stump, so there's no run. Gloucestershire at least avoid the 10-wicket defeat, but I don't think that'll be much consolation. I think whatever they felt about the declaration, they would have felt they
felt they were
got
in
it
a
themselves in.
chance.
Yeah, they felt they got themselves into a position where they were dictating the game in that
Yeah.
second innings of theirs, and got it to a point where they were happy with. You know, that was exactly what they were looking for at the beginning of the day, and they got it there. And I would have felt it was a great opportunity.
Lunch is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
At lunch yesterday, Worcestershire thought they were absolutely on top. At lunch today, Gloucestershire thought they were absolutely on top. And yet, here we are as Libby drives off the back foot for 2, which will take him on to 99. Miles Hammond is the bowler from the Chapel Lawn end. 250 is up for Worcestershire. 197 minutes it's taken. 50.1 overs, 5 and over. Tremendous stuff. And Libby has moved within 1 run of 100. It's been in rich form in August, mainly in the One Day Cup. It's had a fairly lean spell after getting 1,000 runs in Division 1 last year. But there's his 100 as he chops this down through slip, deliberate shot, down to third man for 4, and yet another 100 for Jake Libby. 103, 136 balls, 12 fours, and people are beginning to say to me, where does he rank in, you know, the annals of all-time Worcestershire batsmen? And you talk about, you know, they go back to, well, there's some great names of the past, the Fosters and so on, and then, you know, coming into the modern era, Graveney, D'Oliveira, Hick, Turner. Left alone this one outside the off stump, and I don't know, people are hesitant to say, oh, you know, you should put him into that category, but runs are the currency of batters, and he just keeps churning them out. Jake Libby's, what a signing he's been. Left alone again outside the off stump, and I think we've seen the best of him today, Ed, in a way, in the sense that what Jake Libby is particularly good at. Hammond again bowls outside the off stump again, wide this time. What Jake Libby is particularly good at is pacing a chase, as he's proved lots of times in white ball cricket. Doesn't play in the T20, but on this occasion, the ideal man to be out there with Latigan, as we said, and he's done it really well. He cracks this one away through extra cover. Aman Rao runs round. They pick up another 2. So Worcestershire are speeding towards victory now. They just need 22 more runs. And Jake Libby's gone to 3 figures. They're 257 for 1. Swanepoel's gone out there like a man on a mission. I don't think it's going to be much longer. Hammond again bowls, and Libby drives up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. I can't remember many games that have fluctuated in quite such drastic fashion. I mean, like I say, yesterday at lunch, Worcestershire had got Gloucestershire back in. They hadn't taken a wicket before the interval, but you thought, well, you know, they're right on top here. Big first innings lead on a deteriorating pitch. Completely turned round by lunch today when Bracey had reached his 100 and Middleton was in the 20s, and it was just a case of how many before they set the target. And yet that was just, well, you know, 3-4 hours ago, and yet here we are with Worcestershire on the brink.
Yeah, 22 required. That's 9 overs for what that's worth. Swanepoel waits and whacks this back, and he's now smashed the stumps at the non-strikers end. Middle stump has stayed in this time, but we've seen 2, well, I suppose you have to say absolutely, even by the standards of hitting the stumps at the non-strikers end, perfect straight drives, because we've seen 2 hit middle stump. Both off Middleton's bowling. It's exactly what Latigan was doing. No run there. Swanepoel gives him the mighty charge, hits it down towards long on, one bounce to Joe Phillips. If he just maybe got a bit further down, he might have hit it out the ground.
He might have collided with the non-striker. He was certainly on the charge. He's in the mood.
It's one way to pick up a single. 21
I tell you
more
what,
needed.
if anybody called it, this finish, Bayer Swanepoel called it last night. Bring it on, I'll bat 3.
They all believed him. Libby has 105. Middleton bowls to him, and that's just turned through mid-wicket. Well, there's actually no sweeper out on the boundary. He'll take one again. Libby, master gap finder.
Yeah.
He's also, when Cheltenham gets flatter, he's a sort of player that's just so good because it's the players that just wait that. I've said it so many times through this festival as well. It's the players that just wait that little bit longer and play square, use the pace, use the outfield. Middleton bowls a length ball. Swanepoel just rocks back and shuffles it away into the leg side for one. That was a bit of an anticlimax. Get on with it. 19 required. 260 for one.
Perfectly paced by Libby.
Everyone comes in again now as Middleton bowls to Libby, who's back and defending. He's got absolutely no designs on leaving that crease until the job's done. Jake Libby. Not going to leave it up to anybody else. $19 to win. Bancroft back in at slip. There's one fielder in the deep point. Libby drives and won't get a run. Still diving around in the field. Gloucestershire, there's no allowing the ball past. Ollie Price with the dive there for no run. They have thrown themselves about, but they've come up against a couple of remarkable innings from Latigan and Libby. They would have hoped that it'd still have been, and there have been occasional balls that have turned, but it's just got ever more occasional. Interesting, they're bringing on Kishore here. I thought they might just leave the overseas spinner out of the attack, but they're going to bring him back on for another go with 19 required and 9 wickets to take.
And 8 overs. And Swanepoel champing at the bit. I wonder if he'll go offside or leg side. He's going to bowl over the wicket. Sorry, round the wicket to the left-hander. Moving his man around on the leg side boundary a bit squarer. No slip. They're all pretty well spread. Extra cover looks a good shout. Swanepoel inside it, plays down on the leg side. Hard to get the ball to extra cover, obviously, when he's bowling left arm round, but it's a massive gap, isn't it? Swanepoel does like to go that way. If he gets any room, harder to go over the leg side, although there's a big gap at mid-wicket. 260 for one. Kishore bowls and can't do anything with that, Swanepoel. He's enjoying this Kishore. Little battle within a battle. Locals encouraging their new favourite son. 19 required, 7.4 overs. Kishore bowls and Swanepoel reverses, gets a bat on it, but can't beat the fielder Middleton. His throw is wayward, but backed up by Bancroft. 1 down, 19 required. Just got to be sensible, really. Don't think Libby's heart will be beating too quickly out there. Couple of lusty blows. Doesn't have to be off Kishore. but there is one of them, and it is out to extra cover, as I suggested it might be, just for a couple. Swanepoel moves on to 8, and the victory target is just 17 runs away now. In the evening sunshine, the festival coming to a close. And Swanepoel again goes over the offside, as I suggested he might, this time all the way for 4, clears the giant row at mid-off, halfway back, clatters into the advertising boards, and Worcestershire are really on the brink now. Swanepoel has come in and put bat to ball with the purpose. He's on 12, and the victory target is now just 11 runs away, with 1 ball left in this over, the 58th of the innings. And Swanepoel just blocks it back up the pitch. So the end of the over, 266 for 1, 11 required, 7 overs left. And Worcestershire will keep themselves in touch with the teams at the top of Division 2. They'll go to 4th with this win. And Gloucestershire will remain, sadly, rooted to the bottom.
Well, yes, and they would have done so even if they'd won as well. It'd be the basement battle in a couple of rounds' time with the trip to Old Trafford.
Well, Worcestershire have got Lancashire next, actually, at New Road, starting on Friday.
Lancashire will be quite cut off from 6th place after their 316-run defeat to Northamptonshire at Old Trafford in this round. Kent winning by 46 runs, and yesterday Durham beating Derbyshire by 338 runs. And Durham are Gloucestershire's next opponents, as Middleton bowls now round the wicket with his leg breaks to the right-handed Libby, and that's played away to Middleton's right for no run. So a trip up to see Stokes, Potts, maybe Cast. I don't know if he'll play
and for
next
me in
week.
a couple of weeks.
Middleton bowls to Libby, and that's just helped away behind square out to Price at deep backward square, down to 12 to win.
Oh, 12, sorry, I said 11, didn't I?
I honestly couldn't tell
beg
you.
your pardon, yes, 12.
Two
Two
muscular swings from Bayer Swanepoel, maybe. He hasn't
He
shown...
hasn't gone leg side, really,
yeah,
has
hasn't shown...
he? More likely to go down here, I think.
Might think 3-4s, but we'll see. Middleton to Swanepoel, and he goes over extra cover. Yeah, that's the shot. It's the shot he was playing so well in the first innings as well. Just a lofted extra cover drive of brutality. 271 for 1. 8 runs required to win. And I'll have to go fetching that one from beyond the boundary. Found a little gap over towards the Thilston Road. Williams tossing the ball back. Swanepoel 16 from 13 balls. The clock's just gone past 6. 8 to win, forced away behind square by Swanepoel. He's not timed it. Tommy Borman crossed the field. They were quite optimistic this morning, actually, Gloucestershire supporters, with the overnight score of 248 for 3. Price and Bracey well set. Decent lead already. Slog sweep from Swanepoel. High, handsome. 6 of the best. Over deep mid-wicket. Now it's just 2 to win. And Worcestershire are going to absolutely canter this chase of 279. I hope we get this ball back, because if we've got to get a ball for one for one ball, hopefully not, but there's a lot of staring off into the distance. I think they've found it right at the base of the fence, way out in the distance. There's a lot of room between the boundary and the Sanford Road over there, whereas, as Frank says earlier on, there were bouncy castles and all sorts of entertainment. And a round of applause for some kids who've located the ball. I think it is over to you, Frank, for this one with 2 to win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bears Swanepoel has come in and done exactly what his captain would have wanted. And he hammers this next one back to the bowler. And he's caught and bowled. Is he caught? I think he is caught and bowled. It was a magnificent catch. Brilliant catch. Middleton had probably more balls whacked back at him than any spinner I've ever seen today. Latigan hit a couple, well, more than a couple straight back at him, and he seized them aggressively. Well, Swanepoel smashed that one back, and he just plucked it from the sky.
He sort of ice cream coned it, if you know what I mean. There's the hands forming the cone, and then
coming out, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's held on to
just about held on. And the only way that you knew that it wasn't a bump ball was the fact that Swanepoel then slumped over his bat. Nobody else reacted, as in this situation, and of course you wouldn't.
He's got 2 wickets then, the persevering Middleton. So well done to him. Worcestershire still require 2 more runs to win, and unfortunately, Adam Hose has got to go out there.
Just a vote of thanks on the PA system there from Bradders for the staff at Cheltenham College, and it will be the final act of the festival this year. We'll have to wait 11 months rather than 12 for it next year, but to everybody that's got this festival going, we have seen so much fantastic cricket, both with the men and the women in action, and the lashings game as well. But this looks to be the final act.
Sykeshaw from the Chapel Lawn end bowls to Libby. He's watchfully forward, steering it out square on the offside. Totally unfazed, I would imagine, Jake Libby, by what happened at the other end there. Swanepoel did a good job, hastened Worcestershire towards the victory target. Libby won't even bother if he has to play out a maiden here. He's not going to give it away. I wouldn't have thought, anyway. 107 not out. He's been joined by Hose. It's impressive, actually, that Hose has gone out there, I think. I'll say why in a minute. As Kishaw bowls, Libby on the back foot drives into the covers, because they could have sent Idavalath out there, couldn't they? The youngster who played so well in the first innings, but it would have been a horrible situation to send him out there. And Hose, the more experienced man, has gone out instead, as Libby pushes this one out on the offside. And may well bowl a maiden here. Just 2 runs required for Worcestershire. Plenty of time left. And Libby beaten by a quicker one from Kishaw, which he went to cut. Nicely taken by Bracey. Not surprisingly, you won't need me to tell you what the field is. There's a slip in, and everybody else is saving one. Kishaw bowls again. Libby in behind that, turns in on the leg side, straight to the fielder at square leg. That was a maiden over. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 79 runs, but get this for Sykeshaw, no wickets, and we expected that he would be a real threat in this 4th innings. We've been saying it right from the start of the game almost, and it has not proved to be the case. Rarely has a pitch flattened out more than this one here at the college.
Yeah, and I've seen it a couple of times in recent times, but it is still extremely rare, and it's almost as though to get a pitch to turn in this country now, it has to have that loose top layer, and when that goes, it's just the usual hard, unyielding surface underneath. But you know, you see surfaces usually become easier against pace and tougher against spin. This has not been that way.
Middleton in, bowls to Hose, and there it is. Adam Hose has driven that through the covers for 4. His first ball. Jake Libby finishes 107 not out, and Worcestershire have won by 8 wickets with 4.5 overs to spare. 281 for 2, the total. Latigan out for 144. Swanepoel for 22, Libby 107 not out, Hose 4 not out, and Worcestershire win by 8 wickets and take 21 points from the game, I think. Or was it 20?
It'll be 20, I think, yes.
20 points from the game, and Gloucestershire just take 3.
Yeah, they will be a dejected bunch. Gloucestershire, I mean, they will have been fully committed to the decision to try and win the match, risk the defeat to try and win it, but a defeat it has been, and also a comprehensive one in terms of this run chase. I still don't think it should take away from a lot of the good cricket that they have played in this game, but ultimately I guess you go back as much to the 150 all out on the first day, which meant that they didn't quite have the platform from which to declare from that they might have done, but they went for it. They gave themselves a chance, I suppose, knowing that the pitch had possibly flattened, but all credit to Worcestershire. Latigan and Libby were outstanding, and that opening partnership very, very well could have given Worcestershire a 10-wicket win. They kind of ended in a bit of a blaze of glory, both Latigan and Swanepoel, a couple of wickets for Middleton, but as much as Bancroft cycled through his options and Kishore got through 18 overs, they used 7 bowlers, but they just couldn't get a foothold thanks to Worcestershire's batting. Frank, it's been a great pleasure, and I'm sure, well, we do seem to play Worcestershire here a lot, so you never know. We might be back again next year. There's 2 championship matches I think they're hoping for here in 2027, so who knows, it might be us again.
It makes sense for it to be Worcestershire. It's a close one, and it's always an absolute joy and a pleasure to come here. And I know I speak not only for myself but for all those that have come down from Worcester over the 4 days, and there've been quite a few of them. And yeah, it's been a I'm not just saying it because Worcestershire won, but it's been a really intriguing and topsy-turvy game. I really don't think I've ever known a game fluctuate quite so much as this one did. But all credit to Worcestershire, in particular, I think, to Jake Libby for guiding them home, and Dan Latigan, who just played beautifully. Could have been out first ball, but made, well, you know, it's a cliche, isn't it? Make them pay if you get a chance. Well, it wasn't. It was only a half chance, wasn't it? I would hate to make Tommy Borman feel that it was crucial. It could have stuck in his hands and it didn't. But
hard off the face of the bat, isn't it?
Dan Latigan made the most of his opportunity. He had a little wobble just around about the early 80s, but goodness me, he played superbly. Good win. Worcestershire keep themselves in touch.
Yep, they've taken 20 points, which moves them on to 115 points, up into 4th place, and they're 24 points behind Kent in 2nd place, so still within a maximum bonus point win, and still within striking distance with 5 rounds to go. Gloucestershire will travel all the way up to the northeast to take on Durham in just a matter of days, with day 1 being on Thursday. We'll have coverage from up there. Worcestershire, remind me.
At home to Lancashire, day 1 not till Friday.
Okay, well.
Why is that?
I don't know. Anyway, we'll be back when our respective sides
Do you
take
wanna
the
think
field
about that?
again. They're continuing to dismantle things around us, more chairs being packed up, the spectators making their exit. Congratulations to Worcestershire. They've won this match by 8 wickets, and on behalf of, I think, probably all of us up here on the balcony, and I'm sure everybody who's been to the Cheltenham Festival this year, a huge thanks to all the many people who've given up their time and effort to organise this. There were real worries around about this time last year that we might not have a festival this year. Well, not only have we had one, but we've had a fantastically enjoyable one as well. So from all of us here at Cheltenham for the final time in 2026, it is goodbye, and we'll speak to you again soon.